The House will come to order. Members, the first bill on the calendar for the day is Senate File 3432. The Chief Clerk will report the bill.
Senate File number 3432, an act relating to public safety requiring removal of identifying equipment and insignia from emergency vehicles sold to the public.
Members, before the author explains the bill, we have an amendment at the desk to insert the House language into the Senate file. The clerk will report the amendment.
Moller moves to amend Senate File number 3432, the third engrossment. The amendment is coded DEA 3230.
I recognize a member from Ramsey, Representative Moller.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and that is my motion, and then I'm ready to explain the bill once we adopt that. Thank you.
All those in favor of accepting the DE, please signify by saying aye. Any opposed, say nay. The motion prevails. The amendment is adopted. Representative Moller.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, leadership requested that Chair Novotny and I assemble a security package that contains a number of bills heard in various committees. And before I describe the components of this bill, I want to take a minute to emphasize its importance. First of all, this bill is not limited to legislators, as some may try to suggest later, but it is instead a crucial bill to public safety. This bill provides important protections to the public at courthouses across the state, to the public on the Capitol grounds, and to the public in the form of threat assessment by the BCA, which I'll describe later. Second, members, this bill is crucial for democracy. If judges and elected officials are not safe from violence, then our democracy ceases to exist. If people don't become judges or run for office due to fear of violence, then our democracy ceases to exist. Political violence is real. It happened here in unimaginable ways. It continues to happen. Our democracy cannot tolerate this violence, and neither can we. Now to the components of this bill that leadership of both parties asked us to cover. First, there is funding in this bill for judicial security and courthouse security. Chairs Liebling and Scott worked out the details of this provision by carefully examining the judicial branch's request and determining which priorities to include. Ultimately, this bill provides for some home and digital protections, some additional security staffing at the judicial branch to deal with the threats they face, and courthouse security grants. Those grants will be used all over the state to make courthouses safe to the public and to those who work within those buildings. And as a reminder, there have been at least 2 courthouse shootings in Minnesota in recent years. Second, this bill provides for funding to protect Capitol grounds. This funding includes continued but more limited screening during the interim and continued screening during the next session. It also incorporates some of the hardware requested by the State Patrol that was recommended in the Axtell report, things like cameras and other security systems. The majority of those items, members, are non-bondable items. Again, this funding protects not just those who work in this building, but also all of those who come into this space and the surrounding area. School groups, advocacy groups, our constituents, community members during rallies and protests. This security ensures that people can safely exercise their First Amendment rights. Again, this is essential to public safety and to our democracy. Another piece of this bill examines the safety of legislators beyond the 4 walls of this complex. Again, the threats of violence to legislators became all too real for us this summer. Threats of violence. Mr. Speaker, I'm picking up some conversation across the room.
Conversation somewhere else, please. Representative Moller.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As I said, the threat of violence became all too real for us this summer. And those threats are growing, and they are continuing to grow. Representatives Green and Anderson worked on this proposal that helps bridge the gap between now and when the task force they created makes long-term recommendations. If there are credible threats of violence, this provision provides a mechanism for short-term security from the state patrol or local law enforcement. When legislators face violence in their communities, it is also unsafe for the public at the places that they go to and to their families, again, as we've seen, and neighbors. This security is vital to democracy. There is funding to cover DPS deficiency in this bill. The State Patrol obviously could not have forecasted in their budget requests last year all of the horrific things that happened in Minnesota during the interim that required their response. This ensures that they are reimbursed for those expenses. Finally, this bill funds more criminal intelligence analysts and investigators at the BCA to proactively and reactively examine threats of violence throughout the state. With the amendment I expect we'll adopt in a moment, we are ensuring that the BCA has the tools they need to examine threats made not only to elected officials, but to religious institutions, to schools, to places where the public gathers, rallies and protests. Again, this ensures our democracy, our freedom, and public safety. Mr. Speaker, I stand ready to answer questions and address amendments, but first would like to turn things over to Co-Chair Novotny.
I recognize the member from Sherburne, Representative Novotny.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and Co-Chair Moller. You did a good job of summarizing all the work that we did, so thank you, and I won't go back and revisit those, but I will just state that we have gone over this for multiple meetings and multiple days, discussing every line in this amendment that this amendment brings into the bill. It has been well argued out, and a couple of things that I'd like to point out and expand on what Chair Moller was saying about things that we changed. For example, the request was for full-time staffing year-round, and for about a third of the price, that can be done on overtime. So we've done things like that where we just really tweaked it and really got down to the bare bones of what we need to maintain what is currently going on here and what we have to keep the building safe. Instead of adding another canine bomb dog and another employee for that, part of the agreement was that they would go and the money would go just to fund a dog and give it to an existing member of the staff that's already here. We did things like that that really cut down to the basics and get that money as low as it can be with respect to the people that are paying us to be here. As I said the other night on an unrelated bill, it's not just for the legislatures that are here. It's also for the staff that is here and the people that come and go every day to keep them safe when they are here in the eye of the storm. And with that, I recommend a green vote on, not that we're at the amendment or wherever we're at, but thank you.
We are now on the amendments. There's an amendment at the desk. The Chief Clerk will report the amendment.
Moller moves to amend Senate File Number 3432, the third engrossment as amended. The amendment is coded A1.
I recognize a member from Ramsey, Representative Moller.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And this is what I referenced when I was talking about the funding for the BCA. In the bill, it is limited to examining threats, legislative threats, and that wasn't our intent. Our intent is for those criminal analysts and investigators to be able to investigate threats across the state. So hopefully this is an easy green vote for you. Thanks.
Further discussion on the amendment. I recognize a member from Sherburne, Representative Novotny.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and Chair Moller. That's a very good point. One of the things that have been brought up without going into great detail about some things that have happened in the last year, but there's a desire to have more follow-up and be proactive in things. So that is one of the reasons that I agreed that we should add the BCA agents, people that have criminal investigative experience and have statewide authority and can go out and do these follow-ups that need to be done. We can't have the expectation of staff that is limited to the Capitol here to be going out and be doing statewide investigations. So that's one of the reasons why I support this amendment and recommend a green vote.
Any further discussion on the amendment? All those in favor of the amendment, please signify by saying aye. Any opposed, say nay. The motion prevails. The amendment is adopted. There's an amendment at the desk. The Chief Clerk will report the amendment.
Schultz moves to amend Senate File Number 3432, the third engrossment as amended. The amendment is coded A2.
I recognize a member from Morrison, Representative Schultz.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I want to address an issue that has arisen in the last year, but has been something that has been transpiring here in Minnesota for at least the last 6 years, if not longer. And that is a concern for the capital area, the place where people come to demonstrate, come to express their First Amendment rights, where they have great First Amendment protections right here on the Capitol complex. And at the same time, the voices of Minnesotans are somewhat impacted when they choose to make their voices heard here. And what has transpired in the last several years is a number of permitted Capitol displays here on the Capitol grounds have actually been damaged, toppled. We have had Christopher Columbus thrown to the ground and not returned. We have had a cross destroyed on the grounds of the state capitol. We have had earlier this year a sculpture that said "Prosecute ICE" that was destroyed on the steps of these capitol grounds. And the concern that I want to bring before you, members, so that you're aware of it, is that we are not currently enforcing the law the same across all of these circumstances. And what I mean by that is right now, if someone destructs permitted property here at the Capitol, and that is something that the Department of Administration has permitted, the State Patrol, in an instant, has to make a decision as to what the value of the item is that has been destroyed and what the cost would be to replace it. And then, once they've made that instant decision, have to make a decision as to whether to apprehend, cite, or arrest the individual who caused the damage. This happens across our Capitol complex. It happens no matter the political perspective of the person who is causing the damage. And the issue is that our State Patrol doesn't currently know how to quickly make that decision, putting us in a rough position. And what that has resulted in is people who have destroyed property, permitted property on the Capitol grounds, have not been held accountable. There are people who have destroyed permitted property here on the Capitol grounds who have not been arrested, not spent any time in jail, and also not had to pay any fine. That's significant considering the investment that Minnesotans make on the Capitol grounds. And the rights of Minnesotans who choose to get a permitted display here at the Capitol deserves to be protected. Their First Amendment rights deserve to be protected. And so what this amendment would do is put every destruction of property on Capitol grounds on an equal playing foot, saying that if you destroy a permanent display here, you are automatically at that threshold of destroying property that would exceed $1,000. Meaning that if someone chose to do that, if the individual who kicked the Prosecute ICE sculpture, we would know with certainty that that person has committed a felony level offense, which would mean that there would be standards for our law enforcement to be able to bring the appropriate action against them. And I bring that, members, because this is an issue that we should address so that First Amendment rights are protected. Permitted First Amendment displays would be more well protected by this amendment. So, members, I hope that this is something that we can work on in the future together to protect the First Amendment rights of all Minnesotans. But at this time, I'm going to withdraw the A2 amendment.
Representative Schultz withdraws the A2 amendment. There is an amendment at the desk. The Chief Clerk will report the amendment.
Schultz moves to amend Senate File Number 3432, the third engrossment as amended. The amendment is coded A3.
I recognize a member from Morrison, Representative Schultz.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And members, thank you, first off, thank you for this chance to have this discussion today about the safety, the security of our Capitol complex and the safety and security of members that work here, the staff who works here, and to remember all that we have been through, the things that we have been through together which have led us to this point. I know that each and every one of us is devastated because we have to be having this conversation, because of what happened on June 14th, when we lost one of the most consequential leaders in state history. And as we have this conversation today, let's remember the dignity of every single human being, every single Minnesotan that chooses to engage with their state government. Members, this is one incredible building. It is one incredible complex designed by Cass Gilbert, one of our own. He was about my age when he designed this beautiful building with a grand design for how this fit into the picture of Minnesota's history, with how it fit within the confines of our state capital city, and how the steps of our state capitol should be seen as, should be presented as, the front steps of Minnesota. And today, as we discuss how Minnesotans engage with their government, I want us to all ground us in this idea that every voice matters, that every Minnesotan has the right to be heard and seen inside of their state government, and to have the chance to interact with their elected officials. Members, today I bring the A3 amendment. The A3 amendment is all about recognizing the hard work that is being done on a bipartisan basis in both the House and the Senate, to talk about how members of the legislature, the executive branch, the judicial branch, and the Minnesotans who choose to engage, and our staff here at the Capitol can all be safe. I admire the work, the conversation, the policy that's found within this bill. And at the same time, members, I'm concerned with what the dollars that are presented here inside this bill would achieve as it relates to restricting the access of Minnesotans to our state capitol. And I mention that, members, with love for this state, with love for its people, with love for the opposing voices that we get to hear in this chamber, but we even hear in a more authentic fashion from the people who come and choose to speak with us. Members, if you didn't know, I'm a former member of staff for the House of Representatives. And it was actually while I was staff that I've probably encountered a situation which probably made me feel the most unsafe here at the Capitol complex. When, for me, I had leaders of the Black Lives Matter movement protesting at my desk in front of my face. They were, in that moment, communicating their First Amendment rights. They had the right to do that. They had the ability to do that. And I'm glad that they came to deliver their concerns right to the halls of their state government. And I'm worried that what this underlying bill, as currently written, would do is create barriers for Minnesotans to interact with their elected officials. Other units of government in our state choose to take different precautions for the safety of their own body. They have that right. They can choose how to do it. We know that it looks different to go to the Minneapolis City Council. We know that it looks different to go to the Dakota County Board of Commissioners. We know that it looks different in different communities across the state. And I'm worried because Minnesotans are seeing this push to make it more difficult to interact with us as legislators and other elected officials where their voices should be present. And that's why today I bring this amendment so that we can take action on the good policy that is inside this bill without putting up additional barriers to access for Minnesotans. Our constitutional republic, our representative democracy, relies upon Minnesotans being able to easily engage with us directly. We benefit as a body, as elected officials, as politicians. We benefit from the raw feedback that we get from Minnesotans. It shapes our opinions, our perspectives. And now, in our conversation, I want to recenter us back to the front steps of Minnesota, our front steps of this state capitol, which are currently unable to be used by members of the legislature, by the public, by our staff. I don't even think the governor of the state of Minnesota can walk through the front doors of our state capitol right now. And members, that is because the commissioner of the Department of Public Safety made a decision on his own without input from the legislature, without our approval, without our guidance. The commissioner has the statutory authority to make that decision, but now you have a bill in front of you that says that we should appropriate the money to pay for the decisions that he made. Decisions that have directly impacted the ability for Minnesotans to engage in their government. Decisions that have resulted in our current public safety framework around the Capitol and the Capitol complex. And members, those decisions, I know, carry a vast variety of perspectives from members on both sides of the aisle. And I would argue to you that we here in this body, we represent the voice of the people of Minnesota. We carry the election certificates for the 43,000 plus people that we represent in our communities. And we should make this decision together. We should be the ones that set the guidelines and can be appropriately held accountable for the way that Minnesotans engage in their state government. Generations of Minnesotans have put hundreds of millions of dollars into the construction, renovation, and restoration of this building for its intended purpose, to allow and to set the example for the nation on how we get to interact with our government. And members, thinking now forward, thinking towards the next generation, thinking towards decades from now, we here in this body get to set the example for Minnesotans as to how it is healthy and it is good to disagree about policy and priorities. And at the same time, we can have those disagreements in this room and personally care about and care for one another. As elected officials, we bear that responsibility to set an example for people, for Minnesotans. And I hope that despite our disagreements, despite our very different political perspectives, that we can breathe the sort of trust that we want to restore in state government. This moment is about doing everything in our power, everything in our power to restore public trust, to restore the values that we expect to see in our neighbors, regardless of your political perspective. This is a hearty debate, and one that should be had here in the House. So I'm grateful. I'm grateful to the work of Chair Moller and Chair Novotny and the other members who have had a role in crafting this bill. And I look forward to our discussion on the A3 amendment today. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
There's an amendment to the amendment at the desk. The Chief Clerk will report the amendment to the amendment.
Freiberg moves to amend the Schultz amendment to Senate File Number 3432, the third engrossment as amended. The amendment to the amendment is coded A6.
I recognize the member from Scott, Representative Freiberg.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you to Chair Moller and Chair Novotny for the underlying bill that we'll be discussing. And this amendment is amendment to the amendment is all around school safety. And it's fitting because literally as we speak right now, students from the school that I serve as a principal at are walking the halls of the Capitol. So, Chair Moller, when you talked about students coming and visiting the Capitol being safe here, that resonated with me in a special way today. Because the students that I see walking the halls at school are walking the halls here in St. Paul today. And I wholeheartedly agree that we need to address the safety of not only us as politicians, but the staff and the community and the public, both here and outside of the Capitol. Since the start of session, school safety has been a top priority, I know for me and I think everyone in this chamber. The first hearing that we had for Education Finance, we heard bipartisan school safety bills, Republican and Democrat ideas to address keeping our kids safe at school. Throughout committee, we heard different proposals. On April 14th, Chair Krisha's last gavel, we heard Representative Lawrence D.E. amendment that was focused on keeping all kids in all schools safe. Then on April 16th, we brought an urgency House File 5015, which was the Lawrence D.E. that we heard in committee, and the focus of that was keeping all kids in all schools safe. None of those have moved forward. So that's why I bring this amendment today, because we need to continue to have the conversation about keeping kids safe at school. There's a lot of things that we disagree on, and we can choose to focus on what we disagree on, or we can find solutions. And I want to thank the members from both sides of the aisle that have been meeting in an ongoing manner to do that. But what this amendment does, it is based off of Representative Lawrence House File 5015, and it addresses safe schools revenue. So currently, all public schools across Minnesota receive $36 in safe schools revenue. That amount has not changed in over 10 years. What this amendment does is it increases that amount by $10. I'll say it's not enough. Representative Lawrence's bill, the total package was about $50 million. But what it does is it increases safe school revenue by $10 per pupil. So multiply it out, that's how much your individual school would get. For me, in the district that I serve, it would equal about $20,000, and that would offset the cost that we pay out of our general fund for our school resource officer. What the bill also does is it extends $46 to charter schools, to non-public schools, and to tribal schools, because the foundational element of the Lawrence bill, but just fundamentally my belief, regardless of where a kid goes to school, they should be safe. So that's why all schools would be at that $46 threshold for safe schools revenue. Those dollars, these are the epitome of funding and flexibility, because we can use that based off of what the need is locally. It can be used for mental health support, for staff, for counselors, for social workers, for school psychologists. These safe schools dollars can be used for drug abuse staff. They can be used for making physical changes to the building. This year, we added, in the district that I'm at, we added keyed entry and some glazing on windows that you can see out of, but someone outside the building can't see in. There is not enough money in the Safe Schools account to do all of the things that schools want to do. That's why it is critical that we come together and do this, and that's why I'm bringing this amendment today. These Safe Schools revenue can also be used for the school resource officer. As I said, this amount hasn't been increased in over 10 years. Priorities matter, members. Priorities matter. I firmly believe that we need to make sure that people that come to the Capitol need to be safe. But I also firmly believe that we cannot do that before we pass bipartisan school safety reforms to keep our kids safe. Not only when they're walking the halls of the Capitol, but when they're walking the halls of our schools each and every day. Members, I'd appreciate your support.
Point of order, Mr. Speaker.
State your point of order.
Mr. Speaker, under 321B, amendments to amendments cannot introduce a new subject. This is introducing a new subject, which is school aid. It is also introducing a new chapter, 126C, education funding, which is contained nowhere in the underlying amendment or the underlying bill. It's not a close call, and I ask that you find my point of order well taken.
Advice. I recognize the member from Anoka, Representative Engen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In reference to this very bill, Chair Moller had suggested that this is about more than just legislator safety, that this is about the safety of anybody who walks these halls, including students from schools across the state. This amendment references those very same schools and students from across the state, and it uses those resources, those dollars, to protect them every day rather than just when they are up here at the Capitol. So I ask that you find my advice well taken.
Further advice. I recognize the member from Scott, Representative Bakeberg.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would echo what Representative Engen just said. I think the bottom line is priorities matter. I walked through the different things that we've tried to do in this bill and in this amendment. And I think it's important that we do whatever we can do. During committee, we heard multiple roadblocks about why we can or cannot do different things. And we just need to get this, to prioritize our kids, to make sure that we are providing the funding and the flexibility to keep kids safe in school.
Any further advice? Again, I recognize a member from Ramsey, Representative Moller.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, just when I say the word student in the course of describing the bill, that does not make this secondary amendment germane. I'll also say that rules matter in this body, and Leader Long correctly described the rule pertaining to secondary amendments. This secondary amendment is clearly not germane.
Well, members, I have come to determination. I've studied the amendment. I have reviewed the bill. I've looked at our rules, considered your advice. I'm ruling that the point of order is well taken.
Mr. Speaker, I appeal the ruling of the Speaker and request a roll call.
Representative Niska appeals the ruling of the Speaker and requests a roll call. There will be a roll call. Representative Niska.
Members vote no.
Seeing no further discussion, the clerk
Mr.
will
Speaker.
I recognize a member from Hennepin, Representative Long.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to advise that members uphold your wise ruling. 321B is very clear that amendments to amendments cannot introduce a new subject. School aid is nowhere in the underlying amendment. School aid is nowhere in the underlying bill. This is an entirely different bill that was introduced in an entirely different committee on an entirely different subject, and is trying to be brought into this bill to make a point. I understand the point, but this is not the home for it. We already had a vote on it to suspend the rules, but trying to bend our rules over to get a vote is not the way to do it on the floor. Thank you.
I recognize a member from Scott, Representative Bakeberg.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, Representative Long, I would never want to bend the rules in front of the students that are here from my own building here. So I would never want to do that. But I think we just have to have an honest conversation about the priorities that we have here in this chamber. So priorities matter, and I walked through first committee hearing that Chair Crecia had. We heard bipartisan school safety bills. April 14th, we heard the DE of the Lawrence Amendment to keep all kids safe in all schools. Then on the 16th, we heard the DFL proposal, and then that day we had an urgency as well. We need to prioritize. We need to get something done that we can agree on to keep kids safe in school. There are items that we agree to. We can work together to make sure that kids are safe in school. And I just have to be honest, and I respect Chair Moller and Chair Novotny and the work that has been done. But I have to be honest that I struggle with voting to protect us as politicians before we can agree to vote to find things that we can come together on to protect our kids in school. I just struggle with that. And I know many of you do across the political spectrum. But priorities matter. And I do not understand how we have not come to a conclusion to keep our kids safe in school that we agree on. And we can go into a conversation about things that we don't agree on. But there's a lot that we can agree on. Members, we have a few days left in session, and that would be my urge, my charge, my challenge. Let's figure out what we can do to come together to keep kids safe in school. Thank you.
I recognize a member from Anoka, Representative Engen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Representative Bakeberg, for this amendment. I share in all of those same concerns. And I also recognize the enormous amount of trauma that has been inflicted and shared by members on our side of the aisle for the events of June 14th. I sincerely do. Hardly a day goes by that we don't think about it, and that we haven't changed our lifestyle outside of this very building because of what happened on that tragic day. But we also need to recognize the trauma that's shared across over 400 independent school districts in over 2,500 school buildings across this very state right now. Not many people know this. Each independent school district faces on average 8.5 critical incidents per year. It wasn't that long ago that I went to go let out my parents' dog at their place before coming to work. And my brother, who's a senior at White Bear High School, was at home. It was, I believe, a Tuesday. I said, "What are you doing here? Shouldn't you be at school?" "Yeah, but we had to go into lockdown again because somebody brought a gun into the building." He said it like it was no big deal, because it happens all the time. And on August 27th, when we were all once again, tragically, wide awake to the trauma of what is going on in our schools, the events of Annunciation, I remember watching on the news as one family member, I believe it was the mother of a student who attends Annunciation, was on camera saying, "We need to do something. Something needs to get done." Yes, it does. But now we're going to sit here and we are going to use our own institutional rules of germaneness as the reason why we should be prioritizing our own safety before their own? It's wrong. I've been assured by several people that conversations are ongoing about a school safety package. It should already be here. We should be putting that conversation before this one. I'll be voting to overturn the ruling of the Speaker, and you should too, for that very reason. To put those kids before we put ourselves in these priorities. Thank you, Representative Bakebird.
I recognize a member from Olmsted, Representative Quam.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and rules matter. But there are some rules in my life that I give precedence to. And kids first, and their safety first. I'm a parent, I'm used to having appropriate priorities. But even before I was a parent, I grew up on a farm, and a child was on a tractor, climbed up on it, and accidentally released the brake. My first thought was run to it and stop it, and their safety. So if rules come up here, I have some core rules of putting children's safety first, and I'm going to vote with that core rule.
Members, I'm going to remind you that the question before the body is, shall the decision of the Speaker stand as the judgment of the House? A yes or a green vote supports the ruling of the Speaker, and a red or a no vote goes against the ruling of the Speaker. With that, the clerk will take the roll. Members, please vote. The clerk will call the names of the members voting remotely.
Burkle. Burkle. Kozlowski.
Kozlowski, aye.
Kozlowski votes aye. McDonald.
Oh, do it one more time. One more time. Do it again.
Strong.
Yep.
All right.
One more time. No, no, no.
McDonald.
One more time.
McDonald, no.
McDonald votes no. Momani Hiltzley.
Hiltzley votes aye.
Momani Hiltzley, aye.
Momani Hiltzley votes aye. Wolgamott.
Wolgamott votes aye.
Wolgamott votes aye. Burkle.
Burkle, no.
Burkle votes no.
The clerk will close the roll. There being 69 yeas and 62 nays, it is the judgment of the House that the decision of the Speaker shall stand. Now to the underlying amendment. Discussion. I recognize a member from Ramsey, Representative Moller.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. There was a lot of words were said when the A3 was presented, but I actually didn't hear anything describing what the A3 amendment actually does. And the A3 amendment, members, eliminates all the appropriations in this bill. It guts all of the security in this bill. This amendment is contrary to public safety. It stops the funding at the courthouses. It stops the funding at the Capitol complex and across the state. It would leave those groups coming to the Capitol at risk. It's anti-law enforcement and anti-public safety. It removes the deficiency funding for the state patrol response to the events that happened in the interim. It removes the funding that the BCA needs to determine if there are credible threats of violence to anyone across the state. I heard discussion, thanking us for working on this and talking about the importance of security, but the amendment speaks louder than words because it defunds security. I also heard discussion about the need to protect the dignity of every Minnesotan to engage with government, that every voice is important. This amendment guts that. It makes people not safe when they're exercising their First Amendment rights, when they're coming to the Capitol to talk to their legislators, when they're on the Capitol grounds at protests or rallies. I heard discussion that the bill itself would create barriers for interaction with the public. But I wonder what barriers those are that you are trying to accomplish with this amendment. You talked about certain doors being locked, but your amendment, again, guts judicial security, it guts BCA funding, it guts the DPS deficiency funding. That doesn't have anything to do with those barriers that you said exist. And I would argue, member, that it's a barrier to the First Amendment if people feel unsafe and they don't come here because they don't feel safe. I'll also note that I found it odd to hear that it should be up to the legislators to decide what doors should be locked. Again, your amendment doesn't address the problem you say exists. That's really up to the professionals here. And those decisions and the decisions that are made in the underlying bill are based in large part on the Axtell report when there was a comprehensive review of the security needs for this building. You said that this amendment restores the public trust. And again, it does not restore the public trust to remove all of these measures that make the public safe. Again, safe in courthouses, safe when they come here, the BCA threat assessment, looking proactively to determine if there are threats, not just for elected officials, but for schools, for religious institutions, for large gatherings, for events across the state. So the bill itself restores the public trust. The amendment does the opposite. And before I forget, Mr. Speaker, I would request a roll call.
Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call. Representative Moller.
And for all of those reasons, Mr. Speaker, I recommend a no vote on the amendment.
I recognize the member from Washington, Representative Anderson, P.E.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I also rise against the amendment. I'll be very brief, but the amendment, I did agree with many of the points that Representative Schultz brought up, and I thank you for your words. But the amendment also deletes the Legislative Services Unit that we've worked very hard, Representative Green and myself, to establish, and is very much needed, I think, in this legislature. So for that reason, I ask for a no vote. Thank you.
I recognize the member from Wright, Representative Hudson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate you, Representative Schultz, for bringing this amendment. I rise in support of it. I also appreciate the fact that considering this amendment gives me the opportunity to address something publicly that has been a stick in my craw for quite some time, since the beginning of the session. And I mean, we talk about feeling safe and being triggered. Feel a little triggered right now, because what I'm hearing as justification for the capital security plan in this bill is the perpetuation of the illusion that in order to be safe, we need to have physical limitations to how people can conduct their business. That is not how this works. Roll back the clock just a couple of years. You don't even have to go that far, 1 year. Oh, particularly, we will go a couple of years, because back when we were over in the SLB, I was so proud as a resident of this state and as a member of this institution, the accessibility, the level of access, and the freedom that we had as members to enter wherever we decided we needed to enter, for whatever reason we decided we needed to enter that way, and to exit the same way. What we've replaced that with, in the name of security, is one of the most ludicrous arrangements imaginable from an objective security perspective. So your concern is that somebody's going to do harm to a member of the legislature. So you go from a system where we have access to numerous doors all around the campus, and you decide, you know what would be a good idea? It'd be a good idea if everybody knew exactly what door we're going to go in and exactly around which time. And as we pick which door to pick, let's pick the one that's in a classic ambush point under a tunnel. Great job, DPS, Department of Public Safety. They came up with that. You don't need to be a tactical genius to understand how ludicrous that setup is. And we're going to codify it into law permanently going forward? Imagine if for some reason you found yourself accosted by a mob that wished to do you harm, but you were on the wrong side of the building. You were over on the west side, or the east side, or perhaps the north side. How are you going to get in the building, find safety? Your cart doesn't work. I guess you can run. I guess you can run around to the south side. Hope maybe you get somebody's attention as you're going. We are objectively less safe as a direct result of this absurd security theater that we have established this year, and it is theater. And to drive the point home, the way this is being framed, as if we're defunding security, we're defunding safety, we're defunding law enforcement, is the premise that none of that exists now? Because that's what would have to be true. Is there no security? Is there no safety? Is there no law enforcement? How did the circumstances arise that we find ourselves in the position where we're even talking about this today? Is it nobody's job to keep us safe? Or do we have a distorted view of what safety is? It's not having people standing around looking dangerous. It's having a plan of action and a process of accountability when people do things that are outside the lines of acceptable behavior. On this campus, in this building, we have repeatedly had people destroy permitted displays. We've had crowds take over committee hearing rooms. No arrests. Weird that. No prosecutions either. You know, when I go to the airport, you know what keeps me, aside from the fact that I have no desire to, what keeps me from jumping over the fence? It's not the razor wire. It's not the physical impediment. It's the fact that if I do that, I'm going to suffer extreme legal consequence for violating the sanctity of that space. That's what keeps people out of there. Not a bunch of guys standing around holding hands, making a miles-long barrier, not ensuring people that can only come in one door of the terminal. It's consequences. It's process. It's having a plan. It's holding people accountable. That's what keeps you safe. If you want to be safe in this building, start electing prosecutors who will prosecute. You want to be safe in this building? Start appointing commissioners who are focused on accountability rather than the theater. We never had this problem before in the entire history of this institution. But now we need to pass this, otherwise there's no safety. How did you get here? How has every other house preceding us survived the complete lack of safety?
Any further discussion? I recognize the member from Sherburne, Representative Novotny.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If you can't tell, there's a lot of frustration that has been going on, and it didn't start on June 14th of last year. It started well before that. And I'm reminded of the saying that, you know, all animals are equal and some animals are more equal than others. We've seen that in our public safety hearing on the first night that we tried doing that. I've seen the way other things are treated, and I just want to bring to a point. And I'm going to speak to why we're frustrated, and I understand why Representative Schultz brought this amendment. But, for example, on April 13th of this year, I requested information about permitted events at the state capitol grounds. And I just wanted simple information. The cost of each event, including security cost, which of the event organizers were charged, how much they were charged, and which cost, if any, were absorbed, and the amount of the costs that were absorbed. And specifically, because that's why I was asking when we were doing these negotiations about the capital security bill that the governor's office put forward, and that's what we're working off today. We amended out, you know, and it changed with the language that we put in with Chair Moller's first amendment. But specifically, we wanted to be sure to include the cost of renting temporary barricades. We wanted that data from January 1st, 2023 until April 12th, 2026. So I'll do the math, 2.5 weeks. 2.5 weeks to get simple numbers on what happened, how much was done, and who paid for it. and I'm still waiting. I'm the co-chair of a committee that they're asking us to spend millions and millions of dollars for, and I can't even get an answer from the Department of Public Safety or the Department of Administration. So I understand Representative Schultz's frustration, and everyone else should too. That being said, in caucus, we had long discussions talking about how it's a broken system and they're not going to give money to a broken system. There's lots of suggestions, there's lots of changes, there's lots of fixes in this bill. I understand the frustration that's been expressed, both in the floor and personally. I understand that frustration. I've been part of some of those things and in some of those meetings that you were in and that you were frustrated for. I haven't had the threats at my home that some of us have. I haven't had to live through that. I am sorry for the ones that have. But there are several fixes in this bill, as I said, and I understand the frustration, but we need to fix this. Taking all the money out will not fix that. Taking all the money out will not help us get to the situation that we want to make better. So with that, I am going to advise and request that you vote against this amendment and leave the money in. We do have conference committee to go to. You know, this will not be the final bill that passes the floor. We can make changes, but for that, I recommend a no vote on this amendment.
I recognize the member from Ramsey, Representative Pinto.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just need to just point out the points made by Representative Hudson that talk about physical barriers not doing anything, and what we really need is to look at laws, which feels like the exact opposite of what I hear when it comes to barriers at schools and to legal restrictions on the use of guns by dangerous people. Saying what we really need is we need to say that there's a law that you won't do a certain thing, and yet I hear so much from my colleagues that criminals won't follow laws. When I'm considering security guidance, when I'm thinking about what's going to keep us safest, I'm going to be listening to the State Patrol and security professionals. I'm not going to be listening to folks who don't have that background. Members, I urge that we vote against this. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Any further discussion? I recognize the member from Wright, Representative Hudson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I didn't plan on rising again, but since it was implied that I don't know what I'm talking about because I don't have a background, I spent the better part of 2 decades working in the public safety space. As a supervisor, as a manager, various environments, worked for the federal government as a contractor, keeping our air traffic controllers safe. I know a little bit about what I'm talking about. But again, you don't need to be some sort of genius or professional to understand what I just explained. We have 134 very important people, VIPs. Before this year, good luck finding them if you don't have an appointment, because they could be anywhere. They could be going in any door, out any door. You don't know when. Can't predict it. Same thing in this chamber. We can come in there, we can come in there, there. We can go down the stairs in the back, right? We got all these options. It adds diversity of possibilities. Makes it harder to target somebody if you're looking to target them. But imagine if we decided, you know, out of some convoluted idea of safety that you can only go out those doors, that's it. You can only go out those. Well, now, if somebody's looking for you, they know exactly where to find you. And they know when. We post the times when we're going to be here. You can watch online on YouTube and see when we adjourn. Oh, they just adjourned. All right, I'm ready. Here he comes. Definitely coming through this door. Same applies to this building. And I don't know, I think my 12-year-old could understand that. Not a public safety expert, but he exists and has a brain.
Any further discussion? I recognize the member from Morrison, the author of the amendment, Representative Schultz.
Mr. Speaker and members, with this important debate in front of us, let's remember that our state capitol, these capitol grounds, have kept members of the legislature safe since 1858. And on these particular grounds, Mr. Speaker, it's been close to 120 years. And when I thought about returning to the legislature in the wake of the most horrific tragedy in Minnesota's political history, I wanted us to be thoughtful and thorough, to lead with grace, and to seek understanding from different perspectives, and to do everything in our power to lead for Minnesotans in a way that helps to restore public trust. I don't have any polling, but it feels at this moment in Minnesota history like restoring the public trust is the most important thing that we need to do. And that comes from our personal relationships, our individual communication, and the way that we seek to bring people together. My goal with this amendment, Mr. Speaker, although we've heard some different perspectives from members, is that the bill that we pass off the floor of the House of Representatives would be the most broadly supported bill possible for public safety, and to ensure that Minnesotans don't have barriers to interact with their elected officials. I didn't expect, Mr. Speaker, to have a bill in front of the House of Representatives that in the next 4 years spends over $44 million on this facility right here, this Capitol building. In the next 4 years, $44 million. If I remember, Mr. Speaker, the debates that we had at the end of last session, finding the pennies in the couch cushions meant that we ended the state funding for a train to Duluth so that we could backfill funding for a priority with regards to our schools. But here, Mr. Speaker, we're asking members of this body to spend $44 million in the next 4 years alone and ongoing into the future on this building where elected officials, to my knowledge, have been safe, and that Minnesotans have been safe. Our Department of Public Safety, our Sergeant at Arms, whether in the House or the Senate, the staff that we have, they're already tasked with the responsibility, with their current appropriation, to keep us safe. And it's not lost on me, Mr. Speaker, that the legislature has its largest appropriation in state history, that the Department of Public Safety has the largest appropriation ever in state history. And here we have a bill that if you go back to its core, drastically changes the intentions that Cass Gilbert had when he designed this building so that Minnesotans could interact with their government, could interact with their elected officials. For the Minnesotans who are listening at home, we are just like you. There's teachers, there's law enforcement officers, there's businessmen and women, there are firemen. We're normal, everyday folks, just like you. We all go for groceries, we all have kids in school or grandkids. And the debate right now before this body is whether $44 million should be spent additionally to go beyond, specifically this complex, the Capitol building, not anything else, to go for securing this building that the Department of Public Safety has the responsibility to do already. And from everything that I have heard, while I am not privy to the Axtell report, from everything that I have heard, the Department of Public Safety has actually told members of the Public Safety Committee that they are able to absorb the costs. So, Mr. Speaker, in the lens of the priorities for Minnesotans, in the lens of ensuring, most specifically, that we are securing the rights for Minnesotans to reach their elected officials, I am asking for your green vote. On the A3 amendment, so that our government can be one that restores the public trust. I made mention earlier of how different political subdivisions of the state of Minnesota do public meetings differently. And one example really stood out to me. In the largest county in Minnesota by landmass, with one of the state's largest cities, in the city of Duluth, in St. Louis County, Minnesotans can go engage with their county government and not have to go through any security screening, and they can go address and speak to their commissioners directly. But they go further. Members, that county board chooses to go and have their meetings in different locations in their county on, I believe, a monthly basis, because they want to be closest to the people. We are the House of Representatives. We're elected every 2 years. We are known as the People's House. And yet, in these last 6 years, this institution has created barrier after barrier after barrier after barrier after barrier to Minnesotans reaching their elected officials. Members, we have to change our trajectory. To the Minnesotans listening at home, I want you to be aware of something. We are here in this body, in this chamber right now, 134 members. And yet when we go back to our office building after this vote, Republican members have no ability to even go communicate with our colleagues on the left. We have to be let in to spaces to reach someone of the opposing viewpoint. We're straight up locked out. We are locked out from having the conversations about the future of Minnesota. And if we continue our current trajectory, the voices of Minnesotans will continue to be hampered. So I'm asking for your green vote because we have bigger priorities. We have bigger priorities than spending $44 million on the way that we do public safety here at this building. And I expect more. I demand more from the Department of Public Safety and our sergeants at arms to ensure that the conversations that we have and that our spaces here at the Capitol, that they're safe. But we don't need $44 million to do it. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
There being no further discussion, the clerk will take the roll. Members, please vote. The chief clerk will call the names of the members voting remotely.
Burkle.
Okay, go ahead, John.
Burkle, no.
Burkle votes no. Kozlowski.
Kozlowski, no.
Kozlowski votes no. McDonald.
McDonald, yes.
McDonald votes aye. Momani Hiltsley.
Momanya Hiltsley, no.
Momani Hiltsley votes no. Walgamot.
Walgamot votes no.
Walgamot votes no.
The clerk will close the roll. There being 37 yeas and 94 nays, the motion does not prevail. The amendment is not adopted. There are no further amendments at the desk. The chief clerk will give the bill its third reading.
Third reading, Senate File number 3432 as amended.
Third reading. I recognize the member from Hennepin, Representative Green.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I first want to just give a quick thank you to Chair Moller and Chair Novotny for bringing this bill to the floor for a vote. I appreciate the thoughtful collaboration and all the intentional work that has taken place, especially on the legislative services section of this bill. I'm also proud to have joined efforts with Senator Hoffman and Representative Patty Anderson to have some really good discussions. Before I start, I want to take a moment to acknowledge the Department of Public Safety, Capitol Security, Sergeant at Arms, our Gold Ties, State Patrol, and the BCA, and the dedicated service that you provide to all of us and to the public here at the Capitol. I can only imagine how difficult the last year has been for each of you. I also want to recognize the profound loss you experienced with the death of Melissa Hortman. Your commitment to this institution, to public service, and to keeping people safe never wavered. So sincerely, thank you. Members, State Patrol and the BCA report they have already investigated 61 total threats in 2026. That's compared to 99 total investigations and threats in 2025 and 18 in 2024. The Sergeant of Arms Office has seen a 400% increase, 400% increase of reported, recorded, and referrals from the same time frame of 2025 to 2026. The demand is growing, and so must our capacity to respond. Because while we serve in public office, we are also human beings with families, staff, and communities who are impacted by the increasing volume and seriousness of threats directed at elected officials. This body understands these heartbreaking consequences intimately. Consequences are not feelings or theater or make-believe. Minnesota's experiences are part of a broader national pattern of increasing political violence. The U.S. Capitol Police reported investigating roughly 9,500 threats against federal lawmakers, staff, and families in 2024, and nearly 15,000 in 2025. That is more than double a year ago, or a decade ago, excuse me. In particular, research consistently shows that women, elected officials, experience higher levels of threats and harassment than their male colleagues. And those threats are often more personal, more targeted, and more violent in nature. But the safety of elected officials cannot depend on gender, geography, seniority, visibility, or party. And the security response to threats cannot be subjective or relational. Every member needs to be safe so they can do the important work that the public elected them to do. Standardizing protocols, coordination, and communication across multiple law enforcement entities is complex, it is nuanced, and it is evolving. That is why sustained investment matters. Without dedicated resources, we face real limitations in detecting, analyzing, and responding to violent threats in real time, especially outside normal business hours and beyond the walls of this Capitol. It is also important to understand that the increased demand for dedicated resources did not emerge overnight. The work has very much already been happening through the Sergeant at Arms Office, the BCA, the Fusion Center, with coordinated threat assessment efforts. But really, ultimately, this is about a lot more than individual safety. The strength of Capitol security and a dedicated legislative services unit directly impacts our ability to function as a government. Because when legislators are threatened, intimidated, or left without adequate protection, it does not just impact the individual, it impacts democracy itself. It affects who feels safe stepping forward to serve, how public officials engage with their communities, and the ability of government to operate openly and effectively. It is how we protect our First Amendment right. That responsibility belongs to all of us, and that is why this bill matters to all Minnesotans. Thank you.
I recognize the member from Scott, Representative Bakeberg.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, members. I just want to thank Chair Novotny and Chair Moller for the work on the bill. And as I said before, priorities matter. Priorities matter as we're moving through. And I firmly believe that we need to have strong security here at the Capitol and for members at home, because Representative Green, something you said really resonated about those of us that are currently serving, but those that may choose to serve in the future. And that's something that I've heard a lot from people, of really just disengaging in the political process, not even just running for office, but just not even wanting to be involved in politics and the rhetoric that comes along with it. So thank you for bringing that point. I just want to be very clear that when I vote no today on this bill, my hope is that when it comes back, there will be school security along with this. Because and as I said before, I can't square in my mind how to vote to protect myself when we haven't voted to protect kids. So that's why I'll be voting no, and I hope that when this comes back, we will have a strong school security bipartisan package for our students. Thank you.
I recognize a member from Dakota, Representative Roach.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to first acknowledge I appreciate the work that was done here. I appreciate the Sergeant's office, but I think this is, we're getting our priorities mixed up here. As someone who's probably the newest, the most recent member of the body to have personal threats against their life, just this week, I've spent numerous times sitting with the Sergeant's office and the BCA, multiple threats this week. My kids aren't staying at our house because of the threats. Last week there was a news story by Democrats Deliver an online news publication that has manipulated the language of a bill that was voted on this floor and has put my personal safety at harm and my family. With that said, we need to do something about school safety. And we should be making that a priority before we put our safety here at the Capitol. You know, Representative Hudson made some very valid points, as well as Representative Bakeberg. And I wish and hope that we can bring a school safety bill here that will do just that. I know Representative Engen has been working for many years on legislation that would do that. And so I'm hopeful that the body can get together and bring something forward that will actually take care of our kids instead of putting us politicians before them.
I urge
a no vote.
I recognize a member from Washington, Representative Anderson, P.E.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. I'm sorry to hear that, Representative Roach. I know what you're going through, as do many of us here. So, I want to start to say the bill's not perfect. I think it, frankly, spends more money than it should. I think I very much agree with some of the other speakers that school safety money has to come first. Absolutely has to come first. But there are also some really good policy things in this bill, things that are needed. And because of that, I'm going to support the bill now. I know it's going to conference. Well, should this pass the House, it's going to go to a conference. And I hope that in that conference, we can do other things. We can really look at the costs that the State Patrol has asked us for, which I think are excessive. And we can really find and look for money for our schools, all of our schools, because that has to come first. And I will say, even though I'm a supporter of the bill, I helped draft some of the sections of the bill, but I will not vote for this bill when it comes back after conference unless we have passed school safety money for our schools, because that has to come first. So thank you, members.
I recognize a member from Isanti, Representative Gordon.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I cannot support spending $40 million on our own safety when we haven't committed a dime to school safety. We spend billions of dollars per year that are, shall we say, extracurricular to our main functions. We're required to provide an education. And at the very least, that education should involve a parent being able to send their kids to a school where they feel they'll be kept safe. We should be able to find enough money to take care of this core function. I'll be voting no today, not because the idea is bad. I know our members went through hell this summer. And I want to thank Chairs Moller and Novotny for their work on this, and I think it's important that we find a way to get this done. They say timing is everything in politics. Today is not the right time for this bill to move forward. If we can find $40 million for our own safety and security, but can't find anything for school safety, after what our state has been through, what does that say about us? Let's get this done, but let's take care of our kids first.
I recognize a member from Hennepin, Representative Jones.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I first want to say thank you to everyone who worked on this bill, particularly the bill author. I know this has not been an easy bill to put together. It's just been emotionally draining to work on something like this. I think there's two pieces to public safety that we really have to consider. One is the real, the real physical aspect of it, but also the perception of it as well. And both of those two things are critically important. So actually, when folks were working last summer on, the security of this building, I honestly was not excited about it. I've worked in Minneapolis City Hall. I know it was mentioned earlier that other governmental buildings throughout the state don't have security. And I always used to think that Minneapolis was better than St. Paul because St. Paul City Hall had security and we didn't. And so it was a more open building. And I also used to joke about that. But joking aside, it does trouble me that these governmental buildings, these public assets, the people's houses, we have to put up barriers to them. I'm not a fan of that, but I understand why we need to do so. I personally don't feel unsafe with the security that we have had, but I understand the rationale why others may not. And we know that as legislators here, that we put ourselves in a position that is more at risk, given our society's current relationship with guns. And that's a decision that we as a society have so far decided that we are more, again, as a society, I'm not making it red or blue right now, but that as a society, we have these certain limits on guns. But because of that certain limit, then there's an additional tax on all of us. My high school science teacher used to say, there's no such thing as a free lunch. And with our current situation with regards to gun regulation or gun control, the thing that we are giving up for a lot of people is a sense of safety, a sense of security. And I know that there are some people who have decided not to run for these seats because they don't feel safe. And so if investing money like this helps more Minnesotans feel comfortable standing up and being able to lead in their community, I think that's really valuable. Now, I know the amount of money, $40 million, is a lot of money, and I want us to think about that in relation to how we think about guns and our society's relationship to guns. Because in other places, they have a different societal relationship, and both the actual safety and the perception of safety is better. And then they don't also have to pay millions of dollars to have that perceived and actual safety. So I will be voting green on this bill. Thank you again to all of everyone's work on this. But I hope we can continue to think about that, because this is all a balance, and I don't think we quite have the right balance here.
I recognize a member from Freeborn, Representative Bennett.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this bill bothers me greatly. It's not the bill itself, but the timing. I want to thank Chair Novotny, Chair Moller for their work on this. Obviously, it's not perfect. We've heard different arguments about it, but I could probably argue that none of our legislation is perfect in this body. We do our best, and I thank them for that. Chair Moller, you referenced the protection of our safety as being foundational to our Constitution itself, and I fully agree with you. You are correct. We should not have to fear for the safety of ourselves or our families. And when that does happen, it can destroy democracy. We have felt that very poignantly in this own body, very personally and tragically, and it should not happen. So I do support this legislation. However, and this is a big however, I cannot in good conscience vote to add security for the protection of politicians, for all of us, and even our judges, without protecting the security of our schools and the children and staff who are in them. I just can't do that, members. Our kids need to come first. We have areas where we find agreement in how we can protect our schools. One of them came up with Representative Bakeberg's amendment. That was a good amendment. I wish we could have voted on it, but Mr. Speaker, I believe you ruled correctly that it was not germane. But we need that, and we need the other agreed upon provisions that can keep our schools more secure, There are ways we can come together on this. So I'm sadly going to be a no vote on this because I won't vote for this before I can vote for the safety of our kids. So thank you for this. I sure hope it comes back, and I hope we can have our school safety vote before that time, because I would happily vote yes if that happens. Thank you.
I recognize the member from Hennepin, Representative Robbins.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And a lot of people have said what I intended to say, so I'll be brief. But I have a lot of concerns about this bill, especially doing it before we have provided for the safety of kids in all our schools. The urgency last week, we could have done that. We had the opportunity to do the urgency to provide school safety funding for students no matter what system they're in, public, private, or tribal schools or charter schools. And that urgency, which is urgent, was voted down by our colleagues on the other side of the aisle. And we could take that urgency up today and then get this bill off the floor. But I do not want to pass this bill on into conference with the hope that conference is going to come back and we'll get that other bill done. We have to put the safety of students ahead of the safety of politicians. It's that simple. And we have the opportunity, we could do it today. And there are multiple bills. Representative Lawrence has a bill. We had the amendment from Freiberg today. I had my own bill, HF 3525. So we can solve this problem if we do the school safety bill first, and then I'd happily vote to advance this. But until we protect students, I do not think we should be voting to protect ourselves.
I recognize a member from Washington, Representative Johnson W.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The issue I have with this bill really is timing. There is a shift that I know I went through once I had my first kid. It went from thinking about myself to spending every waking moment thinking about my kids. It went from sleeping like a baby to waking up every hour wondering if that baby is breathing and what is going on. Even now, my daughter, who's 22, drives her nuts. I still make her tell me, are you coming home tonight? Are you staying at a friend? Are you at the friend's? Text me and all that stuff. I just never stop thinking about it. The issue I have with this is the school safety right now, as I'm being told, is being discussed. How many bills, thousands of bills do we hear each year being discussed? And what do we hear at the end of session? We ran out of time. I cannot imagine going home, and even though my kids are grown now, looking at my neighbor's kids, going to a school and talking to anybody with kids, and going door to door and talking to parents and saying, we had a bill that we spent time on. How long has it been now? All this time talking about our own security at the Capitol. But you know what? We ran out of time to find a way to keep your kids safe when they go to school. Private school, charter school, public school, does not matter. Until we figure that out, we should not be spending time talking about that. Maybe it goes off, it passes, it goes to the conference, it comes back, and then it doesn't come back. And we do talk about that other safety, school safety. But until that happens, until we have that guarantee, I can't support this bill and go home and look anybody in the eye and say this is what we did today. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I recognize a member from Washington, Representative DePel.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I wanted to rise and express my sincere, deep embarrassment that this chamber is putting themselves ahead of the safety of children, that we haven't prioritized their safety, and that we haven't brought that bill to the floor. It is embarrassing, it is wrong, and it's inappropriate.
I recognize a member from Crow Wing, Representative Davis.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, or Mr. Speaker. So I do believe it's good that we recognize the serious threats that have actually happened to many legislators in this room. I think we've done a good job of honoring our late colleague, Melissa Hortman, and her husband, Mark. And the violence on a sitting senator and his family. It's evil what happened, and it's evil what's happened to legislators in this room. Many of us have had threats against our lives. And we have done a very good job of condemning all political violence on both sides of the aisle, and I want to thank everybody for that. We've done a good job of it in committees, and I believe we've done a good job of it in our communities, because what I have and do recognize on this House floor is how hard we fight for our communities. Thank you to everyone in this room. I also believe that the response to these tragedies must focus on the right priorities. And Representative Novotny, you're a hard worker. Representative Moller, you're a hard worker. I've come into this chamber more than once and seen you guys working together in this chamber on things. And it's very honorable. I'm sorry I'm getting emotional, but Paul, you're a good man. I'm sorry. Representative Novotny, you're a good man. So it's really hard for me to vote against something you do, because I have a lot of respect for you, sir. I don't think spending $44 million is a good way to spend the people's money. So I cannot support this. Our limited resources should go first to hardening school security, and we haven't done that yet. That should be first. We need to improve threat assessments and protecting our students above layering on more government protections, because I believe that the resources we currently have, I believe we can do a better job with what we currently have. I do. I want us to remain committed to fiscal responsibility and protecting our most vulnerable. Thank you, members, for hearing me out. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I recognize the member from Sherburne, Representative Lawrence.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I sit here and listen to all the discussion. I think how different our discussion would be today if the Safe Schools Bill would have been passed 2 weeks ago. We'd have a completely different discussion today had we taken in place those students and the students of our state ahead of our own thoughts. I know that many of us are spending every free hour right now signing letters to whom? Seniors. Seniors, and I'm sure like me, many of you are putting notes on them, best wishes, dream big, shoot for the stars, go after your future, all sorts of different things as we sign these letters in encouragement to encourage them in their future and their next step. And I know many of us are signing these letters right now even as we're in the House and in the free moments that we have. But yet we're talking about something other than funding their safety in their school. Something different than providing the resources that they need. And the Safe Schools Bill was very comprehensive, addressed a lot of different issues, a lot of situations, and supported our students. And really put the focus on our kids. Every student in every school deserves the opportunity to be safe. And I just leave in your mind as I wrap up my comments, how different would today's discussion be if we had prioritized our students 2 weeks ago?
I recognize a member from Anoka, Representative Ingen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. I don't need to belabor the point.
plenty of us have stood up and made the argument as to why this should be put to rest for now. Because it is wrong that we are putting politicians before students, that we are prioritizing ourselves before kids across this state who may be in fear simply because they're at school. It's a sad state of affairs when that's what we're going through, when that's what our students are going through. For all these reasons, I'd like to make a motion to table. We should set this aside and we should work for them first.
Representative Ingen moves to table the bill. This is a non-debatable motion. The clerk will take the roll. All those in favor signify.
Mr. Speaker, I request a roll call.
Representative Schultz, I see need 15 hands. There will be a roll call. This is a non-debatable motion. The clerk will take the roll. The clerk will call the names of the members voting remotely.
Allen.
Allen, aye.
Allen votes aye. Burkle.
Burkle, go.
Burkle votes aye.
Burkle votes aye. Kozlowski.
Kozlowski votes no.
Kozlowski votes no. McDonald.
McDonald, aye.
McDonald votes aye. Momani Hiltzley.
Momani Hiltzley, no.
Momani Hiltzley, no. Walgamont.
Walgamont votes no.
Walgamont votes no.
The clerk will close the roll. There being 63 yeas and 71 nays, the motion to lay on the table does not prevail. Members, the bill is before us still. I recognize the member from Ramsey, Representative Pinto.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I appreciate and certainly recognize the concern to making sure that our young people are safe, that everybody in our state is safe. That is absolutely critical. A reminder that the scourge of gun violence affects our young people, not just in school, but throughout our communities. So I appreciate the focus on any particular piece of legislation regarding schools. It's notable to me that to a certain extent what we talk about is hardening schools, having kids pass through a particular entrance, various aspects of that, which is interesting that it seems to be, and then in contrast with what we've talked about at the Capitol. But regardless, a reminder that we are failing to keep kids and all of us safe throughout our communities. So there's certainly, I agree, there is much more that needs to be done, and I've heard my colleagues say this on the other side of the aisle. There's much more we need to do to protect all of us from gun violence. And in the meantime, boy, we sure need to make sure that we take some of the steps that have been taken by, I think, 30 plus of the legislatures around the country in, for example, making sure to protect against weapons coming into the Capitol, to make sure to protect our democracy, our courts, our legislatures. There's so much we need to do for our communities. And as you're focusing on young people in one particular aspect of their lives, please don't lose sight of the need throughout all of our lives. So we're essentially paying a tax here. We're paying a fee because of our failure to address gun violence in other ways, that we at least need to make sure that we protect our democracy in this way. So members, please don't let one particular aspect get in the way of this. Let's please keep all kids safe and everybody safe in all the aspects of their lives. If they go to a concert, to a mall, if they are like the kids in Annunciation in a church, let's make sure to protect them in all those settings. Our side certainly has advanced a number of proposals to do so. So far, we have not received support. We continue to hold out hope that we'll receive that support. And let's make sure our democracy is protected in the meantime so we can then continue the work of protecting young people and all of us Members, I urge a green vote. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I recognize a member from Morrison, Representative Schultz.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And as this bill heads to conference committee, assuming its passage, Mr. Speaker, I would ask that Chair Moller and Chair Novotny specifically look at lines 3.11 through 3.17, and then in addition, the base adjustment for capital security. And I would just make the points to the members that this grants a significant amount of money directly to the Department of Public Safety without additional guidance. Mr. Speaker, that would be concerning to any one of us. We have no idea how the Department of Public Safety would choose next to change the way that this building works. And I would just shudder to think of what the Department of Public Safety might do next under their sole authority to spend millions and millions of dollars, specifically $15.599 million over the next 3 years to this building to make it less accessible for the people, especially in light of our great desire to spend money to support our kids and ensure that they're safe in whatever school that they go to. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I recognize a member from Beltrami, Representative Duran.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in opposition to this. And the reason why I do is because I believe we're putting our kids to the side and protecting us because of our own rhetoric has put us in the same position that we're in now. I remember my first day in the Capitol, I went to a committee. It was just the Republicans for some reason. And there was a protest in there. We were screamed at, we were yelled at, sworn at. But I know from the other side of the aisle, people actually cheered that on. But yet we want to say we're here to protect us? Who we are? But we want to let that go? The things that we do here, the rhetoric we start here, it goes on both sides. It does. So what we want to do is we want to build a fortress. We want to build this idea of security outside here because we want to keep and ramp up the rhetoric on both sides. That's on us. That's on us. It happens to both sides. Can't say it's one side or the other. But it's troubling to me how we want to set up here and put our children to the side and take care of politicians. This is one of the most unthinkable things that we can do. We can sit up here and we can talk about this all day long. I have kids in school. A lot of people have kids in school. This bill should not be before the body today because of that sole reason. How can we sit here and say, we're going to protect us, the adults, but we don't care about our kids? It's a little bit ridiculous for us to do this. This is poor timing for this bill. And to think about, we have to protect the politicians, otherwise our democracy is going to fail and everything else. Well, what about our cops? We demonize our cops. We got to protect judges because they can't do their job. Yet it's okay for us to demonize law enforcement. We can go down that road. Got people shaking their head. You got to remember, I was in that time where it was to defund the cops, and I was getting threats all the time, and, working that good. Where was politicians standing up for them? But it's okay. Because we want to protect the politicians. This is, guys, we're sitting here talking about spending money on situations that realistically we put ourselves in. Because we'd never tone down the rhetoric. There's lots of things that we can do to work together for the benefit of the state of Minnesota, but we refuse to boost up our kids, to push our kids in the right direction, safety for the children. It's okay that this falls on deaf ears. But when we go back and we vote for this bill, we're saying that it's okay to push our kids to the side and we will protect politicians before our children.
I recognize a member from Hennepin, Representative Sensor-Murrah.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So I went to a school that was pretty hardened. I actually went to the same high school as Representative Greenman and Representative Gomez. I think we are very proud. We have 3 alumni of South High School in Minneapolis in the Minnesota House. I don't know if any other high school in the state can beat that. But it's certainly a hard school. It was built in the 1970s or 1980s when there was a lot of campus protests, and the way that they designed the school is there is essentially no windows so that no student can jump out, no riots or protests can get in. Also has the added effect that if you are a student in Minnesota where during the winter maybe sun doesn't come up until 8 a.m., goes down at 4 p.m., if you're a teenager at that school, you cannot see sunlight for many months. And I wouldn't say it's particularly good for a young person's psyche. I remember when I was in graduate school and I was in graduate school for education, we had to do tours of different schools. And I went to, this was in Massachusetts, in Boston, I went to a really nice, fancy private school. It was my first time ever kind of going to a private school. And I was kind of like, how much better can it be than my public? I went to a pretty good public school, had a pretty good experience, was an ugly building, but had good teachers. It's like, how much better can this school be? And I walked onto the campus of this fancy private school, and I just immediately started tearing up because it felt like exponentially better. And really because it was like, there was a freedom there that I did not experience as a student at a public school that resembled a prison, a freedom of movement, a feeling of safety. When we harden our schools, it does something to our young people's psyche. And I think that is something that I want us to keep in mind at a time where our young people are coming to us and telling us they are not okay. Hardening our schools will hurt their mental health. I want to talk about the real thing that is keeping our kids not safe, and that is guns. And that is the thing that we have not been able to make any meaningful progress on this session. That is the thing that has created pretty unique bedfellows. We in this chamber are all victims of gun violence. We all lost, for some of us a colleague, for some of us a friend, a leader. We are all now victims of gun violence. And in the almost 11 months since Mark and Melissa were killed, it has been, I don't know if anyone else, and I'm sure there are people in this room who were victims of gun violence before this tragic event, but it has been an interesting experience for me to come now into contact with people where I share something that I didn't before. And it cuts across a lot of lines. It cuts across racial lines, it cuts across class lines. We are part of this terrible club. We're part of this terrible club with the students and staff at Annunciation. We're part of this terrible club with the parents of Annunciation. We're part of this terrible club with the family and friends of the people that were shot outside Cristo Rey High School in Minneapolis the day before Annunciation. Gun violence creates a unique coalition, and we are now all a part of it, and yet we have not been able to do anything meaningful about it this session. And what we have been able to do is come together, and I appreciate the bipartisan effort. I appreciate Chair Moller and Chair Novotny, Representative Green and Representative Anderson, Speaker Dameth. It is not lost on me that this effort to keep legislators safe has largely been led by women in this chamber. Women in this chamber who have faced different kinds of threats, who have been trying to raise the alarm again and again. So I wish we could be doing a lot more about school safety this session. I would love to do something about getting weapons of war away from our kids. I would love to make meaningful change for kids so that they can be safe at school. And I think we will do that. I think we will come back here and we will do that. And I want to make sure that we can get good people in these seats who can make that meaningful change. And if people are scared to run and people are scared to be a part of democracy, we are not going to be able to get that. I just want to end. I really appreciate these efforts to do this bill because it's not an easy bill, and it's really personal to all of us. It's always weird to legislate when you have a personal connection. It's very weird to legislate when you're literally talking about your lives or your family's lives and keeping people you love safe. So I just really want to, again, thank Chair Moller for taking on this work. She had to hear a lot of really hard stories and try to think about how to turn that into policy. There was a Rolling Stones article about Melissa that came out this past year, and it ends with this quote. Let me tell you one thing about Melissa Hortman. She wouldn't have stood there helpless and moony-eyed. No, she would have asked a single question. Are you going to stand there and moan? Are you going to help me pull these damn weeds? Thanks, Kelly, for pulling these damn weeds.
I recognize the member from Washington, Representative Hill.
Thank you, Speaker, and thank you, members. I rise today to point out that several times in our education committees, proposals were brought by our colleagues across the aisle to remove funding that we put in place in the previous biennium. And this was funding that not only were our staff members and parents asking for it in our school communities, but our students themselves. This was our student support personnel funding. And what it did was it added additional dollars to budgets so that schools could hire more personnel in the way of school counselors, in the way of school psychologists, in the way of chemical health counselors. These are the things that our students are literally asking us for. When I talk to students and ask them what's the biggest challenge facing students today, it's almost unanimous. It's mental health. Our students need the support. And time again in bills brought by Republicans into the educational committee sphere, they were going to remove that funding. My students at the school where I have the honor of teaching are not asking me for a hardened school. They're asking me to have personnel on site so that they can be known, so that they can be cared for, and that they can get and access the care and support that they need to be successful. And I wanted to point that out because, again, we're talking about removing that support for other priorities. And I want to just make sure that people understand the importance of the student support personnel that I have the honor of being a colleague of, and the critical work that they do every day with our students around Minnesota. Thank you.
I recognize the member from Hennepin, Representative Kotyza-Witthuhn.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this is it's a really challenging topic, right? We've all been through a lot, but we are not the only ones who experienced the trauma of June 14th. Many of us are parents, not everybody. And I can tell you that my kids are traumatized. They knew Melissa. They adored Gilbert. And when we talk about keeping kids safe, it does not only apply to public and private schools. These buildings where kids ages 5 through 18 spend a lot of their days, right? Kids need protection in community centers. Kids deserve to be safe at malls and places of worship and entertainment venues, and when they come on a field trip to the state capitol and a child care center. I can go on and on, members, but to not support a proposal that is going to help keep all of us safer here in the work that we do and in our communities, so that the people around us, including our children or the children of our neighbors that live across the street, when an assassin is stalking us, for those of us who were on an assassin's hit list over the last year, this bill protects children. It protects our elders. It protects all of us. 3 of my kids are adopted out of the foster care system. And when we talk about health and safety, we need to remember that it doesn't just mean keeping them safe at school. It means investing in their development. It means making sure that they can afford childcare that's going to help their little brains grow. It means that they need food, healthy food to eat. So the things that we have before this body for consideration this year, like providing additional emergency food shelf and food bank funding so that kids can eat, so that they can grow, that's something that's really important. We need to support our counties with additional funding so that they can implement some case review in our child welfare and our child protection programs. These are all things that struggled to get out of the Children and Families Committee this year. And when we sit here and say, we're not going to take action on this bill that helps keep the public safe just because it also has the added benefit of keeping all of us safe, it doesn't make sense. It's so frustrating to see good bills being held hostage for a variety of different reasons. But ultimately, when we are sitting here and deciding to take a vote and saying that this bill doesn't protect kids and we have to put money to only the kids that attend public and private schools, it just doesn't make sense. We need to do more than this, I agree. But blocking this bill today doesn't do anything to keep our kids safer. Our kids in their homes, our kids in their communities, our kids in their schools. Members, I would urge a green vote on this bill today. This is a step in the right direction to make sure that our communities as a whole are safer. And that when people think about participating in a town hall, when we go back to our communities, they don't feel afraid that their representative might be attacked while they're in that same space. Or that when their kids, again, come to learn about representative government and democracy in the people's house, they don't have to be afraid. This is a good bill. I urge you not to hold it hostage. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I recognize a member from Dakota, Representative Hanson-Jay.
Thank you, Speaker. You know, I keep hearing this talking point about protecting kids first. It's clearly delivered, first of all. And it's really hard to take that seriously from where I'm standing. We've seen no action on increasing school funding, no action on gun violence prevention, no action on dismantling the global pedophile Epstein class, no action on investing in families, no action in getting our counties the funding they need to make sure that we can have the gold standard of child protection, no action on making sure that our case reviews get supported, no action on making sure we can get more parent support outreach programs funded, which, by the way, it's the most effective way to prevent child abuse, right? We've not increased our investment in that since it started in 2013. I've come forward every year to talk about how important that is. And again, this year, we had that in a bill in the Children and Families Committee. And then magically, unilaterally one day, that bill just died. And we had no communication about that. Nobody told us we weren't going to pass a package out of that committee. Nobody had that discussion with our members. You know, we had a lot of work that could have moved forward from that committee or from others, including funding forensic interview training, Representative Johnson's bill. That bill makes sure that when children who have been victims of sexual assault have to tell their story, that they're telling that story in a situation and in an environment that is going to allow the court system to put pedophiles and people who rape children in jail. Exactly what you guys are saying that you supposedly want to do. But these are the kinds of services that we need to do in order to do that. That bill was killed. It's dead. It's nowhere. We had a bill about crisis nurseries from Chair Torkelson. Great bill, making sure we're supporting families who have littles who need that support before something awful happens. Dead, gone. That bill didn't get out of that committee. And again, sure, that happens all the time around this place. I understand that. But there's usually communication about it, at least. Our committee members weren't even given that opportunity. And so these items that have been on the floor, or in this body's hands at least, to have that support from everybody is just, it's not happening. So I think that's why it's hard to believe that this is really about putting, protecting kids first and doing that. I stand here ready, willing, and able with a proven history and track record of actually doing that work, and you're welcome to partner up anytime. But this session wasn't the one that anybody over there did that, and that's unfortunate because we did have that opportunity. So let us not mislead Minnesotans and say that we have a different agenda of protecting kids here, because we failed that this year. We could have done a lot of things. We could have moved really important, meaningful legislation forward that would have done the things that you're talking about doing. But I didn't have that support. When I tried to bring it up in committee, we were told, oh, all of this should be single-issue bills. Well, how do you expect to move these single-issue bills when on the final day of a committee, the co-chair doesn't tell anybody that we're not actually moving an omnibus bill?
Point of order. What member of business are we on?
We're on third reading of House File 3432. Representative Hanson-Jay.
Thank you, Speaker. And my point is saying that the argument I'm hearing right now of protect kids first, I'm not going to vote for this, folks say, because I want to protect kids first. I'm calling that out because that's not what's happened in this body. And I stand here again, ready, willing, and able. We still got time. Nothing's done till sine die, till that gavel drops. So if any of you want to work on any of the bills I've mentioned, you know where to find me. You know how to talk to our rules members. You know how to get those things moving. I would love to see movement on those things. So I would like to see you actually take action on the things that do protect kids. Thank you.
I recognize the member from Ramsey, Representative Gottfried.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I promise I'll be brief. You know, as I'm preparing comments for this, I thought of something that I actually heard in one of the ethics hearings relatively recently. I think Representative Hudson said something about everything here is manufactured, everything here is orchestrated to have a certain outcome. And I think that was actually an incredibly true statement that holds here today. It is very, very clear what the script is from many of my colleagues on the other side of the aisle. And I do think that script is disingenuous. So let's take for example, the bill that was tried to be amended on to this particular provision here, that is 5015, carried by Representative Lawrence. And one of the things that it says in there, Section 4 of that, takes money
that is supposed to go to student support personnel aid and allows it to be used for school hardening. And as my colleague here, Representative Hill, says, the way that you actually do that is by supporting your students through that student support personnel aid. So again, I don't think it does what my colleagues on the other side of the aisle says that it is supposed to do. And again, I think this is incredibly disingenuous. We are debating a bill about safety within the public forum so that we can protect democracy, so that we can protect those that enter this public forum. Here, all of us do our work, and yes, of course, protect judges, protect ourselves, protect everyone that exists within this entire space, this entire gallery here, and all the wonderful staff that we have in this room right here, right now. Now, we want to make this about education policy. That is what the other side of the aisle has tried to do this entire time. So let's talk about some bills that we voted on in education policy just for a second. ICE on school property, that was voted down, even though they were stalking several of our students of color as they tried to racially profile them and deport them for no reason other than the fact that they did not have the color, that they had more melanin in their skin than maybe I do.
Mr. Speaker, point of order.
State your point of order.
Mr. Speaker, what area of business are we on right now?
We continue to be on third reading of the House of Senate File 3432. Representative Godfrey, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And because my other colleagues on the other side of the aisle want to make this about a binary between protecting our students and protecting the people in this room, we're going to call out some fallacies in that. All right, we're to talk about one other bill that we voted on, a bill that would codify into state law the right of every child to a world-class education, regardless of their identity sets. That bill was voted down. Let's talk about some specific school safety bills that we brought forward. Representative Green had a bill that would put some parameters around which you would need safe storage of firearms in your vehicle on school property. That was voted down. Representative Rayrauer had a bill that would require an anonymous threat reporting system throughout our entire state. Every single public school had to have it. And I know there were arguments against mandates about it, but guess what? Statistics show that that sort of anonymous threat reporting system does not work unless it is mandated, unless it is everywhere. That was voted down. So don't come at us and say that we're not serious about protecting our students, protecting our children. That is a disingenuous argument, and I know it is clearly the script that you were all given. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I recognize a member from Olmsted, Representative Liebling.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. Well, a lot has been said, and I'm not going to repeat it. And thank you to many of our members on the DFL side who have pointed out that, indeed, we do care about children, and that we care about children and their safety and their well-being in a lot of ways. But I'm really just rising because I have a piece of this bill that came through Judiciary Committee. I appreciate the partnership of Co-Chair Scott on getting this, some of these items into the bill. And just want to mention to members that if you vote against this bill, you're voting against $4 million in funding that's going to go out through the judiciary in grants to harden courthouses. And as I'm sure most of you know, if you think about it a little bit, people go to court when they're upset. Sometimes they leave angrier than they came in. And courthouses can be the scene of a lot of violence, and they need security. And because of the partnership of Chair Scott, we actually increased the original amount and have a really robust package in here for courts to harden courthouses. And may I say, many of these courthouses are in rural areas. So a lot of them are in Republican districts. And if you vote no on this bill, you may just be saying, no, my local courthouse doesn't deserve funding for security. That would be a very bad vote. I would not want to take that vote. There's other security money in here for the courts. I know in her opening, Chair Moller talked about some of that and the importance of it, and I won't repeat this here. I just really want to thank her and thank Co-Chair Novotny for his work This is obviously not easy on so many levels, and I'm looking forward, notwithstanding that some of you don't seem to really care if you take a bad vote against your own district, I'm looking forward to seeing this pass, get to conference, and come back even better. Thank you.
I recognize the member from Hennepin, Representative Lee X.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Let's bring it back to Capitol security then, hardening. On January 6th, 2021, was a beautiful day where there were many, many peaceful, friendly, loving patriots who visited our national capital. And it was such a wonderful display that in June of 2021, July, Congress passed $2.1 billion in emergency funding to pay back the National Guard, to fund Capitol police needs, to harden the Capitol complex, windows, security cameras. So on that day, we fortunately didn't lose our vice president, because we all clearly saw there was a noose and calls to hang Vice President Mike Pence. And rest in peace, we did unfortunately lose some Capitol officers. Members, we lost Speaker Emerita Melissa Hortman and her husband Mark. We almost lost Senator John Hoffman and his wife Yvette, maybe his daughter Hope as well. And we're here asking for, sure, $44 million over the next 4 years to harden our capital. Congress was bipartisan. I mean, it passed the Senate 98-0. It passed the House 416 votes to 11. $2.1, probably a little bit more, because there was some other $60 million that went to something else, but well over $2 billion to harden the Capitol. So I think that what we are asking, again, is very reasonable. All the great work that was done to bring this bill and this package to the floor is reasonable. I don't see why we don't all vote green. Thank you.
I recognize the member from Anoka, Representative Niska.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. Obviously, this topic still hits a lot of us pretty personally, and it should. But we need to think about it at a little bit of a higher level. This isn't about protecting any of us personally, and I certainly can understand the perception out there. This is about protecting, this topic is dealing with a problem about protecting something really fundamental about what makes the United States of America the greatest country that's ever been. And we see it on the walls here. We see up in the front, Vox Populorum est Vox Dei. The voice of the people is the voice of God, because we have a system of government where the people are in charge and they express their view through elections where they send us here down at the Capitol to make laws on our behalf. And this isn't about whether any of us individually is safe here. It's about whether the voice of the people can be reflected here at the Capitol and in the laws that we make, because the people's voice is cheapened if someone doesn't run for office because they're afraid of what's going to happen here, or if someone is afraid to vote for the best policy because they're afraid of what might happen to them. And on the back we have, reason is the life of law. America is great because we have the rule of law. And that means that we need to have judges who can decide cases based on reason and the law and not worry about whether their decision means that they're going to be gunned down in the courtroom or at home. So we need to keep in mind that political violence is wrong, not just because it's violence against people, but because it strikes at the heart of our form of government. So this is an important topic. This is an important topic. And it's an important bill. There are good provisions and reforms in this bill. We recognize the need for this, especially on June 14th, as we saw definitely a need for a more coordinated response at the state level, at the very least. And there are good provisions in this bill. Representative Duran has a good provision in this bill that assigns more responsibility, is more clear about who has responsibility for investigations here. Representative Anderson and Representative Green did good work on making sure that we know whose job it is to do certain things as it relates to coordinating statewide security response. There are legitimate concerns about this bill as well. I think there are legitimate concerns that have been raised about the cost. It's important to recognize that this bill, through the hard work of Chair Novotny especially, is significantly lower in its spending than the version that was passed by the Senate, than the version that was requested by the governor. I hope we can go further on that. But it is important, and not for us personally, for our system of government, that we address safety from political violence and that we do it in a bipartisan way. And this bill is an effort to do that. But as you've heard and as has been discussed, we need to prioritize school safety, and we need to prioritize doing that in a bipartisan way. And the difficulty that you've heard from many of those on this side of the aisle is based on the fact that when Republicans brought forward bipartisan school safety proposals, beginning from last September, we heard from across the aisle on April 15th, I believe. On April 14th in the Education and Finance Committee, and on April 15th on the floor, we heard from across the aisle, we can't proceed on those other bipartisan solutions to school safety without gun control. Everything else when it comes to school safety has been conditioned on gun control. But now we see, and I think the people of Minnesota see today, that that's just been a political game. We know that it's been a political game because when it comes to this bill, Democrats are willing to move forward with bipartisan provisions, including funding, without conditioning it on gun control. Representative Kotyza-Witthuhn said it's frustrating to have good bills being held hostage. That's what the people of Minnesota have seen. They've seen bipartisan proposals on school safety held hostage by demands for gun control. I'm not going to hold this bill hostage. I'm going to vote to let it proceed through the process. A lot of folks on this side of the aisle are going to vote no, and it's Representative Liebling. It's not because they don't believe in hardening courthouses, although I did hear a concern maybe addressed by one of your members that maybe judges will be traumatized if we harden courthouses. But judges should be safe in courthouses, and we should think about the most efficient, fiscally responsible way to do that. But we shouldn't condition those bipartisan agreements on gun control, even though I heard Representative Jones and Representative Pinto and Representative Sensor-Mura say the real problem we're trying to deal with here is a problem that we should be dealing with gun control. Same argument that was made on the school safety bills from the other side of the aisle, but for some reason, when it comes to this bill, moving forward with those bipartisan solutions is not being conditioned on gun control. So I don't believe that this bill is about us personally. It's not about us serving ourselves personally. It's not about us protecting ourselves individually as politicians. But Minnesotans might be left to wonder why this bill can move forward, these bipartisan solutions can move forward without gun control, when Democrats are conditioning things we should be able to agree on about keeping our kids safe in school because Republicans won't agree to ban guns. That does make it look personal. So I'm going to vote to move this forward. I know it still has to go to conference committee. But I do want to encourage my friends across the aisle not to take for granted that there will be votes to pass this coming out of conference if we don't find a way to address those bipartisan things we can agree on to keep our kids safe in school without holding those provisions, in Representative Kotyza-Witthuhn's words, hostage. We do need to protect our system of government. We do need to make some reforms to make sure that it's clear who's responsible and that they have the resources to keep our public officials safe, to keep our judges safe, so we can have a Republican form of government, vox popularum est vox Dei, so we can have the rule of law. Reason is the life of law. This is important. But it's not more important than protecting our kids. And it shouldn't be, and that shouldn't be held hostage any more than this one should be. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I recognize the member from Ramsey, Representative Perez-Vega.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members of this chamber, heard a lot of different stories and data, personal stories, different schools, different districts. We've all experienced tragedy together. We're reminded of it every day. I want to thank our Chief Clerk, Patrick Murphy, for reminding us every day in the memory of our late great speaker, Melissa Hortman, in the roses that we all see as a reminder in the memory of what she embedded in not only us in this chamber, but the entire state of Minnesota. I've had so much different experiences with different security in different areas of my work as a youth worker with over 5 Nobel Peace Laureates that I've been honored to work alongside and thousands of youth across this country. I'm also an artist who performs for over 20 years. I mean, I was a kid on stages here in the state that gave me an opportunity to connect with Latin America, the Caribbean, through funding opportunities for children and arts due to what we have experienced in our communities of gun violence. And in my other professional career as an artist, outside of being a politician, the experiences of hundreds of thousands in a crowd to 50 in a crowd, or let it be a university or even an elementary school, there has been better services of security and protecting individuals as public figures than I've experienced in this building since the moment I was sworn in. In April of last year, I've been around folks that are in my band, people that work professional security for the biggest stages that we all love to attend our concerts in the arenas, whether it's in Bemidji, Rochester, Moorhead, to right here in our Twin Cities, from US Bank Stadium to First Avenue and the GCA. And you go through a massive security to ensure that everyone is safe, because there's a lot of things happening. There's workers that need to be there, that are staff that need to be safe. There's family and children that need to be safe. It's just been the norm, as if you're walking into a grand arena, to make sure that everything runs smoothly. In April of 2025, the political violence that has came and stricken that we've seen and experienced even before June really brought me to say, I need a Linus blanket in this place. I need something to feel safe. In our culture, and I pay this to tribal people because we are tribal people, we feel things. We are connected to things. It is a glorious thing to feel that, because we're living. That means we're feeling. But there's something that, as someone that has heard the worst of what we think is okay is not okay when it comes to gun violence, when folks want to debate for hours on just what you think is common sense. I have not ever felt safe. And it's not to say that we don't have great people doing their jobs. It's that there needs to be updated services within that training. And my father is a Vietnam veteran. My grandfather, may he rest, was a World War II veteran. And they always made sure that I understood to always listen to your gut feeling. And that's something that I've heard from a lot of the veterans that I've been able to speak with, because when we're talking about individual security response to credible threats, when we're talking about legislative service unit to update to help our security, those are coming from not just gut, but from what we've actually experienced right here, that we're reminded of every day. I can't seem to think as to if I'm going to do a show at First Avenue, whether it's 50 people in a small room or 1,300 in the large room, that there was more security, making sure that from the artists to the patrons that were purchasing those tickets felt safe and are able to go home at the end of the night. But I don't feel that. I didn't feel that in April of 2025. I had folks that do the security there, not to do my security here, because we have folks to do the security here, but to establish to feel that I felt okay to do my job. Because it's not about having this isn't a diva moment of I'm having personal security because I'm the legislator. No, we carry an estimated of 42,000 people that we are responsible in the districts to provide law, each and every member of this chamber. That security isn't just for me as a representative or our leaders as our speakers. It's for everybody and who we represent. And this is their house. And they deserve the same safety. I have members in the gallery who came to visit today because this means a lot to me. This language means a lot of planning that we have been trying to organize. And is it perfect? But that's what laws is. You make it better every time. But we need to pass this. We need to make sure that we don't have that is their gut feeling right now because we're up to date or we're catching up, because the reality is that this isn't it for what? The massive guns and the violence have taken folks away from me that I don't even have, I can't count on two hands what have been experienced as a kid at a private school right outside in the parks from your area to mine. So what I'm just urging here, I don't want my kid to ask me, Mom, are you safe to go to work today? Because Mama Goose, AKA that's what she called Madam Speaker Melissa, has been taken away. And on January 28th of 2026, as we're preparing for this session, I'm in our caucus room. Our safe spaces, right? They're supposed to be our safe spaces. And as I'm plugging my charger from my computer to hop on a Zoom to give a legislative pregame update to the national and global world that's watching us, right outside that window, there's federal agents, masked, days after a nurse was killed at the VA, on the streets. So if folks are just trying to be blindfolded about reality here, I think maybe it's like Men in Black when they tell you, look at the light here and just forget it happened. Well, guess what? This is real life. And there's not a stick to take that away from you. There's not a stick to go in front of my child to say, Mamita, look right here, because what you've seen in the political violence of people running around in guns at our mercados and in front of your school in the football fields that we play in, that didn't happen. Let's get a move on something to make us feel safer. Not just here, but yes, in our schools too. Our future deserves this, y'all. Our kids, those 42,000 people that you represent in your district, that's why we need security, because they want to make sure that we're safe while we're trying to get things together here. Think about it. Smell the roses. They're fresh every day.
I recognize a member from Sherburne, Representative Novotny.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's been a well-argued out bill, and I don't think I'm going to change anybody's mind here with a clever saying that I will come up with the end. I will say that we are doing this. We're moving towards what will be the final bill. We need to get this step done so we can go to that final bill, whatever it is. This isn't about me. It's not about Chair Moller. We will both be gone 10, 15 years from now. Patrick Murphy will probably still be here, but we won't. But with that, I urge a green vote so we can get to the conference committee. Thank you.
I recognize a member from Ramsey, the author of the bill, Representative Moller.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I do want to address a few things that were said during this debate. First of all, thank you for the thorough and rigorous debate on this bill. One of the things I heard was that the security measures that we have in place and other ones that we'll be adding make this not the people's house anymore, and that couldn't be further from the truth. I have heard from so many people who work here, people who visit here, that are so thankful to have added security here. And I'll just note that before we added some of those systems, the weapon detection in particular, we were one of a minority of states that actually didn't have that or didn't ban guns in the Capitol complex. I'll also note that even though we added those systems, we still have our constituents visiting us, rallies, numerous days on the Hill, community members coming and protesting, school groups coming through here. I just talked to some of my students from my school district yesterday. I don't think any of us can say that because we added those security measures, fewer people are coming to the Capitol. That's just simply not true. And this bill does protect kids. We have talked about that, both for people coming here, in the courthouses, and again, what hasn't been said enough, the BCA threat assessment that this bill funds to be looking at threats in places like schools or places where many people gather. And I will say on top of that, school safety is also a priority for this caucus, comprehensive school safety. We heard gun violence prevention bills the first time we had the gavel in the Public Safety Committee, and those were bills brought to us by the Annunciation families and other victims of gun violence. On March 26th, we tried to get those up on the floor, and we voted yes, the other side did not. And one thing that I have heard repeatedly is, well, let's just vote on something we can all agree on. We can all agree on those things. We should all agree on those things. I do want to just ask the chairs of the education committees for a moment if Chair Youakim will yield, Mr. Speaker.
She will yield. Representative Moller.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Chair Youakim, I am not a member of your committee, and I would just like to know what are some of the other school safety measures you've considered?
Representative Youakim.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Chair Moller. We did hear, as Representative Krusha had a hearing on school safety. We had a hearing on some school safety proposals that we were thinking about, as well as a really important presentation from the Gun Violence Prevention Resource Center. And that really framed what we were looking at school safety, because I think sometimes we have different definitions in this place. I'm hearing a very odd definition of bipartisan from across the aisle. You know, taking another member's bill and co-opting it and changing it isn't bipartisan. And different definition maybe of what comprehensive school safety looks at. And that's why we had the Gun Violence Prevention Resource Center folks in. They have done research for over a decade on mass shootings across the country. And of course, unfortunately, some of those are in our schools. And what they talk about is that 80% of the students that perpetrate this crime are either current or former students. They know how to get around the systems. They've done all the drills. 80% also show signs of depression, isolation, and mental health services that are, mental health issues that are going unchecked. And 90% of those kiddos tell somebody. And finally, of course, they talked about the guns. 57% of those students get a gun from family, friends, or steal it. Representative Green's bill, I will never forget the statistic her students brought to the table about the safe storage on school grounds, that every 9 minutes a gun is stolen out of a car. So when we were looking at school safety, our definition is comprehensive. Looks a lot like what the bill from the Senate is that they put together. We've talked about making sure that schools have that wraparound services with adults. That's why we created the Student Support Personnel Aid, to get more counselors, social workers, nurses, and psychologists in our schools to help our students. And guess what? Your first bill from Representative Lawrence took that money away to put towards hardening schools. And I see you shaking your head, but what is in this bill does not provide extra money for our public schools. $10 a student when $36 that they have to levy themselves, but $46 for everybody else in straight aid. I would not think that would be something that our public schools would like. We have also safe storage in our bill to make sure that at least on school grounds that people are securing their weapons if they're not on their person. But finally, too, and this is something maybe we can all agree on, that anonymous threat reporting is so important. It's important because 90% of the kids tell somebody. That happens in our community, too. And I know that's something we can agree on. We still have time. I'm still waiting to try to put an education bill together. We still have time to do that. I'm still waiting to hear from your side of the aisle on that. I know there's some I know there's some space there that we can still do that. But what I also want to say is what we're hearing from our students. As Representative Hill said, we're hearing how much they need those mental health supports in our schools. So our bill also added money onto the student support personnel aid. And then we're also hearing from our communities, because we really need to get serious about school safety. I'm sorry. This isn't about just addressing the issue in our classrooms. This is about our communities. This is about firearms everywhere, as Representative Lee said, and others have on this floor. Kids deserve to feel safe everywhere. There is an entire generation that is living in fear of gun violence. They're living in fear of gun violence, and it would just take a few of you to join us in passing a comprehensive bill that includes those mental health supports, that includes anonymous threat reporting, and that includes getting weapons of war off our streets. Because members, all of it has to be together if we're really going to keep our kids safe, not just in our schools, but in our communities, at the Capitol, in movie theaters, in malls. So there's still time, folks. Let's start getting serious.
Representative Moller.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you for that, Chair Youakim. And similarly, I'm not on the Education Policy Committee, and if Chair Jordan would yield for a question.
She will yield. Representative Moller.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Chair Jordan, can you describe some of the school safety measures that your committee heard?
Representative Jordan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Chair Moller. School safety was a top priority for Democrats in education policy. We are a policy-only committee, so we have very, very, very few committee days. Our first committee day was devoted to school safety, where we talked about the fear that students and educators have from federal ICE agents on their school. Our second day, so half of the DFL gavels were devoted to school safety measures. On our second day, we heard directly from students from Medina High School who were talking about the importance of safe storage. We also heard from Representative Ray Rauer, who had been working with Sandy Hook Promise and working with stakeholders from school districts to the BCA, the Bureau of Criminal Apprehension, Minnesota Department of Education. We had votes on that ICE bill. We had votes on Representative Green's safe storage bill. Every single Republican in my committee voted against advancing those to the next committee, including many members of that committee who just spoke today about how there wasn't anything done on public safety and gun violence in schools. So for those of you who spoke today, you had an opportunity in education policy to vote to keep kids safe, and you voted against keeping kids safe. Some of those bills have managed, and this was not votes to send these to the floor, these were votes to advance these to other committees so they could continue to be worked on. But those were what we focused on in education policy. Half of our gavel times were devoted to public safety and keeping kids safe in schools. So we spent more time on that issue than any other issue in education policy, starting from the very first committee day.
Representative Moller.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you for that, Chair Jordan. And members, I'll wrap up right now, but I do want to say that there was a mistake made when I heard people say that this bill puts us over kids. And actually heard some incorrect information that the money we are spending in this bill is for us and just to harden this building. Maybe some of you, the chamber was fairly empty when I started speaking, and so maybe some of you weren't here when I gave the introduction to the bill, and so I just want to reread the first paragraph that I read when I introduced this bill to wrap this up as well. I said, first, this bill is not limited to legislators, as some may try to suggest later, but is instead a crucial bill to public safety. This bill provides important protections to the public at courthouses across the state, to the public on Capitol grounds, and to the public in the form of threat assessment by the BCA. And as we've heard here too, to the public when we're out in community spaces. It is crucial for public safety. It is crucial for the exercise of First Amendment rights. It is crucial for our democracy. Members, vote yes.
Seeing no further discussion, the clerk will take the roll. The clerk will call the names of the members voting remotely.
Allen.
You're up.
Allen votes no.
Allen votes no. Burkle.
Go ahead, John.
Burkle, aye.
Burkle votes aye. Kozlowski.
Kozlowski votes yes.
Kozlowski votes aye. McDonald.
McDonald, no.
McDonald votes no. Momani Hiltzley.
Momani Hiltzley, aye.
Momani Hiltzley votes aye. Wolgamott.
Wolgamott, aye.
Sorry, can you do it again?
Wolgamott votes aye.
Wolgamott votes aye.
The clerk will close the roll. There being 92 yeas and 42 nays, the bill is passed as amended and its title agreed to. Members, the next bill on the calendar for the day is House File 4348. The Chief Clerk will report the bill.
House File number 4348, an act relating to local government designating thermal energy networks as public improvements and waterworks.
I recognize the author of the bill, the member from Hennepin, Representative Kraft.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I do have an amendment. Do we do that first?
There's an amendment at the desk. The Chief Clerk will report the amendment.
Kraft moves to amend House File number 4348, the first engrossment. The amendment is coded A2.
I recognize the member from Hennepin, Representative Kraft.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is a technical issue noted by the Revisor's Office after the first engrossment, revolving a conflict in Section 429.011 between definitions of municipality and the definitions of improvement. The amendment fixes that. I ask for a green vote.
Any discussion to the amendment? All those in favor of the amendment, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed, say nay. The motion prevails. The amendment is adopted. Representative Kraft.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. House File 4348 as amended is another tool for local governments to affordably heat and cool buildings. It doesn't require anything. It just gives them another tool in their toolbox that allows bonding for thermal energy networks. Thermal energy networks use the ground to efficiently heat and cool buildings. They are long-lived infrastructure like water, sewer, district energy. And today, Minnesota cities and counties lack financing tools to build these at scale. We're a cold weather state, so thermal energy networks are actually super exciting because the temperature underground is always the same. And so it's super efficient to be able to tap that in the summer for cooling and to tap it in the winter for heating. It lowers costs and improves resilience. This is actually very aligned with federal policy. The Trump Department of Energy is actively supporting thermal energy networks. They have a geothermal technologies office and even have a geothermal everywhere campaign. In Texas, they had a House bill recently, 4370, that classified geothermal systems as public improvement projects to allow local governments to bond for them. We're trying to do the same with this bill. These systems work. The challenge is how to pay for them, as there's significant upfront expenses, but they typically result in 40 to 70% reduction in heating and cooling costs, and they're very long-lived. General obligation bonding is a great tool for them because it lowers financing costs, spreads the costs over the life of this asset, and by giving communities the same status as other public infrastructure, will give them the tools to invest in affordable, reliable energy for decades to come. And I stand for questions, and I ask for a green vote.
There are no amendments at the desk. The Chief Clerk will give the bill its third reading.
Third reading, House File number 4348, as amended.
Third reading. Discussion to the bill. I recognize the member from Wright, Representative Hudson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Representative Kraft, for carrying this bill and bringing it. I just want to take a moment to point out that, we often have this debate over the environment and energy and climate change and all these different topics. But I think the fact that this bill has come to the floor and that presumably you're going to get a lot of green votes demonstrates that the real tension in that debate is over efficiency and cost and whether or not policy makes our lives better. This bill does that. You're able to meet your goal of presumably lowering the carbon footprint in these areas, while at the same time making things more efficient and cheaper for people. That's a needle we like to thread. Thanks.
I recognize the member from St. Louis, Representative Scraba.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The district I represent, there's a lot of people putting in geothermal. It's a good plan. It's a good idea. Would the author take a question? Yield a question.
He will yield. Representative Scraba.
Representative Kraft, is this a closed loop system or an open loop system, and does it make a difference to you?
Representative Kraft.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The bill is silent on whether it's open loop or closed loop, so it's either.
Representative Scraba.
The reason I bring up the open loop, the concern is if you're taking water and dumping it and just keep using it, it's not very efficient. You're using a lot of water to do something. The closed loop idea, it goes round and round, and you have a system like that. There are both, but I'm not sure I like the open. I mean, I can see where some areas you could do it, but most areas it's not. Thank you.
You're asking him to yield?
Yes, may I ask him
Will you
to yield?
He will yield, Representative Scraba. Representative Kraft.
Thank you, Representative Scraba. So a lot of things you were saying seem to be talking about something called, I think it's called pump and dump, which is a type of an open loop system. The open loop systems that are permitted now in Minnesota are not that. Right, so there's some very strict requirements anytime we do pumping out of aquifers, but that the way the open loops work is they take out of an aquifer and then they put it back into the same aquifer. There's no loss of water. The very strict rules on it. So I appreciate the question. It's a valid one from these pump and dump systems, but we have quite a bit of regulations to make sure that's not happening.
Representative Scraba.
Thank you, Speaker. Vote green. Thank you.
I recognize the member from Lyon, Representative Swazinski.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, members. This is a pretty narrow world. This is a narrow bill. There are some other things floating out there, and just as this conversation happens potentially across the Capitol building here in the Senate, if it comes back different than this, I would really urge you, Representative Kraft, to stand strong with this language as it comes off the floor. I'm concerned if it would have anything additions or that's added to it outside of this room. And so with that, I would recommend folks vote green on the bill. It's very straightforward, opens it up for some opportunity. I would maybe question the efficiency side on that, your comments made, Representative Scraba, but from some extent, this has some neat opportunities, and would ask the bill move forward. Thank you.
Any further discussion? I recognize the member from Itasca, Representative Igo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just want to make a few comments on this. I think it's a good step forward to kind of create more collaboration around TENS. If we're going to get local government stuff buying in, working with our local workers and our unions, and working on the science to keep moving technology forward so these systems can get more and more efficient, because I think they can serve everything from small communities to greater communities, and look forward to seeing how this process evolves. Thanks, Representative Kraft, for the bill.
Any further discussion to the bill? I recognize the author of the bill, the member from Hennepin, Representative Kraft.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you for the comments. Appreciate voting green. This is geothermal is renewable, reliable, and versatile. So thank you all.
There being no further discussion, the clerk will take the roll. The clerk will call the names of the members voting remotely.
Allen.
You're up.
Allen votes yes.
Allen votes aye. Burkle.
Burkle, go ahead.
Burkle, aye.
Burkle votes aye. Kozlowski.
Kozlowski, aye.
Kozlowski votes aye. McDonald. McDonald.
Your turn. Say it again.
Donald, aye.
McDonald votes aye. Momani Hiltsley.
Momani Hiltsley, aye.
Momani Hiltsley votes aye. Walgamot.
Wolgamott votes aye.
Walgamot votes aye.
The clerk will close the roll. There being 117 yeas and 16 nays, the bill is passed as amended and its title agreed to. Members, the next bill on the calendar for the day is House File 4242. The Chief Clerk will report the bill.
House File number 4242, an act relating to local government, modifying provisions governing disposition of decedents' personal property.
I recognize the author of the bill, the member from Hennepin, Representative Freiberg.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. For more than a century, medical examiners have been required to dispose of decedents' property through a public auction. For decades, this spectacle drew large crowds and was reported on by newspaper publications locally. This bill seeks to update the language and provide more modern, sensible solutions to the handling and disposition of personal effects on unclaimed or unidentified bodies long ago buried or cremated. This bill also enables the medical examiner to recover reasonable costs and limiting exposure to frivolous claims in the future. The proposed language offers medical examiners around the state a pragmatic approach to address the issue, allowing for individual circumstances to be considered for each decedent. The language in the bill was peer-reviewed by representatives from the Hennepin, Ramsey, Midwest, Orinoco, and Southern Regional or Mayo medical examiner offices, which combined to provide death investigation for 74 of the 87 Minnesota counties. There is an amendment, Mr. Speaker, so I would request that we turn to that.
There's an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Freiberg moves to amend House File number 4242, the first engrossment. The amendment is coded A2.
I recognize the member from Hennepin, Representative Freiberg.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This amendment reflects an observation by the county folks that the bill language does not allow the county options to bury or dispose of truly unclaimed property that is not sold with the proceeds reimbursing the cost of burials. They ran this approach by the relevant co-chair, who I understand is amenable to it, so I hope members will consider supporting it. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Discussion to the amendment. Seeing none, all those in favor of the amendment signify by saying aye. Any opposed say nay. The motion prevails. The amendment is adopted. There are no amendments at the desk. The Chief Clerk will give the bill its third reading.
Third reading, House File number 4242, as amended.
Third reading. Discussion. I recognize the author of the bill, the member from Hennepin, Representative Freiberg.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, members, for the robust discussion. Please vote green.
There being no further discussion, the clerk will take the roll. The clerk will call the name of the members voting remotely.
Allen.
You're up.
Allen votes yes.
Allen votes aye. Burkle.
Go Burkle.
Burkle votes aye.
Burkle votes aye. Kozlowski.
Kozlowski, aye.
Kozlowski votes aye. McDonald.
You're up. Joe? Yes. Joe, can you hear me?
Yes.
Say it again.
McDonald, aye.
McDonald votes aye. Momani Hiltzley.
Go for it.
Momani Hiltzley, aye.
Momani Hiltzley votes aye. Walgamot.
Walgamot votes aye.
Walgamot votes aye.
The clerk will close the roll. There being 133 yeas and 1 nay, the bill is passed as amended and its title agreed to. The next bill on the calendar for the day is House File 4240. The clerk will report the bill.
House File Number 4240, an act relating to elections, making various changes related to election administration.
I recognize the author of the bill, the member from Hennepin, Representative Freiberg.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This bill includes a series of election administration updates designed to improve efficiency, clarify procedures, and reduce unnecessary costs. The bill provides greater flexibility for cities administering absentee voting, standardizes the use of the statewide voter registration system across elections, and clarifies early voting procedures and record-keeping requirements. The proposal also removes outdated statutory language, including references to color ballots and a duplicative list related to agent delivery eligibility. The bill also includes a provision to reimburse municipalities for the cost of administering special elections. The bill establishes a reimbursement process for counties and municipalities that incur costs administering state or federal special elections not currently held in conjunction with another state election. Overall, these changes modernize election statutes, streamline administration, and provide clearer guidance for election officials while maintaining election security. I understand there are a number of amendments, so I'd be happy to turn to those if that is your wish, Mr. Speaker.
There's an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Freiberg moves to amend House File Number 4240, the first engrossment. The amendment is coded A4.
I recognize the member from Hennepin, Representative Freiberg.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This amendment lines up some language with the Senate. I've run it by Co-Chair Quam, and I'm hopeful that it will be viewed as friendly and encourage members to support it.
Discussion to the amendment. Seeing none, all those in favor of the amendment, please signify by saying aye. Any opposed, say nay. The motion prevails. The amendment is adopted. There's an amendment at the desk. The chief clerk will report the amendment.
Kosnick moves to amend House File Number 4240, the first engrossment as amended. The amendment is coded A6.
I recognize the member from Dakota, Representative Kosnick.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, the A6 amendment helps provide a little more clarity and direction for school districts when they have special elections in the distribution of the more than likely condensed polling locations other than the polling locations in the general election. We currently give them that flexibility, and what this amendment does is just provides a little more direction that there should be a polling location in each county under certain requirements if they have a special election and more than one county in that school district. I can speak more on third reading.
I recognize the member from Ramsey, Representative Lee Kay.
Thank you, Speaker. I'm wondering if the author would yield to a couple questions.
The author of the amendment or the author of the bill?
The author of the amendment.
He will yield. Representative Lee Kay.
So I'm just wondering, because this amendment didn't come through the committee as a bill that we heard, what is the impact of the amendment across the state?
Representative Kosnick.
The impact across the state, we're not familiar with. It's pretty narrowly tailored to probably a school district in my district. We have not heard of other school districts across the state to provide this extra clarity.
Representative Lee Kay.
Thank you, Speaker. So I understand there's a situation in your district, but this is also why, right, like bills should come through the committee process. I have a letter here from the Minnesota School Boards Association just pointing out that 75% of school districts across our state actually span multiple counties. So that's 3 out of 4. And they think this might impact more than 90 school districts. And so I just want to make sure that members understand that when they were voting for this amendment. I'm also wondering if the author would yield to another question.
He will yield. Representative Lee Kay.
Does this amendment apply to early voting during the special elections?
Representative Koznick.
This amendment helps clarify. So currently, just to level base, current law gives direction for special elections that polling places must be designated throughout the school district, taking into account both geographic distribution and population distribution. I believe it does also encompass early voting. But the situation is, so current law, they should have geographic and political distributions considerations in locating the actual physical polling locations. And then what the bill does is that if there is more than one county and that county has at least 5,000 registered voters, there should be or shall be a polling location in the county so that the county with at least 5,000 registered voters is not disenfranchised, so a school district does not overtly or by accident disenfranchise voters in that other county if the school district has more than one county, if that should be pretty clear to you.
Representative Lee Kay.
Thank you, Speaker. So actually, I'll help you out, Representative Koznick. According to the statute, this amendment would not apply to the early voting portion of the special elections. If it did, it would be a larger problem because it might mean then that during early voting, it would cost the school board more money to finance the special election. And that is partially my concern with this amendment. Obviously, I will support it because it expands voter access, and that is on principle something that I care about as a member of the Elections Committee. I think the concern here is the impact of this amendment on school districts that would be affected, right? More than 91. So I just want to make sure that members understand that's exactly what we're voting on, and I will support it, but I want to make sure that we understand the implications. Thank you.
Further discussion to the amendment. I recognize the member from Hennepin, Representative Freiberg.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you for those questions, Vice Chair Lee. I do share some of the concerns about the potential cost on school districts, but it is under a pretty limited set of circumstances that it would apply. But I do agree ultimately that this is a voter, this will help improve voter access in some situations, so I plan to support the amendment.
Any further discussion to the amendment? Seeing none, all those in favor of the amendment, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed, say nay. The motion prevails. The amendment is adopted. There's an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Heinzman moves to amend House File number 4240, the first and Grossman as amended. The amendment is coded A8.
I recognize the member from Crow Wing, Representative Heinzman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this amendment addresses a recently recognized issue. Betting on items that have direct involvement or insider trading, as it's known, is prohibited by prediction markets. You can't bet on a game you're playing in. For example, since the integrity of our electoral process is essential to the functioning of our democratic republic, I would suggest we pass this amendment to make it clear that elected officials cannot profit from betting on their own race. Well, Minnesota Democrats have been caught trying to profit, a specific Minnesota Democrat, on his own race. House Republicans would like to make clear that this behavior is unacceptable. I would mention that this passed by a 0 to 67 margin in the Senate. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Recognize a member from Hennepin, Representative Freiberg.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I encourage members to support this amendment.
I recognize the member from Hennepin, Representative Greenman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Representative Heinzman. I wish I would have brought this amendment myself. I am glad that this body took a position in support of banning prediction markets. I don't think we should be doing them at all. I think they corrupt our process, and I think members certainly shouldn't be voting on them. So thank you. I will be voting yes.
Any further discussion to the amendment? Seeing none, all those in favor of the amendment, please signify by saying aye. Any opposed, say nay. The motion prevails. The amendment is adopted. There's an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Schultz moves to amend House Law number 4240, the first engrossment as amended. The amendment is coded A5.
I recognize the member from Morrison, Representative Schultz.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have the next friendly amendment for election integrity here in Minnesota. This amendment, Mr. Speaker, would ensure that when there's a request from the Department of Justice as it relates to ensuring the civil rights of Americans and enforcing federal voting laws, that our Secretary of State would provide, upon request, the appropriate voter information to ensure the civil rights of Americans, again, in accordance with federal election laws. And so, Mr. Speaker, on this note, I want to put up a strong bipartisan vote, and I'd ask for a roll call.
Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call. Representative Schultz.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We know that there are concerns with voter fraud in Minnesota, and there is this great attempt across the entire nation to work at rooting out the voter fraud in each and every state. We have that role, that responsibility in Minnesota. There have been instances both highlighted on a national level and a local level, Mr. Speaker, with regards to election fraud happening in Minnesota. And so this only helps advance the civil rights of Americans by enforcing federal voting laws and to ensure that the Department of Justice has that appropriate access upon request to the voter and voter registration information that we have on hand here in Minnesota. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Further discussion to the amendment. I recognize the member from Hennepin, Representative Greenman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, I appreciate the roll call on this discussion. And I know, Representative Schultz, you're not on the election committee. I don't know if you ever have been, but what those of us who are know is that the federal government doesn't administer our elections or any state's elections, which is why states across the political spectrum have, from California to Mississippi, have, when asked by this Department of Justice for all of their voter files and the privacy that comes with it, have said no to turn over this data. And when the Trump administration sued Minnesota and 29 other states, what we have seen so far is courts throwing that out because the Department of Justice actually hasn't offered a reason that they need this information, and state and federal law does not allow Minnesota to turn that over. What this bill is trying to do, though, is circumvent that whole conversation and capitulate to Trump's bullying and threats. And the problem is it jeopardizes voter privacy and safety. The information that we'd be turning over, when the Secretary of State asked, how are you going to protect that privacy, they didn't have an answer. When they asked what legal use are you going to use for this, they didn't have an answer. And in fact, when they asked that, they didn't reply, and then they just sued. The thing that is concerning to me here is our job should not be to do the bidding of Donald Trump and his Department of Justice. Our job should be to protect voter safety and voter integrity and ensure that everyone can vote. The Secretary of State has, on a number of occasions, when there are specific investigations happening at the DOJ, shared information. That's what the law allows, and that's what the law protects for terms of voters. But here's what we do know, because there was a confidential memo that the DOJ was asking states to sign about what they wanted to do with this data. And we know this because one of the states released it. They want to conduct their own analysis of the state's voter file. They want to instruct states to remove Minnesota voters from that file within 45 days, which no federal government has ever done. The DOJ doesn't have the ability or understanding of how to do it. They don't run elections. Our local elections administrators do. And our states, as a matter of course, are doing this. And if you're on elections committee, you would have spent years talking about list maintenance and the work that our counties and our Secretary of State do. What the the Department of Justice wants to do with this data likely violates state law. It probably violates the federal NVRA, and it puts voter security and their privacy at risk. It also puts voter access at risk. But that's not what any of this is about. And we know it because Trump's former attorney general told us so. Pam Bondi, the day that Alex Preddy was killed by federal agents, said, and I quote, that Governor Walz, in a letter to Governor Walz could bring an end to this chaos in Minnesota that the federal government brought by turning over our voter rolls. It's not about voter security. That's about something entirely different. And the thing that is concerning to me on this is that this just plays into what we have seen all year with the Trump administration. I can't figure out my House GOP colleagues want to go along with it. But as the public sours on his agenda, as voters choose and reject the mega agenda, that gas prices go up, that we go to war with Iran, the chaos and corruption, we saw yesterday a special election in a very purple district that voters reject. We see executive order, after executive order that violate the Constitution, that try to take over our state elections. We see demands for our voter file, and we don't know what they're going to do with it. We see ransom letters to try to get a hold of it. And so this is not anything other than doing Trump's bidding on trying to, frankly, circumvent the will of the people. But when you talk about voter fraud, Representative Schultz, you must be talking about, when you talk about national voter fraud, the thing we all heard about in 2020, when the president asked a GOP Secretary of State to find him 11,780 votes to overturn an election he lost. Or maybe you're talking about what happened more recently when he abused the Department of Justice and sent them into Fulton County to confiscate ballot boxes to prove that his the election that he lost was somehow manufactured. If you are concerned about voter fraud, Representative Schultz, I think you should be introducing bills to protect us from the leaders who literally, on camera, on tape, on the phone, have been demanding fraud. But what we know, and we'll talk about on many of these bills, is that when the Heritage Foundation studied this, what they found was minuscule, was statistically insignificant. And we know that our laws work on this because we talked about it in Fraud Committee. And so the idea that what you want to do here is turn over the personal private information of Minnesota voters to a federal administration that is about a president that is both on record demanding voter fraud from a Republican Secretary of State and also is on record demanding our voter rolls as a ransom note, to me, that reflects none of the flowery language we heard in the last bill about the voice of democracy and the importance of people. So, members, this is an easy vote against this provision, and I'm glad you asked for a roll call because it's important that people, Minnesotans, know where we stand for their voter privacy.
I recognize the member from Goodhue, Representative Altendorf.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Representative Schultz, for bringing this amendment forward. I completely disagree with some of the sentiments that we just heard about that this is Trump, it's Trump overreaching. In fact, the Minnesota elections, as you know, every 2 years there are federal elections on the ballot. And every time Minnesota becomes an outlier, when we are not being transparent and not showing our data so that anyone can verify it, we are disenfranchising other states and other people's votes in other states, which is completely unfair, absolutely unfair. There is no information in these voter rolls that is being requested by the DOJ that the federal government does not already have. That is a fact. There is no information, private information, that is being requested that the federal government does not already have. Now, we know that the DOJ did request from the states this information. Many of the red states did comply with that request. And so it's very important to know, what did the DOJ find with the information that was turned over by the other states who were helping to make sure their voter rolls are clean? The DOJ found 350,000 dead people still on the voter rolls. The DOJ found 25,000 non-citizens on the voter rolls, and these are mostly in red states. So members, Minnesota has an obligation to the voters in our state. We also have an obligation to voters across the country, that we are doing our due diligence to make sure that our voter rolls are clean. And there's absolutely no reason why we would not take the help from the federal government on this and allow them to help us clean up our voter rolls. Thank you, members. Please vote green for Representative Schultz's amendment.
I recognize the member from Olmsted, Representative Smith.
This amendment is flabbergasting to me. I cannot understand this amendment, that any elected official would want to send private data of Minnesotans to this Department of Justice, or really to anyone, but especially to this Department of Justice. Let's take a moment and talk about the Department of Justice and what they have done to our fellow Minnesotans just in this calendar year. Because it's important Minnesotans know who their data is going to go to if this amendment offered by my Republican colleague is to be passed. Let's talk about the first week of this year. January 7th, one of our neighbors was shot and killed by a federal agent in our state. According to reports from the New York Times and The Guardian, senior DOJ leadership, including Deputy Attorney General Todd Blanche and FBI Director Kash Patel, explicitly ordered career prosecutors and FBI agents to shut down a planned civil rights probe into the shooting, because those officials worried that an actual investigation would contradict the words of President Trump. God forbid that justice get in the way of what President Trump said. That directive led to 6 career prosecutors in the U.S. Attorney Office in the District of Minnesota resigning in protest. Not really in protest, but because they had semblance of ethics. They stood up for their fellow Minnesotans and did not allow that Justice Department to turn into the Injustice Department for our Minnesotans. And now you want to take the private data of Minnesotans and send it to that Department of Justice. Whistleblower information provided to the Senate Judiciary Committee shared that the FBI's Forensic Response Section was originally prepared to execute a warrant to process Renee Good's vehicle for a shooting reconstruction. Director Patel again got in the way, ordered agents to rewrite the warrant to remove language referencing Good as a victim. Instead,
Mr. Speaker, point of parliamentary inquiry. I thought we were on my A5
State your point
amendment.
of parliamentary inquiry.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, again, what is our point of business? I thought we were debating my A5 amendment, Mr. Speaker. Am I wrong?
You are correct. We're discussing your amendment, the A5 amendment. Representative Smith, you still have the floor.
Thank you, Speaker. Let's see, lines 1.5 of your amendment, it says, provide to the United States Department of Justice any data that relates to voters and elections in the state. So I want to talk about what the United States Department of Justice means to people of this state. As I was saying, Kash Patel ordered the change to the warrant to remove language referencing Good as victim and instead sought to frame Good as the subject of a criminal investigation. A federal magistrate judge reportedly rejected the altered warrant because it is legally unsound to name a deceased person as a criminal suspect for the purposes of a search. So they changed it to an investigation to the widow of Renee Good, Becca Good, for allegedly interfering, their words, with an ICE operation because she was filming the incident. a faux charge that they have used against tens, if not hundreds, if not thousands of our citizens, because we were merely recording the unjust, unconstitutional actions of this Department of Justice and the Department of Homeland Security. 1 week later, January 14th, 2026, another one of our citizens was shot. And again, court filings revealed the agents had lied about their report of the incident. They were actually mistaking that individual for a different person. And he was shot in the leg through a closed door of his own duplex after agents chased them to their home by mistake.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to a point of parliamentary inquiry.
State your point of parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And to Representative Smith, I appreciate your attention to detail on my amendment. The next line, if you would, I would ask you to continue to read beyond this, the part that you mentioned, Mr. Speaker, as it goes on to say, if the department
Mr. Speaker, point of order.
To use
Representative
the data
Schultz,
solely.
it's not a part of the parliamentary inquiry.
Yep.
You don't get to use this time to butt in and make statements. I will remind everyone that we are going to have a discussion on this amendment. Let's not move too far afield. We are moving too far afield. Let's have an actual discussion on the amendment. Representative Smith, you still continue to have this floor.
Thank you, Speaker. The Department of Justice that is being asked to have the personal information of Minnesotans who vote had to drop these charges because of the lies presented in that court case. This reversal occurred after another mass exodus of federal prosecutors in the Minnesota U.S. Attorney's Office. At least 14 prosecutors this time resigned, citing disgust over how senior Department of Justice officials in Washington were manipulating the facts of the Minneapolis shooting to protect federal agents. More brave Minnesotans who cared more about the people living in this state even than their own jobs. What an example to set for all of us. Then, of course, Saturday, January 24th, Alex Preddy was shot and killed on our streets by federal agents. And once again, the Department of Justice falsely manipulated the narrative, tweeting out pictures of a gun that wasn't in any sort of sealed container, withheld evidence, and intimidated witnesses, which is illegal. And by the way, in all of these cases, they purposefully shut out our local and state officials from investigating these instances, time and time again. That's what this Department of Justice has done to Minnesota. And outside of even this Department of Justice is not working as it should. An Associated Press report from May 2026 found that district court judges have ruled the administration violated court orders in at least 31 different lawsuits since early 2025, last year, this Department of Justice. They don't care what the courts say. They don't care what the law says. They don't care what the Constitution says. They only care what President Donald Trump says. This Justice Department has gutted units and divisions that protect civil rights and hold corrupt politicians accountable. The Civil Rights Division reportedly has been gutted by 70% under Donald Trump. Similarly, the Public Integrity Unit, which I think is very important and is responsible for investigating the corruption of politicians, from the original 36 lawyers that worked in that department, is now down to 2. This Justice Department has defended an executive order attempting to end birthright citizenship, which is in direct violation of the 14th Amendment of our Constitution. Not to mention this Justice Department's continual attempted cover-up of the largest sex trafficking operation in U.S. history by not releasing the Epstein files. That's who you want to send Social Security numbers, addresses, information on voting to Minnesotans. You want to send them that information. I don't understand it. How could you have so much loyalty to your party and not to the people? Vote no on this amendment.
I recognize the member from Olmsted, Representative Quam.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And, well, frankly, I need to let the people watching and the members here that aren't that maybe familiar with federal, state election law interactivity. Back in 1960, has to do with somebody stated that federal government has no rights and can't have anything to do with elections down here. In 1960, President Dwight Eisenhower signed the Civil Rights Act of 1960 into law. That act, which allows federal officials to examine local voter registrations and penalize any state that denies a citizen their right to vote, to register and vote. That is one example where federal government and federal agents have been involved. That law was delayed by 125 hours by 18 members of the Democrat Senate at that time. The idea that we don't, well, first of all, this is part of the whole thing to fix the Jim Crow issues in the South that were controlled by a party, which I probably don't have to tell you which one. And there was a lot of activity by the federal government to correct that and fix that. So that's proven history that there is interactions, plus the fact that we have, during even-numbered years, elections for the federal offices, where we do have to abide by federal law and statute. There was another comment just recently, what has the DOJ done for Minnesota? Well, over 100 charged and dozens of convictions of fraud that Minnesota apparently wasn't capable of actually pursuing and charging and convicting for the fraud. Now, this did start under the Biden administration. So it's not just the current presidency, where the DOJ has come into Minnesota, they've charged and gotten convictions. So that's something the DOJ is doing. The idea that there is no reason for them to have any data, the Help America Vote Act, it's been around for a long time. Very long time. In that act, there are requirements, and if a registration doesn't meet some specific certain data, that then the states are required to go to a Social Security Administration website and verify the registration. And in that process, there's part of the social, the legal name, birth date, a legal address. There's data that is shared, personal data that's shared. Minnesota shared hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of thousands of registrations. I could look back, it's probably crossed into the millions. But that's what all the states do. They follow federal election law. They share that data. Now, why would the DOJ want to have a look at our registration information? Well, recently, we've had multiple convictions of voter registration fraud across at least a dozen of our counties. Hundreds and hundreds of people, fake people, registered in our system. And that's proven by convictions, because the feds are enforcing law. There are also issues where multiple non-citizens have been caught voting in Minnesota. there are well, I probably don't have to go into all the specifics, but you've got proven cases and convictions across multiple aspects of our system, and I don't have to think very hard as to why they might be wanting to look further, especially when you're investigating a case. Representative Pitto's not here, but when you're a prosecutor and you're investigating and you're looking into things, one of the things you do is, I'm investigating this case, but there's additional data, information here, which leads me to believe there's further crime going on. So what are you going to do? You're going to ask for information to help clarify those issues. But once again, the data is shared. Some people are saying, well, they don't share the driver's license information and this other information. Well, actually, that is shared in a federal, a national database that is utilized by not just states, because there's a former Minnesotan that tried to get under a different name from Arizona driver's license, but because of the database, they discovered that. And they also held that person because that was somebody that was trafficking underage children across state lines. So there's already that sharing of Minnesota data that includes driver's license data across state lines across the country. So there really isn't much of private data that's not already shared. We've got court cases and et cetera. We've got a history of the federal government actually enforcing, checking out registration and other activities in the states, and then having convictions, penalizing them. So I don't understand why I'm hearing some people say, well, we don't do, that can't be done. They can't have that data since they already have. They can't enforce election law in a state. Well, they have extensively, and if they teach history in schools, you would know that. So I see nothing wrong, outrageous, with this amendment. It actually saves some time because apparently the state of Minnesota isn't quite ready and activated enough to pursue the fraud and crime and issues in the state, which has been proven by convictions by the federal government, Biden administration, Trump administration, of where we have dropped the ball by not taking care of our business. So vote green on this amendment.
I recognize the member from Ramsey, Representative Lee Kay.
Thank you, Speaker. I wanted to rise to just make a very clear point that Minnesota's elections are fair, accurate, honest, and secure. There seems to be an implication that they're not, and like that's why we need this. But I just want to make sure that folks understand what Representative Greenman talked about earlier. Every step of the way, we have local officials, county officials who are honest Minnesotans who work hard to ensure that their neighbors, their friends, and our community members are able to secure a ballot. I also thought it was really important to talk about how offensive it is to weaponize the Voting Rights Act for other I guess, goals or objectives that are meant to disenfranchise people. there seems to be this implication that something is going array in Minnesota, but that's just further from the truth. The Secretary of State has provided the Department of Justice with detailed explanations of how we manage and secure our voter registration files, and they haven't alleged any wrongdoing, right? And so I just want to make that really clear. Furthermore, there have been numerous requests for other states' voting rules in Oregon and in California, and in all of these cases that have gone to litigation, it was found that the court rejected the bid for the Oregon voter rules on its first ruling, and in California, the California Secretary of State also won that case, citing the fact that this is just not necessary. And so, if anyone has any questions on whether our elections are fair and safe and secure, they absolutely are. I mean, you may have if you've heard the allegations and implications from the other side, you may not know that, but the facts are our elections are safe and honest and secure, and want to make sure that folks understand that. Thank you.
Recognize a member from Hennepin, Representative Freiberg.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'll be brief. We've had a pretty robust discussion on this amendment, but there were several examples of voter fraud cited. This amendment wouldn't do anything about it. Those were identified by counties and would not have been identified if the DOJ had gotten a copy of the voter rolls. It was found by count election administrators who then referred to the paper forms, who then referred the paper forms to law enforcement and the county attorney for investigation. And just to kind of elaborate on what Vice Chair Lee said, every case that's so far been decided on this matter has been dismissed, meaning every court that's ruled has said that the DOJ does not have a right to this sensitive voter data. The cases in California, Michigan, and Oregon have been dismissed, and the DOJ has appealed those rulings. The cases in Arizona, Massachusetts, and Rhode Island have also been dismissed. So this amendment is searching for a problem, and I encourage members to vote no.
Any further discussion? I recognize the author of the amendment, the member from Morrison, Representative Schultz.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you for the robust debate. I thought for certain that I was going to get Representative Greenman, Representative Smith, and others on board with this very friendly amendment to ensure the integrity of our elections. Because the fact of the matter is, despite the comments made on the other side of the aisle, there are there have been convictions showing that there has been fraud in our elections. That has been proven on a federal level and on a local level. And what this does, and for the record, for the body, for Minnesotans watching at home, and for the record, Mr. Speaker, this provides the sorts of protections that we need. This specifically says, in law, if this were to be passed, Mr. Speaker, that the sole purpose of this information being shared to the Department of Justice is to ensure that we have the security in our elections and we are in line with federal election law. That is protecting the civil rights of Americans, Mr. Speaker. So this is quite quick, quite easy. We have a lot of work to do yet this evening. This is something that all members should be voting green for election integrity, because there has been voter fraud. And a perfect example of this, Mr. Speaker, is when there was a candidate for office from the city of Roseville attempting to become a member of this body and didn't even live in his own district. Mr. Speaker, I ask for a green vote on this amendment.
Seeing no further discussion, the clerk will take the roll. The clerk will call the names of the members voting remotely.
Allen.
Allen votes aye.
Allen votes aye. Burkle.
Burkle, go.
Burkle votes aye.
Burkle votes aye. Kozlowski.
No. Try it again.
Oh, they're gone.
Kozlowski. McDonald. McDonald.
McDonald.
McDonald, yes.
McDonald votes aye. Momani Hiltzley.
Momani Hiltzley, no.
Momani Hiltzley votes no. Wolgamott.
Wolgamott, no.
Wolgamott votes no. Kozlowski.
Okay, you're up. One more time.
The clerk will close the look.
All right, thanks. Appreciate
Wait. No. That's fine, friend. Say it.
Kozlowski votes no.
Kozlowski votes no.
The clerk will close the roll. There being 67 yeas and 67 nays, the motion does not prevail. The amendment is not adopted. There's an amendment at the desk. The chief clerk will report the amendment.
Altendorf moves to amend House File Number 4240, the first engrossment as amended. The amendment is coded A10.
I recognize a member from Goodhue, Representative Altendorf.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And members, as we just voted down that last amendment to share with the federal, the DOJ, to make sure our voter rolls are clean, I no doubt have every bit of confidence that you will support this amendment. This amendment simply is asking the Secretary of State to verify the eligibility and the citizenship of every voter each year prior to the absentee ballots being distributed, being sent out. And then they must certify to the legislature in writing that this was done. This is good governance, folks. This is, as I just heard Vice Chair Lee say, that our elections are fair, accurate, honest, and secure. And absolutely everybody wants to believe that, but there does need to be verification. There absolutely needs to be verification. The Secretary of State already says that they verify eligibility. So if they do, that's great. But all we're asking in this is a report now to the legislature to follow up so that we all can verify the vote. This is very important legislation. This needs to be added to this bill. I think all of us are tired of the conversations back and forth, questioning our elections. It happens on both sides. And how we get there to build our confidence in our citizens is full transparency, which we absolutely do not have in the state of Minnesota right now with our voters. We absolutely need to verify the vote. It is not fair to the Minnesota citizens that we are not showing any sort of avenue for the voters to know that the voter rolls have been cleaned. You state they are. You state they're fair. You state our elections are accurate. And yet you deny over and over and over any means for us to verify them at a state level or a federal level. Mr. Speaker, this is so important, and every time that we have one person that is on the voter rolls that is voting and it is not a valid vote, it is disenfranchising a Minnesota voter. Mr. Speaker, I do ask for a roll call vote on this.
Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call. Representative Altendorf.
Thank you.
I recognize a member from Hennepin, Representative Greenman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And here we are again with an amendment that is in search of a problem, but actually creates its own problems. Minnesota has great high voter turnout. We are all proud of that. And a lot of that reflects people's interest and desire to participate in our democracy. And when Representative Lee or Representative Freiberg say that the elections are fair and accurate, you say you, But what they're doing is telling you what our local elections administrators in all 87 counties and the folks at the city who are actually the ones who administer our elections are doing. And they reflect the transparency with which they do their jobs. They invite people in, they show how it works. People are there for all steps of the process. So I really hope, Representative Altendorf, what you're not doing is turning this into a partisan fight that will further erode people's confidence in our elections. Because what I know about Minnesotans is they believe in their vote, and they believe in their elections administrators. And we both know that only citizens are eligible to vote, and it's already a crime to vote if you're a citizen. It's a felony, in fact. It's a deportable offense, and it prevents anybody who, if that happens, it bars them to citizenship. It's a serious criminal consequences, which is why, despite your rhetoric, the facts show non-citizen voting has never been a problem. Even the Conservative Heritage Foundation's election fraud case database, quote unquote, showed that non-citizen voting was so rare to be statistically non-existent. 77 cases between 1999 and 2003 where 1 billion votes were cast. That's 0.0000764%. So that's the problem you're trying to solve. But what I worry about with your bill is what it will do to eligible voters, to citizens in your district and in my district that want to cast their ballot. What it'll do to our elections administration. And so looking at this bill, there's only a couple of lines. I have a few questions about how this bill will work. Mr. Speaker, would Representative Altendorf yield for a question?
Representative Altendorf, will you yield? She will yield. Representative Greenman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Altendorf, under your bill, what are the mechanism and the documents that are going to be used to verify a voter's citizenship status?
Representative Altendorf.
Mr. Speaker and members, that's a great question. Thank you, Representative Greenman. That is not included specifics, but we do have the Office of the Secretary of State that is well-staffed, and we do have confidence that they would be able to do this. This is not a difficult thing to do. As I said, the Secretary of State already says they verify the voter rolls, and this is just now reporting to the Minnesota legislature. That's all this is.
Representative Greenman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Will Representative Altendorf continue to yield to a question?
She will not yield, Representative Greenman.
Well, that's unfortunate, because you have a bill here that may disenfranchise every married woman who changes their name, and you actually don't have in your bill any protections or any agreement. Let me tell you the questions I was going to ask Representative Altendorf.
She will yield if you wish.
She will yield?
Yep, she will
Okay.
now.
Okay, thank you. Great. We have some work to do on this bill. Representative Altendorf, what specific documents are voters allowed to and required to show to verify citizenship status?
Representative Altendorf.
Mr. Speaker, I would yield to Elliott.
So that's unless Representative Greenman would like to ask Representative Engen to yield, that would be the appropriate method.
Mr. Speaker, I guess before yielding to Representative Engen, I'm a little confused why the author of the amendment doesn't know the answer to the question. But if Representative Engen has further information that is not in this language, the body would love to hear it.
He will yield, Representative Greenman.
Thank you.
Representative Engen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would Representative Greenman repeat the question? I don't actually know what she's inquiring on, but I was happy to take it regardless.
Representative Greenman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is very serious business. You are playing with people's eligible voters, with their vote. And so it may be funny to you, Representative Engen, but there is a bill, it's 3 sentences, you should look at the amendment, that specifically says the Secretary of State must verify citizenship and eligibility of each voter whose record is contained in the system. And the question I asked was, first, what mechanism and documents will be used to show? And I didn't have an answer. The second question I asked is, what specific documents can someone use to prove citizenship? What's allowed?
Representative Engen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You could use a plethora of different items. One of them would be a federal ID, a passport, a birth certificate. These are all items in which people utilize to go to the airport, to fly internationally, to there's a whole host of reasons as to why somebody would use this to demonstrate their American citizenship status, amongst them being voting. If they were eligible, then it'd be perfect. Everything right as rain.
Representative Greenman. Thank you. Thank you, Representative Engen. Federal ID doesn't necessarily verify citizenship. Birth certificate may or may not include your current legal name. These are all actually long conversations they've been having at the federal level as they have been looking, and it is all spelled out in federal law. And that's where the concern comes from. But right here, there's actually nothing spelled out. So I guess I'd ask, moving on from the documents, which it's not entirely clear, could you use an enhanced ID? It's not here, yes or no. Could you use a birth certificate with your name change? Not entirely clear. Could you use a tribal ID? Doesn't say. We don't pass laws like this that impact people's fundamental right to vote. But I actually have a question about how this would be administered if the author of the amendment would yield to another question.
Will you yield, Representative Altendorf? That's a yes. She will yield.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So if this law went into effect, how and where would an eligible voter be required to verify these documents? In person, electronically, how would that work?
Mr. Speaker.
Representative Altendorf.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Greenman, I know you are trying to dilute the conversation here. The amendment is very, very simple. The Secretary of State already states that they verify eligibility and citizenship of people on our voter rolls. We are asking that on a yearly basis that the Secretary of State office verifies it as they say they already do. This is not dependent on the individual voters. Representative Greenman, we're not trying to make this more difficult for people to vote, even though I know you're trying to dilute what this does. This is simply asking for a report from the Secretary of State to the state legislature to verify to us that they indeed have verified that the people on the voter rolls are legitimate.
Representative Greenman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It's clear I will not ask any of my other elections administration questions which elections administrators ask so that they know how to implement our law. But one of them might be, would it require all 3.4 million Minnesotans who are on the rolls to get re-registered? And the other I would ask is, this doesn't have an effective date. So that means, as we all know, it would go into effect in August, 2.5 months before an election. So is that your intent, that we are going to re-register 3.4 million people ahead of the election? I certainly hope not. And it is you could have answered all of these questions in your bill, but you didn't. And then the other question that I think the last amendment brought us is voter privacy, voter data. Because if voters are going to have to be sharing data, like a social security number, which we protect in our current SVRS, but if they're showing other types of documents like Representative Engen mentioned, whether it's a passport or a birth certificate or anything else, are there laws, current laws, that protect that information? I would want to know that. So even though the bill author doesn't know how this would work, it is important that we, this body, is focused on how to protect elections administrators being able to do their job and voters being able to vote. And well, this solution, this bill is a solution in search of not, let me start over. Well, this bill, this amendment is in solution, a problem in solution of a non-existent problem that even the Heritage Foundation couldn't find more than negligible evidence of. It does create serious and real problems for Minnesota voters. Problems that we should not continue to put barriers and hurdles and now privacy concerns all months before they will cast their vote. So, members, this is not, again, not a hard vote. I think you asked for a roll call. I'm glad you did, because I think the idea to Minnesotans who believe and care about their right to vote, who are looking forward to voting in the next state, local, and federal elections, and have this kind of reckless and not thought out amendment that wasn't vetted in the elections committee, that isn't a policy that we've been talking about, potentially stand in the way of their right to vote. We're not going to let that happen, members. We are going to vote. You should vote no on this, even if you believe and have been following the conversation at the federal level, which will disenfranchise millions more. But this didn't even do the thinking that they've been doing at the federal level. So members, if you want to stand up for both the right to vote and the rights of our local elections administrations to administer their elections, this is an easy red vote.
I recognize a member from Ramsey, Representative Finke.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I also have a few questions. I'm happy to ask them to Representative Quam. I saw your note that you were happy to yield. And these are not questions that, these are not hostile questions. These are very present questions. People who read Alpha News know I'm transgender. They recently wrote a whole story about it and how I used to have one name and now I have another name. So my first question, if you will yield, Representative Quam, is if we pass this and we have to verify our citizenship every year, can I vote?
He will yield. Representative Quam.
Yes, because, for example, I know a lot of people who have name changes, my wife being one. She's gotten a passport, done a lot of other things, and she is legal to vote. She does a lot of times. I hope she votes for me even.
Representative Finke.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you, Representative Quam. So we keep saying a lot of documents, but I do want to just answer this question. There are 2 documents for a citizen of the United States who was born in the United States to prove their citizenship. There are not a lot of documents. There are 2. And it is your birth certificate or an unexpired passport. Those are the only options. So let's say we pass this and I am a transgender person and I change my name, but I do not change my birth certificate because that costs extra money and it's very complicated for people who don't understand how to do these things. Representative Quam, in that circumstance, could I vote?
He will continue to yield. Representative Quam.
If you legally change your name, yes.
Representative Finke.
So I don't understand how that can be true, Representative Quam, because I have to verify my citizenship and I changed my name, but I didn't change my passport and I didn't change my birth certificate, which I will have you know, only 50% of Americans, about 52% of Minnesotans, from what I could tell, have an unexpired passport. Good for us. We are traveling folks. 50% have documents that unexpired passports. But that number for my community, that number goes way down. It goes dramatically down. And when it comes to changing your birth certificate for trans people, that's actually quite a burdensome process. And I know that we are having this conversation nationally, And I know that we are having this conversation locally, and you're not telling the truth. If your goal is to verify the citizenship, and you can only verify your citizenship, which is true to verify your citizenship to vote, that you need a current passport or a current birth certificate, you are clearing people out of voting. Minnesota has the highest, I'm very proud of this, we have the highest percentage of adult transgender people in America. We are building something really beautiful here for our community. I'm very proud of it. And if we have to do this, if we change our name and we get a real ID that has that name on it, and it has our gender on it, and we do not change our birth certificate, and we do not change our passport, which is the legal status of about 85% of transgender people in America, if this is what the law says, will we be able to vote? Representative Quam, if you would yield.
He will continue to yield. Representative Quam.
Yes, absolutely, because a legal document such as a marriage certificate, a legal document changing your name, because the HAVA SSA site references the legal name, then you would be able to, because I know people that have changed their name and they haven't changed their birth certificate. Birth certificate is rarely changed, and they have voted. So obviously, yes.
I'm sorry, Representative Quam. I am asking if we pass this law or not. Would that be true? I know what the current law is. The current law allows us to vote, and it does not require you to show proof of citizenship to vote. It requires you to be registered. You have to be able to be here legally and able to vote, but what we do not do right now, and for better or worse, honestly, for better or worse, but if you will not acknowledge that this is saying we need to verify the citizenship every year, and people have mismatched documents, you are taking away the right to vote from transgender people. I don't know who's in the gallery. Hello up there. This is a real problem. This is a real problem. An even bigger problem is that you're not willing to honestly acknowledge the work that you are doing. You are changing the law to require verification of citizenship every single year. That means every single time a person changes their name without changing their legal citizenship proving documents, they will be removed from the voting rolls. Representative Altendorf, will you yield?
She will yield. Representative Finke.
Is it your intention to have people whose documents are not matching with their documentation of passport or birth certificate with their current legal name removed from the voting rolls?
Representative Altendorf.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Representative Finke. I want to make this perfectly clear to this body and to Minnesota. This whole discussion has gone down a whole road that it was not meant to. We are not re-registering everyone to vote. We are not. We are asking the Secretary of State, who verifies the voter rolls, to now submit that documentation to the state legislature. That is all that this bill does, and I absolutely reject every point that is being made by the Democrat Party that is trying to dilute this amendment, which is just showing verification of the voter rolls to the Minnesota State Legislature, because at this time, there's no checks and balances of Steve Simon and the Secretary of State's office. Zero.
Representative Finke.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate the opportunity to raise these questions. You know, we should at least be honest and acknowledge that we are making things here, and attempting to anyways, burdensome for certain communities, And, you know, I know that in the other body, they talked about married women. And I know that, you know, that's a different categorical part of our culture, our demography. When we think about people, we think about married people differently than we think about transgender people. And I just wanted to make sure we had a chance as we build a vibrant trans capital of America here and continue to do that work, that we recognize that the actions that we have, the things that we think we might be doing to make life easier for citizens often redound on my community in a way that is eradicationist, frankly. Let's take people away from their right to vote. I mean, even on the floor right now, I can't even get a Republican member to acknowledge how you verify your citizenship. This isn't a mystery. There are laws. We verify citizenship in certain ways. And for some reason, we can't even agree on how we do that, because for you to agree to that would have to admit that transgender people are being put in a situation you deny exists, but is very real and already having massive consequences on our community. So I appreciate this time. Please vote no on the amendment. And please, if you don't understand the laws that you're trying to pass, consider not passing them.
I recognize a member from Cass, Representative Knutson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, members, Representative Finke. I think women are smart enough to figure out how to vote. I, for example, was born as Krista Krusmark. I got married. I changed my name. I got a legal document, a marriage license. I went to apply for my driver's license. I brought my legal document, my marriage license that said my name had changed from Krusmark to Knutson. They said, great, stamped it and gave me my driver's license. Going to vote, I brought that driver's license, my birth certificate, and my marriage license, and was able to register to vote. Women have figured this out, and we've been doing this for decades. We are smart enough to figure out how to register to vote in this country.
I recognize a member from Ramsey, Representative Lee Kay.
Thank you, Speaker. And I guess I know some of my colleagues have tried to ask the author how this would work operationally. I don't know if Representative Altendorf wants to answer that question now.
Are you asking her to
Yes.
yield?
Would she yield to explain how the amendment would work? No.
It appears as though she's done yielding, Representative Lee Kay.
That's okay. Well, I'll ask another question. I mean, I actually want to know, if we pass this amendment, how would naturalized citizens vote? And Representative Altendorf, I mean, would you be able to yield to that question?
Will you yield? She will yield, Representative Lee Kay.
How would naturalized citizens vote?
Representative Altendorf.
So, Mr. Speaker, this does not change the registration of voting at all. So when someone is voting and they have a social security number or a valid ID that allows them to vote and they have been added to the voter rolls, this amendment does not change any of that. It does not change any of that. If we scan the voter rolls and they do not have a valid ID, that when they registered, or if there is someone that is dead, they would be removed. That is up to the Secretary of State right now to validate that our voter rolls are clean. And again, there's these tactics to go back to registration. This is not an amendment about registration. It is about the Secretary of State office providing a report to the Minnesota State Legislature verifying that they have verified the voter rolls are clean.
Representative Lee Kay.
Great, thank you, Speaker. So I didn't get an answer to my question because we want to know how the Secretary of State would actually administer this. I really appreciate Representative Finke bringing up concerns about how much it would cost to get a passport issued or to get a new birth certificate issued. For naturalized people, their replacement naturalization certificate would cost as much as $555. That is really expensive. If you haven't read the news recently, right, like most people in America don't have more than $400 in savings because of the way capitalism has eaten at all of the earnings and the money that working families have tried to save. And so also want to point out how this amendment actually, seeks to disenfranchise certain groups of people. I want to also talk about the other impact of this, right? As a daughter of refugees and naturalized citizens, this is an amendment that would also, I believe, and experts have said, this is an amendment aimed at intimidating our multiracial, multilingual democracy. And so that's why I urge members to vote no. Thanks.
I recognize the member from Wright, Representative Hudson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, I got good news for you. This dystopia that you fear, where we go through the trouble of verifying citizenship and eligibility for everybody that registers to vote, you're living in it right now. It exists. We already do this. How? Well, when people register, their information is checked against the DVS database, the Social Security Administration database, the Department of Health, court records, looking for duplicates, prior registrations, conflicts. Other checks are made as well. Department of Corrections, looking for criminal records, because that used to be relevant to whether or not you could vote in this state. And it used to be that if you merely had a driver's license, we knew you were a citizen, because you couldn't get one otherwise. You guys changed that, so that muddied the waters a little bit. But today, right now, people's eligibility and citizenship is being verified. We don't have to reinvent the wheel, and this amendment doesn't attempt to. As has been noted by several members, this is a very short bill. It reads, at least yearly, prior to use of the statewide voter registration system by an official to administer absentee voting at an election as required by this section, the Secretary of State must verify citizenship and eligibility of each voter whose record is contained in the system. Contained in it. It's already there. Contained in. The Secretary must certify compliance with this section in writing, along with details on the results of the verification process to the chairs and ranking minority members of the legislative committees with jurisdiction over elections, so on and so forth. That's pretty simple. Give us a report every year telling us you did what you already do. Just give us the results. Let us know how it's working. The way this is being portrayed as if this changes how we already register to vote or how often we have to. You're not going to have to re-register. This doesn't compel people to re-register. It looks at information that's already in the system. Every election that comes around, as long as you didn't move or have some other status change that makes you ineligible to vote in the precinct where you live, you don't have to register every time. And whenever you did have to register the first time, you had to go through all the rigmarole. And if it's such a burden, my God, to get documents that everyone has, birth certificate, driver's license, social security card, this is an entirely invented and imagined burden that already exists, and we all carry it. We've all had to do this. People will continue to have to do this the first time they register, and this is going to put no burden whatsoever on that voter that they don't already currently have.
I recognize the member from Ramsey, Representative Feist.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'm so glad I'm next, because I have a rebuttal. but I had already signed up to speak. So I was born Sandra Kreider, and then I got married to my ex-husband, who I won't say his name, because whatever. Forgot about him. Anyway, but we were married and we were divorced in New Orleans. And then I evacuated here after Hurricane Katrina. And I did have a certified copy of my divorce decree back then, but then my stupid ex-husband did not have a copy, and he lives in England. And so he asked me to mail my copy, my only copy, because he could not get a new copy from New Orleans because it kind of broke, like their record system after Hurricane Katrina just kind of broke, and he could not get a certified copy of our divorce decree. And so I mailed it to him in England, and he did not mail it back to me like he promised, which was like hugely shocking. But I did have it at the time that I got married to my current husband, Ben Feist, I will say his name. And I did get a passport in my current married name. But I am concerned that, you know, what Representative Knudsen described, that would be my current situation that I was able to do, but I no longer can do because my divorce decree is like lost to the ages. It's like lost in a void. So I'm not sure how this amendment would work for me, and I'm not sure I would be able to vote. So that's what I wanted to share. Thank you.
I recognize a member from Ramsey, Representative Finke.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I apologize for taking the mic twice in the same debate, but I actually am really glad that the representative from District 5 made the comments that she did about women and how women are capable of changing their documentation, because I do think it's important for us to recognize, I agree with that, as a woman and as a person who understands that people can change their documentation. The thing that I think is important, and Representative Hudson said this too, everybody has these documents. People can change these documents. And the reality is, and the reason that this is such a sticking point, is that not everyone has these documents. 69 million American women do not have a birth certificate or a passport that matches their married name. 69 million. It's not because they don't know how to do it. It's because they got other shit to do. They're busy. Their life is being lived. Apologies for the virgin years over there. I didn't mean to cuss, but I'm just saying people are busy and they don't have these documents. Everybody doesn't have them just because they can have them. So when we raise these points of objection to this, it is not because we are impugning someone's ability to live well. It's because people don't get their documents all the time. That's it. 69 million American married women do not have one of those two documents that matches their name. I do, because I got married to my wife, and then I had an article written about what my name was and what it used to be, and I said, oh my goodness, I forgot to change one of my documents, and then I went and got it changed. That's what it means to have to change your documents.
I recognize a member from Anoka, Representative Engen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think that this entire conversation's gotten a little bit off the rails because it is a 3-sentence amendment about citizenship in our electoral voting system here in Minnesota. You guys talked about Russia collusion for a long time. You don't want Russia to collude in our elections, maybe don't allow Russians to vote in our elections. You guys want to talk about how it's so hard to change documents, but then follow it up with how easy it was to go and change a document? You have cities like New York and Minneapolis that have gone and said and voted to allow non-citizens to vote in their elections. And now when we say, hey, we want to make sure that that doesn't happen here in Minnesota state elections, you get really inquisitive all of a sudden. There's a lot of questions. Like the workability piece is the real restraint here. You've seen the polling on like how all Americans don't want non-citizens to vote in our elections. So you can't outwardly just say, no, we want non-citizens to vote in our elections. But instead, we're going to talk about the feasibility and, oh, there's going to be a lot of constraints to this, a lot of hoop jumping, like easily changing documents. And then you belabor the point and you make it look as if you actually care about the substance of the debate, when the substance of the debate is pretty darn simple. Minnesota citizens, U.S. citizens, voting in Minnesota elections. Fairest, freest elections. Make it the fairest and freest. Make it so that some right-wing nut from some far-off land who shouldn't be here can't vote in an election. Because right now it seems like you kind of want that.
I recognize a member from Hennepin, Representative Kotyza-Witthuhn.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The issue is not that this is only a 3-sentence amendment. It's that this situation is much more complicated than is reflected in these 3 sentences. I mentioned earlier that 3 of my kids are adopted. When you go through the process as a child who enters the out-of-home placement system, your documents may not come with you every time. You may not be able to, for a period of time, have access to that. People move between homes. People, enter in and out of marriages and are not able to have access to that documentation. People, I'm the self-appointed chair of the Hyphen Caucus, and I must give the respect that's due to former Representative Jamie Becker-Finn, who insisted that we be allowed to put hyphenated names on the voting board here at the Minnesota House. Thank you, Representative Becker-Finn. There's 5 of us now. And just this is a story about the technology that needs to go along with this process. Because when you choose to hyphenate your name, like I did, so that I could have every vowel, A, E, I, O, U, and Y, Mr. Speaker, some of the technology that when you put your name into a system, it says special characters not allowed. Now, I am a special character. It's true. We can all agree. It's okay. My hyphen is also a special character. I chose to have that as a part of my name. But I have had conversations with airport security in which my name has been squished into one because they don't recognize hyphens for whatever reason. It is 2026. I think we can figure out the technology to allow people to have hyphens in the middle of their names. I am concerned that when an airline tries not to let me on an international flight because the ticket says Carly Kotyza-Witthuhn and my passport says Carly Kotyza-Witthuhn, that this could happen to people who are just trying to register to vote. And so we can't just say this is a simple amendment and it's only 3 sentences long, because it just doesn't work like that in practice. So that's why we are having a long debate about this. And it deserves a long debate, because unless we think through every circumstance in which somebody could be negatively impacted and their right to vote as an American citizen taken away from them, we should not move forward with this. People who are not citizens are not allowed to vote in our elections. The driver's licenses that undocumented Minnesotans have access for do not qualify them to vote in the state of Minnesota. That's not happening. And in fact, when we look at the voter fraud that has happened in the state of Minnesota, it is people from greater Minnesota, oftentimes, maybe trying to vote with their dead mother's absentee ballot for President Trump. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I recognize a member from Anoka, Representative Koegel.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Again, just want to remind people what our job here is. It's to make deliberate, thoughtful public policy. Understanding the impacts of this policy is part of our job. Listening to feedback as constructive criticism is actually a good thing, because then you can figure out what are some of the problems with your piece of legislation, instead of just thinking that it's absolutely perfect and no feedback is worth my time. Listening to people, believing them, thinking about where they're coming from. We understand that there's a, I understand the privilege I have, but not everybody has that privilege. So maybe try thinking outside of your little narrow bubble, thinking about how this will affect the greater good, the citizens of Minnesota. And I think there's just one glaring thing that has been bothering me probably since I started here, is that there's me people and there's we people. And we are we people.
I recognize the member from Anoka, Representative Niska.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. If you just read the amendment, I think it's actually pretty easy to see why you should vote yes on this amendment. It doesn't say anything about any obligation of anyone to get any specific documents. It only imposes an obligation on the Secretary of State to verify the citizenship and eligibility of each voter whose record is contained in the system. And I guess it's really interesting what we've heard from the other side of the aisle. We've basically heard two broad arguments. One was a really interesting one at the beginning from Representative Greenman. It's already a crime. It's already a crime. Of course, we in this body, we don't really do stuff to try to prevent things that are already crimes, right? If it's a crime, it's a crime. Why would we do anything more? Why would we pass funding for Capitol security to prevent people from doing crimes here at the Capitol? If it's a crime, just making it a crime. Of course, people aren't going to do it. Well, we actually, in this body, we do things, we pass laws that are intended to prevent crimes from happening if we take those crimes seriously. If we take those crimes seriously. If we actually don't want those crimes to happen, we do things that might prevent those crimes from happening. The folks on this side of the aisle think this is an actual crime that should be taken seriously and prevented. So that's why we're doing this. But the second thing, and we've heard speech after speech after speech, that basically were along the lines of, we shouldn't do this because the Secretary of State doesn't have the tools to prevent this crime. We don't know how to stop this crime. Well, we sure better be thinking about tools on how to stop the crime then. Maybe the Secretary of State doesn't know what documents to use. Maybe the Secretary of State doesn't have the tools to prevent this crime. The concern I have from the other side of the aisle is that what you're saying sounds to me like you're accusing Secretary of State Simon of having lied to Congress a few weeks ago when he was in front of the U.S. Committee on House Administration, April 16th, 2026. You might want to look up the written testimony from that bill. Representative Koegel, when Secretary of State Simon says he knows what citizenship-affirming documents are, I believe him. I'm concerned that the folks on the other side of the aisle don't. Because we're not asking for anybody to have a particular name change document or anything. We're telling Secretary of State Simon that he has to be able to verify the citizenship and eligibility. And if you go read that, again, it's April 16, 2026. If you just Google Steve Simon, testimony before the U.S. Committee on House Administration, April 16, 2026, you'll find the written testimony. It's 6 pages. It has 4 different references in there where he's talking about the process that we're supposed to go through in Minnesota, where he references citizenship-affirming documentation. So it's interesting. We can talk all we want about what that citizenship affirming documentation would be or wouldn't be. If we tell Steve Simon to go use that citizenship affirming documentation to verify the citizenship and eligibility of each voter, either he knows what that means or he committed a federal crime a few weeks ago, and I hope the folks on the other side of the aisle aren't accusing him of committing a federal crime. Of course, he wouldn't do that. We heard earlier that calling things crimes means that they don't happen. So he must not have done that, at least according to the logic we heard a little bit earlier. But I think people are left to wonder, if it's so controversial to put into law, the Secretary of State must verify the citizenship and eligibility of each voter whose record is contained in the system, What are people voting no afraid of? What are people voting no on that amendment hoping to achieve? I hope we put up 134 yes votes to show everyone who's thinking about committing that crime that we take it seriously. I'm really, really concerned that some folks in this body are going to send a different message.
I recognize the member from Olmsted, Representative Liebling.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. Well, I was not going to get involved in this conversation until I heard the statement from Representative Engen and now from Representative Niska, because the premise here, this is what Republicans do. Try to make up a problem and then bootstrap that problem to try to stop people from voting. And that is what is happening here. So we are accused, Democrats are accused of wanting non-citizens to vote. And I have seen this. This is a right-wing media meme thing that Democrats somehow think it's okay or want non-citizens to vote, and that is a lie. That is a lie. And the reality is the incidence of non-citizens voting, I think some of my colleagues have said it here today, it is vanishingly small. But what does the right wing do? The right wing uses the vanishingly small problem to bootstrap solutions that achieve their goals. And what are their goals? Their goals are to stop people from voting, especially people who don't vote for them. And President Trump has admitted this on numerous occasions. And this is what is happening. The right wing perpetuates this lie to justify solutions that will stop people from voting in big or small ways. Everything from claiming there's fraud when there really isn't fraud, which we saw
Representative
President
Nadeau,
Trump
for what reason do you rise?
Mr. Speaker, I don't know what the rule is, and maybe Mr. Nash can help, but and I love Representative Liebling, but Representative Liebling, please don't generalize that Republicans
Mr. Speaker, is this a point of order or a scold to me?
Mr. Speaker?
Representative Nadeau, if you have a point of order, please state it.
I have a point of order. I would ask the Speaker to ask Representative Liebling to stop disparaging Republicans in general, pretending that we don't want people to vote. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's Mason's 124.
Okay.
Representative Liebling, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Wow, it sure hurts when you get it back, doesn't it? And it wasn't you, Representative, but your colleagues, two of them, just did that to us, and I am responding to their allegation. Because the allegation is that somehow we like fraud, or that we want to allow fraud, or that we like it when non-citizens vote, or some kind of lie like that. And the right wing, maybe you don't listen to right-wing media like so many Republicans do, but that is the lie that gets perpetrated. And it gets perpetrated because they want to put forward solutions and justify solutions that stop people from voting. And President Trump has even said, and why do you think that gerrymandering is now going on all over the country? Because President Trump told Texas, do some gerrymandering so you can elect more Republicans to Congress. And that started a whole chain of other states, Democratic states, trying to hustle to do the same to stop Republican states from having an advantage and having them, Republican legislatures, pick their voters and try to gain advantage that way. This is what is going on all over the country. So this is something, unfortunately, that has been going on for a while, but under Trump it is so much worse. And I'm not saying that you personally are doing this, but this is what the right wing is doing. They're foisting these lies about what's going on in elections in order to justify solutions that stop people from voting, particularly people who would be against Trump, which we know right now the vast majority of the public is against Trump, and Trump knows, he's even said that Democrats will win in the midterms unless something is done
Mr.
to
Speaker,
stop
what
them
order of
from
business are
voting.
we on? This tirade is giving me a migraine.
Representative Engen, we
Boy,
are on discussion
it's,
of the
members,
amendment.
it's so hard to take it,
Representative
isn't
Liebling,
it,
can
when you
hold
can
on
dish
for
it
just
out
one
so
moment,
well.
Please. We are on Amendment A10. Representative Liebling, you continue to have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So, yeah, members, it sure is hard to take it, isn't it? But it sure is easy to lie and suggest or to say outright that Democrats want illegal people or non-citizens to vote. And that is a lie. And I just want to be very clear, that is a lie. We want eligible voters to vote, but we also don't want to discourage people from voting, make it hard for them to vote. Especially, we don't want different categories of people, like, say, married women, to have a harder time voting because they can't get the documents they need. We have a safe and secure and fair system here in Minnesota. The federal government would like very much to reach in and mess it up, but we have a great system here in Minnesota, and we should leave it the way it is and allow Minnesotans to vote. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I recognize the member from Hennepin, Representative Robbins.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So I support the amendment, and I just wanted to touch on a couple points. It was just said that we have a safe and secure election system. And generally, I honestly agree with that. But what we did, we had a fraud hearing on election fraud this year, or last December, I think. And Secretary Simon was there. And we discussed two cases from the summer of 2025, less than a year ago, to federal convictions for fake voter registration. 500 to 600 fake voter registrations were done in Minneapolis, and those people were prosecuted and have gone to jail. And that's a good thing. But they were allowed to submit fake voter registrations, and it was caught not at the Secretary of State's office, it was caught by one of the counties. But only one of the 13 counties that got these fake voter registrations actually caught it. And then the Secretary testified that he would not provide the name of the other counties, the other 12 counties that got it. And he claims that those fake voter registrations have been deactivated, but they are not removed from our voter registration files. So this is an actual 2 federal cases of fake voter registrations from last year, and those names may still be in our still in our voter registration files, listed as inactive. So if someone knows who those names are, they could go in and say that they are that person and reactivate the voter file. And you can go watch the hearing. This was all testified to. So members, it is important that we have a number of election reforms, and this is one of them, because we have to be able to prove that people are who they say they are and are indeed eligible to vote. You are not eligible if you are not a citizen, and you are not eligible if you are a made-up person whose name got stuck in our voter registration system. So I encourage members to take this seriously and to support cleaning up our voter registration rolls, because it is important for all of us. Thank you.
I recognize the member from Hennepin, Representative Greenman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I wasn't planning on rising again. But I do need to correct a few things, including what Representative Robbins just said, because I think it's actually proof, one, the issue she raised would not be impacted by this bill, and two, it is a good example in our committee about the checks and law we currently have, which is it was an issue of for money, people breaking the law, and having a list of voters who, of people who didn't exist. Counties caught it. They reported it to both the Secretary of State and to the feds. They prosecuted it. People went to jail. Nobody was registered. Nobody voted. And that's just the facts that we heard from Bill Gaughan, who repeated what happened in that courtroom. And the other thing I just have to push back on is Representative Niska. I did say it's a crime, it's a felony, it's a deportable offense. And I also said, that it has worked. And what you didn't repeat is that 77 cases nationally between 1999 and 2023, over 1 billion ballots, is not a problem. And I think that what many of my colleagues were responding to, what I'm responding to now, is when you twist and turn and try to manufacture mistrust and problems that don't exist. One, you are manufacturing against eligible Minnesotans who are just trying to vote and exercising their democracy. And two, you are, through your language, through your misrepresentation, and in some cases through your lies, eroding trust and creating problems for our elections administrators and the neighbors who are administrating the ballot. It is a problem, and so when we are here, come correct, use your facts, but don't do this thing which we heard done, which is use good examples of the law working to try to undermine and pass a law that will hurt many people and won't even impact what you wanted to do. Members, again, this is an easy vote no.
I recognize the member from Olmsted, Representative Quam.
Thank you, and this is quick. The reference that was made, the law is working, that was the feds, not the state that did that catch, did the convictions.
I recognize the author of the amendment, the member from Goodhue, Representative Altendorf.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, members. Let us just reground ourselves here for just a tiny bit. And that is that this amendment does not change the registration. Let me repeat that. It does not change the voter registration. And if you have questions as you try to ask us and to try to dilute the conversation and mislead the public to what this amendment does, if you have questions, then those questions should be directed at Steve Simon, at the Secretary of State, because that is his responsibility, that is his job as a constitutional officer of the state. And by gosh, he already says that he does it. He is telling us that he already verifies the vote. So all of this, members, was complete nonsense, talking about the registration of our voters. And it is disappointing to see the Democrat Party try to call us racist. Try to say that we are trying to disenfranchise minorities from voting when that could not be further from the truth. It is disappointing to see them say that we are sexist, that we are trying to keep women from voting, and to be noted, one of the Democrat members just said, I am. What else am I? Transphobic? No. You know what? I will stand here and I will take the slings and the arrows thrown at me for voter integrity in Minnesota. This could not be a more simple amendment. This is asking the Secretary of State to verify the vote. And members, that is not too much to ask. We should have a means to verify the vote, which currently we do not, because the Secretary of State continually denies us as public officials to see the voter rolls, to verify our voter rolls. As many of you know, I have the Hennepin County voter rolls. The reason why we need to have a verification method is because of the laws that the Democrats passed in 2023. Driver's license for all. There's no marking on these licenses if you're a non-citizen, even though the Republicans offered those amendments. California has a marking that says right on their license that it is not for voting purposes. The Minnesota Democrats refused. So members, when we're talking about verifying the voter rolls, it is actually to protect non-citizens so they do not accidentally vote in our elections. because of the diluted laws that you have passed in this chamber. The Minnesota Democrats have 16 and 17-year-olds automatically registered to vote. And we are doing this to verify our voter rolls so that people are not accidentally voting. Members, that is not too much to ask, that the Secretary of State verifies that the people on the voter rolls indeed are eligible to vote. And every time you fight against this, you disenfranchise the Minnesota voters. Every time you try to make excuses and say that we're racist and sexist and all of these other things, it is so disenfranchising to the Minnesota citizens who just want to make sure that their vote counts. And Mr. Speaker, I will not ask them to yield, but I would ask any member of the Democrat Party that if the roles were reversed and there was a Republican governor, Republican Secretary of State, that would you not want a means to verify that the voter rolls have been clean? Members, this is not too much to ask. And since we have decided to make this such a huge topic, which I honestly did not think we were going to go down any of these roads, yes, there is problems in the Minnesota elections, and yes, they have been well documented, and they are becoming more and more common. As some of them were mentioned, hundreds of voters illegally registered, and it was Ronnie Williams and Lorraine Combs, you can look it up, pleaded guilty, June 2025. Just a month or two ago, March of 2026, there is a grand jury subpoena to Steve Simon for 125 people on our voter rolls that are potentially non-citizens. That seems problematic to me, members. That seems like a red flag to me that we should possibly look at that. More convictions of just recently, a non-citizen voted in the 2024 election. And again, was it a mistake? Because you refused to put on their driver's license that it's not for the purposes of voting? Possibly. Are we putting non-citizens in a position to possibly get a felony because they don't understand that they're not supposed to be voting? Possibly. I will stand up here all day long and protect the Minnesota citizens. Over 70% of them who want voter ID. You say we have, let me quote again, Representative Lee, fair, accurate, honest, secure elections. But just believe us, we're not going to show you. Members, this is absolutely ridiculous. And it's condescending. It is belittling for you to sit over there and to say that we're racist and sexist and transphobes just because we want to verify the vote. You can't say we have the best election system in the whole country and no one can verify it. On the Hennepin County voter rolls, there's literally 2,992 voters who have missing data. Missing data. Missing an address, missing a birth date, missing a social security number. Seems problematic, doesn't it? 2,992. And yet you say, oh, that's not a problem. That's enough to swing elections. That's enough to swing a city council race. On the Hennepin County voter rolls, there's 16 people that do not have a birth date. Seems problematic. How about the election in Shakopee that was won by 14 votes? So members, let me make this perfectly clear. As much as you wanted to dilute this conversation and make it into something it absolutely was not, to make it seem like we're trying to make it harder for people of minorities, for women to vote, you try to make this into a conversation it's not. This does not change the voter registration. Read the amendment. It simply asks the Secretary of State to file with the Minnesota State Legislature proof that they have validated the voter rolls. Members, validate the vote. It's not too much to ask.
Seeing no further discussion, the clerk will take the roll. The clerk will call the names of the members voting remotely.
Allen.
You're up.
Allen votes aye.
Allen votes aye. Burkle.
Burkle, go.
Burkle votes aye.
Burkle votes aye. Franzen.
Here you go.
Franzen votes yes.
Franzen votes aye. Kozlowski.
Kozlowski votes no.
Kozlowski votes no. McDonald.
McDonald aye.
Say it again.
McDonald aye.
McDonald votes aye. Momani Hiltzley.
Momanya Hiltzley no.
Momani Hiltzley votes no. Wolgamott.
Wolgamott no.
Wolgamott votes no.
The clerk will close the roll. There being 67 yeas and 67 nays, the motion does not prevail. The amendment is not adopted. There's an amendment at the desk. The chief clerk will report the amendment.
Quam moves to amend House File Number 4240, the first engrossment as amended. The amendment is coded A11.
I recognize a member from Olmsted, Representative Quam.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. This is just to require the full removal of deceased people from the voters' rolls. And if before you ask, well, nobody deceased is voting, the federal system at SSA has checked registrations and has flagged deceased people registering in the state of Minnesota. It's not a huge thing, but let's take care of it by cleaning up the roll. Oregon is doing it and other states are doing it, so it's not an unusual thing to do. Let's just vote green.
I recognize a member from Hennepin, Representative Coulter.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Representative Quam, and I mean that sincerely. Thank you for bringing this amendment, because this is, firstly, because this is a really good opportunity to talk about how our voter registration process is thoughtful and why we do things the way we do them. But secondly, because it also reminded me of one of my all-time favorite lines from one of my favorite TV shows. As Bart and Lisa Simpson are slowly discovering that Sideshow Bob is rigging the mayoral election by using dead people to vote, Bart Simpson gets this horrified look on his face and said, "Oh my God, the dead have risen and they're voting Republican." And it's actually, that's a somewhat appropriate quote, because it leads me into an excellent example about how the current system that we have already catches people. And if you don't believe me, you can ask Danielle Miller of Nashwauk. Ms. Miller was charged with 3 felonies for casting her deceased mother's absentee ballot because her mother really, really wanted to vote for Donald Trump. And, you know, I hope that one extra vote in a state that Donald Trump lost by 138,000 was worth those 3 felony charges. But the reason that this is important, and the reason that it's important that we use the process that we have now, is that for election judges and for the public, there really is no distinction. When a voter is deceased, when they die, they are marked as inactive in our system currently. But the record stays within SVRS, but the record is not accessible to election judges or to the public. And the reason that matters is that when someone tries to register or vote, as Ms. Miller did, it raises a flag in the system. So, Mr. Speaker, I'm going to request a roll call vote.
There being 15 hands, there will be a roll call.
Thank you. And if this amendment becomes law, that's another backstop. That's another way of catching folks that is taken away. So this amendment actually removes an opportunity to catch folks who are trying to commit the very fraud that you're trying to prevent. So I'm going to ask folks to vote no.
Any further discussion? I recognize the author of the amendment, the representative from Olmsted, Representative Quam.
Thank you. You know, frankly, to me, it doesn't matter who the fraudsters are voting for. The fraudsters should not be able to vote. And not all counties are taking and preventing people from voting that are challenged, have been flagged, because an audit done by the legislative auditor did a sampling which indicated there are counties that are just letting them come in, say, yes, I can vote, even though they're flagged that they can't, and they vote. So let's just clean up the system, because there's more verification when somebody's trying to register than, you know, obviously we're sending out to dead people absentee ballots. So that system should be changed and fixed. Let's clean it up. If Oregon can do it, it's obviously not biased towards one party. Vote green.
There being no further discussion, the clerk will take the roll. The clerk will call the names of the members voting remotely.
Allen.
Allen votes aye.
Allen votes aye. Burkle.
Burkle, go ahead.
Burkle votes aye.
Burkle votes aye. Franzen.
Franzen votes yes.
Franzen votes aye. Kozlowski.
Kozlowski votes no.
Kozlowski votes no. McDonald.
Here you are, Joe.
McDonald
Joe.
aye.
Hold on.
McDonald.
McDonald.
McDonald aye.
Say it again.
McDonald aye.
McDonald votes aye. Momani Hiltsley. Momani Hiltsley.
Momani Hiltsley, no.
Momani Hiltsley votes no. Wolgamott.
Wolgamott votes no.
Wolgamott votes no.
The clerk will close the roll. There being 67 yeas and 67 nays, the motion does not prevail. The amendment is not adopted. There's an amendment at the desk. The chief clerk will report the amendment.
Davis moves to amend House File Number 4240, the first engrossment as amended. The amendment is coded A12.
I recognize the member from Crow Wing, Representative Davis.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have a good meet-in-the-middle amendment here. Minnesota stands out as only one of 3 states that does not have provisional ballots. This amendment brings common sense to our same-day voter registration. Again, same-day voter registration. And it still, the cool thing about it is it still protects the vote. Like the vote still gets counted. It will help ensure that only eligible voters are counted. And it still preserves Minnesota's long-standing tradition of Election Day registration. Under current law, a person can register to vote on Election Day without a driver's license, without a social security number, and without any form of identity verification. And their ballot is immediately mixed in and counted with really no way of clawing it back. This amendment closes that gap without shutting the door on anyone who is truly eligible. This amendment brings just a little bit of security to our sacred election process. And that is exactly what the people of this great state want. Even CNN did a poll in regards to this. Now, that was in regards to voter ID, not provisional balloting, but it proves the point that America, they want to make sure that this process is secure. That's what it's about. I think CNN's poll showed like altogether like 70 to 75% of voters want this or wanted that. So here's what the amendment does. I'll try to read faster. First, it creates a new provisional ballot process for election day registration. The voter fills out a registration application on a provisional ballot signature envelope, swears under oath that they are eligible, and casts their ballot in a separate provisional envelope and ballot box. These ballots are kept completely separate at the polling place, but again, still counted. After Election Day, the county auditor or municipal clerk verifies the registration. If it checks out, the ballot is counted. If not, the voter receives a written notice explaining exactly why, and there would be a very good reason why it wasn't counted. Second, the same logic applies to early voting. If someone shows up to vote early and isn't registered or needs to update their registration, they go through the Election Day registration process and receive a provisional ballot instead of a regular early ballot. Next, for absentee voting, the amendment requires voters who are not already registered to include a completed voter registration application with their absentee materials. County officials will process that registration first before the ballot board reviews the absentee ballot envelope. Next, because provisional ballots need to be reviewed after Election Day, the amendment reasonably extends canvassing deadlines. For example, county canvassing boards after a state general election would meet between the 10th and the 17th day instead of the 3rd and the 10th, giving them time to do their job right. And I'll just remind us that, official results, the certification process of our election happens usually 2 to 3 weeks after the results that come out on election night, okay? It also updates electronic roster requirements so e-poll books can properly handle provisional ballot envelopes, requires paper backup systems, and directs the Secretary of State to run a public awareness campaign encouraging Minnesotans to register before Election Day. That's just responsible. But yet they can still do it on voter day, on Election Day. So, Mr. Speaker, this is a straightforward good government reform bill, or amendment. It protects the integrity of our elections by adding a simple verification step for same-day registrants, while still allowing every eligible voter the chance to have their ballot counted. It brings Minnesota in line with the overwhelming majority of states that have successfully used provisional ballots for years. We're not reinventing the wheel here, folks. I urge the House to support this amendment. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I recognize a member from Hennepin, Representative Greenman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'm not sure if Representative Davis was going to ask for a roll call, but if he doesn't want one, I do.
There will be a roll call, Representative Greenman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And this provisional balloting bill has been, unlike the bills we've seen in the amendments we've talked about in the past, this proposal has been around for a while. The reason that provisional balloting became a thing was because it was for required of states who didn't have same-day voter registration. And Minnesota has been a proud state that has had same-day registration since 1974. And since 1974, it is one of the reasons that we have the highest voter turnout and participation in the state of, in the country. And I think it's something that we can all be proud of. What this does is functionally eliminate same-day registration by creating a maybe pile on election day where in order for your vote to be counted, you have to come back, which for many people is insurmountable. And the reason we know this is because states that have this, some of them as many as a third to a half of provisional ballots are not counted. But that's actually not my question for Representative Davis. I'm wondering if Representative Davis will yield for a question.
He will yield. Representative Greenman.
Thank you, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Davis, I'm wondering if you know how much this will cost the state if we pass this bill or this
Representative
amendment.
Davis.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The state can absorb any cost to them, and the county elections departments are already doing much of verification work, so it's not going to take much more for them to also verify these absentee. I mean, you yourself know that the county has a lot of work to do after the election, and they have plenty of volunteers to help them. So the cost would be very minimal, easy for the state to absorb. Same with the counties. Thank you.
Representative Greenman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, you apparently didn't look at the fiscal note that was done for this bill, and it was 2021, which we have had inflation since then. In 2021, a version of this bill was in the Senate, and it says it was total, in the first biennium, it was almost $1 million. The second biennium, it was a little bit less. It was $680,000. But that, and you answered my second question, or speculated on my second question, so I will not ask it, but I will read you on the fiscal note, because my bigger concern is what it would cost the cities and counties that administer our elections. Because as it feels like we need to clear up, it's not the Secretary of State that administers our elections, it's our local cities and counties. They are the ones who register voters, they are the ones who put them in the SVRS, they are the ones who administer, and in this case, would be the ones responsible for having a maybe pile and processing them. And what the fiscal note from 2021 says was, it's sort of some estimates, but this suggests statewide implementation would cost several $1 million at the municipal level, that's cities, before even considering county costs where most of our elections are administered. And the thing that troubles me is that this is, again, another policy where we see a solution in search of a problem, and this one will raise people's property taxes. This one will mean $1 million less out of the state general fund for roads and bridges and all of the other things we want to do. But the real costs are borne at the local level. And that's the case with all the work we do in the election space. We very proudly, in a bipartisan way, passed a voter fund, the vote fund, I believe we called it, which was the first time in the history of the state where we provide state funding ongoing for counties and cities. Not much, probably less than would be needed for this bill. And so when I think about where we should put our precious state and local dollars, it is not solving a solution in search of a problem. The last thing I will say, and I just, to say on all of these policies that we keep seeing, you know, they put barriers and hurdles in front of Minnesotans. They use things that are not problems, and as I cited in the last case, even the right wing, even the Trump administration, way back to the Bush administration, when we have spent hundreds of millions of federal and state dollars looking for voter fraud, they have not found it. But what we have found is policies that create barriers and make it harder for our elections administrators to do their job. And I think the reason we're seeing this now is because we have a president who has determined that he can't go and his party can't go in front of voters. Voters have soured on the Trump agenda. Voters are not going to be with them, and we've seen this in election after election, special election after election, skyrocketing gas prices, war in Iran, rampant chaos and corruption. And I know I've said this once before, but to belabor the point, and the president, and this is why people, I think, outside this dome are so concerned, the president has been saying these things out loud. On January 14th, he said, you know, it's some deep psychological thing, but when you win the presidency, you don't win the midterms. Then he boasted that he had accomplished so much. When you think about it, we shouldn't even have an election. That's what the President of the United States said. So you have to understand that when the public and what we are responding to in the public is worried about changing our election laws less than 5 months before this midterm election, we have to both be careful and we have to be concerned. And I understand and have seen what Trump is doing. He's been doing this all along. January 6th was a response to losing an election, and he tried to commit voter fraud. He tried to get 11,780 votes in Georgia. He tried fake electors, and when that didn't work, he sent people to storm the Capitol. But what I can't understand, after what we've seen in the last year, executive order after executive order of illegal, unconstitutional attempts to federalize our elections, to interfere with the vote, is why my House Republican colleagues would do his bidding. Because I actually believe, I have been with some of you in your districts, I believe you deeply care about your voters. I heard Leader Niska say the voice of people, our whole system works. The voice of the people can be reflected here in the laws we make. And the voices are cheapened, and he was talking in that case when people can't run for office because they feel afraid. But here we're talking about people potentially not being able to vote because of barriers that we have put in place that are not actually responding to a problem, but certainly are getting in the way of people's fundamental right to vote. And so what I would ask all of us is our job is not the people of another state, like I heard Representative Altendorf said, we need to make sure that we're protecting other people's votes. Our job is our Minnesota voters, that every eligible Minnesotan, every citizen who is eligible to vote can cast their ballot. And right now, we have a system where voters, elections administrators, and participation itself has shown we have a good system that we've been building on for a while, and we shouldn't change it 5 months before the election because President Trump and his MAGA party don't think that they can win without changing who's voting. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
I recognize the member from Olmsted, Representative Quam.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Let's drop the, federal politics, etc. It's around 96% of all people that live in the United States are not denied a ballot when they go to vote because they have provisional ballots, which guarantee everyone that shows up, even if they don't have the documentation, gets to vote in those states. Minnesota is one of 3 states that do not abide by the Help America Vote Act. They were specifically given an exemption from having to provide everybody a ballot. If there was a question about the person, they didn't have the documentation, etc., they still got to vote, but their ballot was a provisional ballot. In Minnesota, we allow registering and running that ballot through the tabulator multiple days. And frankly, if you look at the data on the HAVA SSA site, thousands of people that registered and voted came up as bad registrations, and the federal site. So that means people that should not have had a vote tabulated had it tabulated. Now, I don't know who they voted, but hundreds is a problem, thousands is worse, and looking at multiple election cycles, I've reviewed that data, looking at the times at which they registered and it was run through the system, that's problematic. So the cost, it's going to cost so much, it's so hard to implement. The vast majority of cities and elections have this. Are we not capable of doing what most states do? Again, we're one of three. We're the largest population of the three. So the vast majority, they don't have a problem being able to run this. They've been doing it for decades. They don't have a huge, dwarfing cost that won't let people, they can't afford to run a system. No. They've been doing it. So the only thing this does is guarantee a person gets a ballot if they are registering and they don't have the information. And that would be a logical thing to do, just like just about every state in this nation. The vast majority of the populace go through, and they can do it. It's long past time that Minnesota should. Vote green.
I recognize a member from Hennepin, Representative Freiberg.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Greenman already ably covered the effect this would have on same-day registration as well as the cost, so I just wanted to respond to a couple points that have been raised. First of all, we are compliant with the Help America Vote Act because HAVA has a waiver process and we have a waiver. Regarding what happens in other states, voters aren't denied a ballot, but there's no guarantee their ballot will ultimately be counted. Provisional balloting disproportionately affects voters with disabilities. These voters may now be asked to overcome physical, communication, and transportation barriers a second time to appear at the county office after the election. Voters whose ballot is in the maybe pile are unlikely to make this trip into the county offices after the election because the unofficial election totals will already have been announced. Minnesota has a variety of rigorous safety measures in place before, on, and after Election Day to ensure our elections are fair and secure. This includes everything from requiring each voter to swear under penalty of perjury that they are eligible to vote and acknowledging that it is a felony to falsify information on the registration, to a centralized voter registration database that goes through a continuous and rigorous maintenance, verification, and data matching process, to processes conducted by election judges from different political parties at each polling place, among other safety measures. Please vote no on this amendment.
Any further discussion? I recognize the author of the amendment, the member from Crow Wing, Representative Davis.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I will go back to a conversation that I had with a county elections supervisor. Representative Davis, if cheating is happening in our elections, it's happening with same-day voter registration. That was from an elections supervisor. And again, there's been some misinformation on this House floor. The ballots still get counted. They still get certified. That doesn't change. And as far as the cost goes, pretty minor number statewide compared to $18 billion surplus we had not long ago. I want to read you a quote. The integrity of our elections remains under serious threat. Oh, you don't like that quote, do you? I'm about to tell you who said that just a few years ago. A sitting U.S. Senator, I will quote it again, "The integrity of our elections remains under serious threat." Senator Amy Klobuchar. Look it up. Senator Amy Klobuchar. "The integrity of our elections remains under serious threat." Yeah, please look it up. So, provisional ballots again, and no, I won't. I have a series of questions in my head I would like to ask, but for time's sake, Mr. Speaker, we're going to move on. Please vote green on this common sense amendment that brings security. And again, I'll remind the body, most Americans want to make sure that our elections are secure. Provisional ballots doesn't hinder anyone from voting, nor disenfranchising anyone from voting. Please vote green on this common sense amendment.
Seeing no further discussion, the clerk will take the roll. Members, please vote. The clerk will call the names of the members voting remotely.
Allen.
Allen votes aye.
Allen votes aye. Burkle.
Burkle, go ahead.
Burkle votes aye.
Burkle votes aye. Franzen.
Okay. Here we go. Franzen.
Franzen.
Branson votes aye.
Franzen votes aye. Kozlowski.
Kozlowski votes no.
Kozlowski votes no. McDonald. McDonald.
McDonald, go ahead.
McDonald, aye.
McDonald votes aye. Momani Hiltzley.
Momani Hiltzley votes no.
Momani Hiltzley votes no. Walgamont.
Wolgamott, no.
Walgamont votes no.
The clerk will close the roll. There being 67 yeas and 67 nays, the motion does not prevail. The amendment is not adopted. There's an amendment at the desk. The chief clerk will report the amendment.
Engen moves to amend House File Number 4240, the first engrossment as amended. The amendment is coded A3.
I recognize a member from Anoka, Representative Engen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This amendment's really simple. It shouldn't take that much time because there's a spirit of bipartisanship that's already been established to it. Last year, we passed this as a single subject bill off of the House floor by a vote count of 131 to 2. Pretty overwhelmingly bipartisan. Now, what does the amendment do? It establishes that us as legislators can't then appropriate money to a nonprofit and then have that nonprofit spend directly or indirectly to influence the makeup of this very body in our elections. But that's exactly what they're doing right now. With over $2.2 billion in nonprofit spending last biennium, $1.3 billion of that being directly to an earmarked nonprofit, we should not be the ones benefiting from, in an electoral sense, on ads that either are for us or against our opponent from those Minnesota tax dollars that are going towards a nonprofit for a specific purpose, and one of those purposes is not in our elections. So I'll digest some discussion on this before seeing if I want to place on a roll call, but appreciate the opportunity.
Discussion.
Point of order, Mr. Speaker.
State your point of order.
Under 3.21, motions must be germane, and this is an amendment to Chapter 211B, which is not in the underlying bill. That raises the new topic of fair campaign practices, also introduces the new subject of campaign expenditures into the underlying bill, which is not there to begin with. Not all election amendments are germane to all election bills, and nothing in this bill deals with campaign finance, campaign expenditures, or fair campaign practices under Chapter 211B.
Mr. Speaker, advice?
Advice. State your advice.
This is an elections bill, isn't it, Mr. Speaker? And this has to do with elections and elections-related spending, which falls under the purview of the Elections Committee, which is why it only had to pass through one committee before being sent to the General Register last term. I would hope that you find my advice well taken, seeing as we've already set it as precedent.
Further advice? Recognize the member from Hennepin, Representative Freiberg.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I offer advice. The underlying bill makes changes to voting systems, like setting up the reimbursement system for special elections. It doesn't regulate the act of voting or campaign finance, and that distinction is relevant to all manner of bills before the Elections Committee. It's why we've heard bills related to campaign finance and election procedures separately. This amendment might be germane to a bill related to campaign finance, but this is a voting systems bill, and I'd encourage the Speaker to find the point of order well taken.
Any further advice? Well, members, I've studied the amendment, I reviewed the bill, I've considered your advice, I've considered the rules of the House, and I'm ruling that the point of order is well taken.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to overturn the ruling of the Speaker, and I'd request a roll call.
Are there hands for the roll call? Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call. Discussion. Representative Long.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm appreciating your honesty in your rulings today, and would urge members to find the ruling of the Speaker correct. As Chair Freiberg pointed out, this bill is narrowly tailored to election systems. It does not include campaign finance, and just because it is an amendment that is coming from the Elections Committee doesn't mean that it is germane to the bill.
I recognize the member from Anoka, Representative Ingen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And to that point, Representative Long, there was an A8 amendment that was offered by Representative Heinzman that dealt with the exact same chapter of law that was not ruled out of order. So seeing as past precedent, not only last session when this was passed out of an elections omnibus bill, very similar in this sense to this elections bill, but also the fact that we just set that precedent, same precedent 34 minutes ago when this was offered, I would hope that members find this ruling by the Speaker as not well taken.
All right, members, I'm going to remind you yet again today that the question before the body is, shall the decision of the Speaker stand as the judgment of the House? A yes or a green vote supports the ruling of the Speaker. A no or a red vote goes against the ruling of the Speaker. The clerk will take the roll. The clerk will call the names of the members voting remotely.
Allen.
Okay, there's a lot of green up there and some red.
Allen.
Say it.
I went green.
Allen votes aye.
Allen votes aye. Burkle.
Burkle, go ahead.
Burkle votes aye.
Burkle votes aye. Franzen.
Here we go.
Franzen.
Franzen. Franzen.
Branson votes yes.
Franzen votes aye. Kozlowski.
Kozlowski votes aye.
Kozlowski votes aye. McDonald.
Go, Joe.
McDonald aye.
McDonald votes aye. Momani Hiltzley.
Momani Hiltzley aye.
Momani Hiltzley votes aye. Wogamont.
Wogamont aye.
Wogamont votes aye.
Recall Allen.
Allen.
Okay.
Allen changes his vote to nay.
Allen changes from aye to no.
The clerk will close the roll. There being 91 yeas and 42 nays, it is the judgment of the House that the decision of the Speaker shall stand. There are no further amendments at the desk. The Chief Clerk will give the bill its third reading.
Third reading, House File Number 4240, as amended.
Third reading. Discussion. I recognize the author of the bill, the member from Hennepin, Representative Freiberg.
Good bill, vote green.
Seeing no further discussion, the clerk will take the roll. The Chief Clerk will call the names of the members voting remotely.
Allen.
Allen votes yes.
Allen votes aye. Burkle.
Burkle, go.
Burkle votes aye.
Burkle votes aye. Franzen.
Go.
Franzen votes yes.
Franzen votes aye. Kozlowski.
Kozlowski votes aye.
Kozlowski votes aye. McDonald.
McDonald.
McDonald, aye.
McDonald votes aye. Momani Hiltzley.
Momani Hiltzley, aye.
Momani Hiltzley votes aye. Wolgamott.
Wolgamott, aye.
Wolgamott votes aye.
The clerk will close the roll. There being 119 yeas and 15 nays, the bill is passed as amended and its title agreed to. Members, the next bill on the calendar for the day is House File 4195. The Chief Clerk will report the bill.
House File Number 4195, an act relating to children, youth, and families, modifying grants to youth intervention programs.
I recognize the author of the bill, the member from Hennepin, Representative Kotyza-Witthuhn.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this bill, House File 4195, is a technical change for the Youth Interventions Program. In 1984, the Youth Interventions Program Association, or YIPA, was founded. It is a 501c3 nonprofit, and they manage the Youth Intervention Program grants. The Youth Intervention Program, for those of you who are not familiar, is a non-residential, community-based program providing advocacy, education, counseling, mentoring, and referral services to youth and their families experiencing personal, familial, school, legal, or chemical problems with the goal of resolving those problems. The YIP grants had long resided at the Department of Public Safety, and the grant has recently moved to the budget for the Department of Children, Youth, and Families. This move reduced what had remained on the overall budget line for the purpose of calculating the grant to YIPA, who appropriate these grants. And so, to make a long story short, YIPA's appropriation was going to be cut. The goal of this legislation is to keep YIPA's percent holdback appropriation unchanged throughout the transition from the Department of Public Safety to the Department of Children, Youth, and Families. There is peace in the valley regarding this legislation, and I will stand for questions, Mr. Speaker.
There are no amendments at the desk. The Chief Clerk will give the bill its third reading.
Third reading, House File Number 4195.
Third reading. Discussion, members. I recognize the member from Ramsey, Representative Feist.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just wanted to say a few nice things about the YIP grants, which are just awesome. They do an annual report, which I really encourage people to look at because they do a nice job talking about the goals of the grants, and they also bring in the voice of kids who go through some of these programs. So examples of goals are improved school attendance and performance, increase in public safety through a decrease in illegal activities, reduce needs in social services, increase in conflict resolution skills, and increase in decision-making skills. When I worked on the YIP funding a few years ago, I asked them to get a few letters of support together to just describe some of the programs. Everyone, you're missing this very important story about letters. I'll pause. Okay, everyone, with me? Okay. So anyway, I was like, give me like a few letters, and they got me like, I swear it was like 50 letters. And so I was looking through my old file, and it was just really great to see the cool programming they do. They do substance abuse prevention programming for kids and families. One of the programs provides on-site after-school teen programs looking at social emotional skill building, community engagement, and leadership. They also work with victims of domestic violence and other crimes, helping people, youth navigate abusive situations, develop coping skills. It's just an awesome, huge variety of programs from across the state. And I just wanted to read a few of the participants' comments from one of their recent reports. They said that one child said that they appreciated making friends and meeting police officers. One kid said, "I'm going to graduate!" exclamation mark. One kid said, "My relationships with adults and authority figures are much better." One kid said, "I quit vaping, it was hard." And one kid said, "I care now." So, you know, when we look at how do we invest in struggling youth, like this program is the gold standard, and this is where we should invest our money, because the return on investment is huge. So thank you so much for bringing this super technical bill and giving me the opportunity to say nice things about YIP grants.
Any further discussion to the bill? I recognize the member. Oh boy, that's a long ways. I recognize Representative Wiener.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'm sure everybody wants another half-hour-long speech about a bill, but I'm not going to do that. I do want to point out, though, that there's a cause and effect to every bill. And when I first looked at this bill, I had some reservations, and I thought, I can see some good of this. Unfortunately, what happens is in a community like mine, and I apologize for not talking to the author earlier, community corrections is funded by these grants. And when we go to a match with the buy-in, basically, from the community, my community said, we don't have the funds. And we're looking at a cut when we go to a matching buy-in for this. So this is a cause and effect. It's something that we have to be cognizant of, is that every piece of legislation we do that does have a cause and effect, and in Todd-Wadena County with community corrections, this bill will have a negative impact. So I apologize about not talking to you sooner, but I will be opposed to this bill. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Any further discussion to the bill? I recognize the author of the bill, the member from Hennepin, Representative Kotyza-Witthuhn.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, members, for the brief but powerful discussion on the YIP grants and how big of a contribution that they make to youth all across the state of Minnesota. I would encourage a green vote. Thank you.
Seeing no further discussion, the clerk will take the roll. Members, please vote. The clerk will call the names of the members voting remotely.
Allen.
Allen votes yes.
Allen votes aye. Burkle.
Burkle, go.
Perkle votes aye.
Burkle votes aye. Franzen.
Franzen votes no.
Franzen votes no. Kozlowski.
Go ahead. Kozlowski votes aye.
Kozlowski votes aye. McDonald.
Joe McDonald.
McDonald, aye.
McDonald votes aye. Momani Hiltzley.
Momani Hiltzley, aye.
Momani Hiltzley votes aye. Wolgamont.
Wolgamont votes aye.
Wolgamont votes aye.
The clerk will close the roll. There being 104 yeas and 30 nays, the bill is passed and its title agreed to. Members, the next bill on the calendar for the day is House File 2814. The Chief Clerk will report the bill.
Senate File Number 2814, an act relating to real estate appraisers, establishing a disciplinary sanction matrix.
I recognize the author of the bill, the member from Dakota, Representative Huot.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And here we are, the most exciting bill of the day, and I want to thank Chair O'Driscoll for helping me do this bill. It was great for him to give it to me, but basically this is a very important trade in our state. Real estate appraisers are the ones that set the value on our properties. And actually I've done quite a few of these bills over the years, and I never saw more of a discipline than these people that want to police themselves, and they've done a great job at that. But anyways, what they're asking us for is they're asking us to abide by the Real Estate Appraisal Foundation. They're basically the ones that set the standards. They were I'm sorry, they were formed by Congress, and what they're simply asking is that when they are sanctioned in the state of Minnesota, that the Commerce Department may use their matrix to do that. Mr. Speaker.
There are no amendments at the desk. The Chief Clerk will give the bill its third reading.
Third reading, Senate File Number 2814.
Third reading. Discussion. I recognize the member from Stearns, Representative O'Driscoll.
Good vote. Vote green. Let's get out of here.
I recognize the member from Dakota, Representative Huot.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Vote green, please.
There being no further discussion, the clerk will take the roll. The clerk will call the names of the members voting remotely.
Allen.
Okay, Allen, vote.
Go ahead.
Allen.
Votes yes.
I didn't. Burkle. I didn't get it. Burkle.
Burkle, go.
Urkel votes aye.
Burkle votes aye. Franzen.
Franson votes yes.
Franzen votes aye. Kozlowski.
Kozlowski votes aye.
Kozlowski votes aye. McDonald.
McDonald.
McDonald, aye.
McDonald votes aye. Momani Hildsley.
Momanya Hiltsley, aye.
Momani Hildsley votes aye. Wogamont.
Wogamont votes aye.
Wogamont votes aye. Allen.
Allen votes yes.
Allen votes aye.
The clerk will close the roll.
Six, where's number 7? There it is.
There being 133 yeas and 1 nay, the bill is passed and its title agreed to. There is a next bill on the calendar for the day is House File 82. The Chief Clerk will report the bill.
House File Number 82, an act relating to health-related licenses clarifying athletic trainer scope of practice.
I recognize a member from Dakota, Representative Huot.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And this is House File 82, which since 1993, the scope has not been changed. Since then, athletic trainers have had to do much more in their disciplines. Basically, what we're doing is letting them see more patients. It's not about sitting on the sidelines anymore. It's about actually working with people that are not only athletic, but people that have got to keep their mobility. So I know there's a number of people that are authors on this bill, and I appreciate that. Waiting for comments. There might be one.
There are no amendments at the desk. The Chief Clerk will give the bill its third reading.
Third reading, House File Number 82.
Third reading. I recognize the member from Traverse, Representative Backer.
Yeah, members, there's been a lot of work in this bill. It's a good bill. Vote green. Thank you.
I recognize the member from Clay, Representative Keeler.
Thank you, Speaker. I had a bunch of my students from MSUM who are in this cohort actually come and talk to me about this bill. I just want to highlight and say thank you to the MSUM Dragons who made the trip here to advocate for this. I think it's so important when the individuals who are going into professions get involved in the act of democracy and making changes for their profession that they want to be a part of. And so with that, thank you for coming. Thank you for support. Go Dragons.
I recognize the member from Olmsted, Representative Liebling.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, members. So as I have been doing on these scope bills, I just want everyone to know what you're voting on here. So if you read the bill, it is adding, not only opening up who can be treated by an athletic trainer, and I agree that scope hasn't been changed in a long time, and at least under this bill, they're being honest about expanding their scope. That's an improvement from some of the other bills that we have heard, but the language of the bill adds that they are going to be athletic training means the following actions performed for the purpose of treating emergent, acute, and chronic injuries and non-orthopedic conditions. So we're opening up the scope so they can treat non-orthopedic conditions. And then a few lines down here, it also, part of their scope is assessment, evaluation, and diagnosis. I asked in committee, nonpartisan staff told me there's no definition of diagnosis in statute. So as you vote on this, I think it's kind of a mixed one on this one. It's a closer question, but I just want you to know that we're opening up scopes of practice without definition. And so think it through, members. Appreciate your time.
I recognize a member from Dakota, Representative Bierman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I've learned how to use this now down there, and it works.
Okay.
Good. And Representative Huot, you've worked on this bill too, and I appreciate the time you've put into it. You've been meeting with athletic trainers around the state, and I traveled with you to go out and do some meetings with them to learn more about it, and so I give you a lot of credit for doing that and meeting also with the physical therapists, and I know these are kind of combined, the work you and Representative Ryer have done. So I commend you for the work you've done to try to figure this out as best as you can and to update this critical scope of care that needs to be done to make sure that our medical professionals are working to the level of their scope, which changes over time. And so it's just been too long since this one's been handled, so thanks for doing the work. Members, vote green.
Further discussion. I recognize the member from Dakota, the author of the bill, Representative Huot.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to all the chairs that stood up. And Representative Liebling, I love you dearly, but we're always going to have this scope question, right? And diagnostics and diagnosis are different in different scopes. The doctor has the ultimate say. The other thing about this the scope that we're having is trainers cannot work independently. They must work under a medical director and MD. So we put in some protections here, and as Chair Bierman said, the work to get here, and I know many of you have visited in this space, was hard because we had two very divisive groups working, but it tells that as legislators we can get them there, and this is a fine example of that. And it's not just my work, it's all of our work, because I know many of you have helped me with this. So thank you, Mr. Speaker. Please vote green.
There being no further discussion, the clerk will take the roll. The clerk will call the names of the members voting remotely.
Allen.
So you're going to be.
Allen votes aye.
Allen votes aye. Burkle.
Burkle, go.
Burkle votes aye.
Burkle votes aye. Franson.
Franzen.
Franson votes yes.
Franson votes aye. Kozlowski.
Kozlowski votes aye.
Kozlowski votes aye. McDonald.
Joe McDonald.
McDonald aye.
McDonald votes aye. Momani Hilsley.
Momani Hiltsley aye.
Momani Hilsley votes aye. Wolgamott.
Wolgamott votes aye.
Wolgamott votes aye.
The clerk will close the roll. There being 127 yeas and 5 nays, the bill is passed and its title agreed to. Members, the next bill on the calendar for the day is House File 4482. The Chief Clerk will report the bill.
House File Number 4482, an act relating to state government permitting contracts for state historic sites.
I recognize again the member from Dakota, Representative Huot.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I guarantee this is my last bill. It's a very simple one. This allows the Department of the Historic Department, sorry, I'm late here. Anyways, it allows that department to go ahead and contract with nonprofits to maintain their historic sites. We did this in State Gov. We got through it real quick. Hopefully that'll be the same thing here. It basically just opens it up so it doesn't have to be a county or municipality. They can actually, the nonprofits can step in and help us with these sites.
There are no amendments at the desk. The Chief Clerk will give the bill its third reading.
Third reading, House File Number 4482.
Third reading. Discussion. I recognize a member from Dakota, Representative Huot.
Thank you, members. Vote green, please.
There being no further discussion, the clerk will take the roll. The clerk will call the names of the members voting remotely.
Allen.
Allen votes aye.
Allen votes aye. Burkle.
Burkle, go.
Burkle votes aye.
Burkle votes aye. Franson.
Franson votes yes.
Franson votes aye. Kozlowski.
Kozlowski votes aye.
Kozlowski votes aye. McDonald.
Joe McDonald.
McDonald aye.
McDonald votes aye. Momani Hiltzley.
Momani Hiltzley aye.
Momani Hiltzley votes aye. Wolgamott.
Wolgamott aye.
Wolgamott votes aye.
The clerk will close the roll. There being 133 yeas and 0 nays, the bill is passed and its title agreed to. Members, the next bill on the calendar for the day is House File 3554. The clerk will report the bill.
House File Number 3554, an act relating to state government designating the month of January as Snow Professionals Appreciation Month.
I recognize a member from Carver, Representative Nash.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This was a bill that was brought to both the caucus whips, Representative Hollins and myself. Mr. Speaker, there is an amendment that I would like to engross into the bill.
There is an amendment at the desk. The Chief Clerk will report the amendment.
Nash moves to amend House File Number 3554. The amendment is coded A1.
I recognize a member from Carver, Representative
Thanks,
Nash.
Mr. Speaker. The amendment would recognize both public and private snowplow drivers in the month of January.
Discussion. I recognize a member from Ramsey, Representative Hollins.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's a good amendment. Please vote green.
All those in favor of the amendment, please signify by saying aye. Any opposed, say nay. The motion prevails. The amendment is adopted. Representative Nash.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is a good bill. This is something that we get to recognize people who make sure that our roads are clear every January at least, and hopefully other months after that. But it's a good bill. Vote green. And I believe that Representative Hollins has something to say to the body as well.
I recognize a member from Ramsey, Representative Hollins.
Oh, is there a place that somebody needs to be tonight? I have so many thoughts about this bill. No? Good. Okay, settle in. No, but seriously, this is a good bill. As a person who is from Hawaii originally, I particularly appreciate snow removers, and recognizing them at least 1 month out of the year is the very least that we can do. So please vote green on the bill.
There are no amendments at the desk. The Chief Clerk will give the bill its third reading.
Third reading, House File Number 3554, as amended.
Further discussion of the bill. I recognize a member from Carver, Representative Nash.
Thank you.
Seeing no further discussion, the clerk will take the roll.
Thank you. Things are going way too fast. Okay, there's this one. Okay.
The clerk will call the names of the members voting remotely.
Yeah, they're right. Just a minute.
Allen votes aye.
Allen.
Allen votes aye.
Allen votes aye. Burkle.
Burkle, go.
Burkle votes aye.
Burkle votes aye. Franson.
Franson votes yes.
Franson votes aye. Kozlowski.
Kozlowski votes aye.
Kozlowski votes aye. McDonald.
McDonald.
McDonald votes aye.
McDonald votes aye. Momani Hiltsley.
Momani Hiltsley, aye.
Momani Hiltsley votes aye. Wogamont.
Go ahead, Dan.
Wolgamott, aye.
Wogamont votes aye.
The clerk will close the roll. There being 133 yeas and 0 nays, the bill is passed as amended and its title agreed to. Members, the next bill on the calendar for the day is Senate File 1714. The Chief Clerk will report the bill.
Senate File number 1714, an act relating to state government requiring payment transparency and public contracts.
I recognize the member from Anoka, Representative Scott.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I can go ahead and speak to the bill now, and then there is an amendment. As Mr. Speaker and members, this is a payment transparency bill. When a Minnesota contractor finishes their work on a public project, they shouldn't have to guess when or whether they will be paid. Senate File 1714 intends to fix that. This is an important bill for Minnesota construction, in the Minnesota construction industry, and for greater transparency across state government, and it has bipartisan support in both bodies. I want to thank Reps. Hollins, Feist, Howard, Mecklen, Sexton, Nash, and Myers for being on this bill as co-authors. It was vetted by several stakeholder groups from MnDOT to the counties, and you should be receiving a handout of the 16 trade associations that are in support of this bill. Members, what it does basically is if a contractor asks for payment information in writing, the public owner has 7 days to share the general contractor's pay application and when a payment was made at no cost to the subcontractor. This way, everyone on the job knows what's been paid for and when they should get paid. If the public owner has a website, they will put contact information on that for these subcontractors, and if the owner already has a system that provides this information, then they can ask the subcontractors to use it. In the end, this bill helps the painter, the electrician, the concrete subcontractor, small Minnesota businesses that have already done the work and are carrying the payroll while they wait. They deserve to know when they'll be paid, and Senate File 1714 gets us one step closer to bringing more transparency to government-funded construction projects. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
There is an amendment at the desk. The Chief Clerk will report the amendment.
Scott moves to amend Senate File number 1714. The second engrossment as follows.
I recognize a member from Anoka, Representative Scott.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This amendment has support of all the stakeholder groups, and it is adding one word that was forgotten towards the end of the bill, and that word is for, F-O-R. I ask for member support.
I recognize a member from Hennepin, Representative Cleavorn.
Thank you. It's a technical amendment. Please vote green.
Any further discussion? All those in favor of the amendment, please signify by saying aye. Any opposed, say nay. The motion prevails. The amendment is adopted. There are no further amendments at the desk. The Chief Clerk will give the bill its third reading.
Third reading, Senate File number 1714 as amended.
Third reading. Discussion to the bill. I recognize the member from Hennepin, Representative Cleavorn.
Members, I would like to just thank Representative Scott for your hard work on this bill and Representative Hollins for making sure that there was agreement amongst the stakeholders. It is a good bill, and everyone who does work should be paid for their work. I encourage a green vote on our side.
Any further discussion to the bill? I recognize a member from Dakota, Representative Berg.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would the author yield to a question?
She will yield, Representative Berg.
Thank you. I'm just curious, as I was looking over the list that you handed out, if you have the support of the trades unions for this bill.
Representative Scott.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Well, we have the Sheet Metal Air Conditioning and Roofing Contractors Association. These are all just associations. I shouldn't assume anything, but this helps them get paid. This helps union members get paid if they are workers of any of these owners of these subcontracting agencies. We have not heard that they're opposed. I would guess that they are in favor because they do want to get paid. Thanks.
Representative Berg.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you. I was just curious because I noticed the list didn't have any union organizations on it. But thank you. Yes, we want to make sure all our workers are getting paid. I mean, that's the power of a union is we don't have to pass legislation like this. They have the right to collectively bargain for their pay and benefits. So thank you for answering the question.
Any further discussion? I recognize a member from Waseca, Representative Sexton.
I'll try and be a little bit of a help. As working on this bill, the IBEW and several of the trade unions reached out to me, and they are very supportive of this bill.
Any further discussion? I recognize the author of the bill, the member from Anoka, Representative Scott.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And yes, I did get a text, Representative Berg, that they are in support. I encourage a green vote. Thank you, members.
Seeing no further discussion, the clerk will take the roll. The clerk will call the names of the members voting remotely.
Allen.
Allen votes aye.
Allen votes aye. Burkle.
Go ahead, Burkle.
Burkle votes aye.
Burkle votes aye. Franzen.
Branson votes yes.
Franzen votes aye. Kozlowski.
Kozlowski votes aye.
Kozlowski votes aye. McDonald.
Joe.
McDonald, aye.
McDonald votes aye. Momani Hiltzley.
Momani Hiltzley, aye.
Momani Hiltzley votes aye. Wolgamott.
Wolgamott, aye.
Wolgamott votes aye.
The clerk will close the roll. There being 133 yeas and 0 nays, the bill is passed as amended and its title agreed to. Members, the next bill on the calendar for the day is Senate File 4244. The Chief Clerk will report the bill.
Senate File number 4244, an act relating to legislative enactments making miscellaneous technical corrections to laws and statutes.
I recognize the author of the bill, the member from Anoka, Representative Scott.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this is the annual revisers bill. It makes technical corrections, and I am open. I'm not really open to questions on this. No, members, I encourage your support. Thank you.
There are no amendments at the desk. The Chief Clerk will give the bill its third reading.
Third reading, Senate File number 4244.
Third reading. Discussion. I recognize a member from Olmsted, Representative Liebling.
Mr. Speaker and members, so finally I'm speaking in favor of something here today. But if you have any questions on this bill, please ask Co-Chair Scott. And, we're blessed to have very good staff around here, and that certainly includes revisor staff, and we have a lot of confidence in them, and so please vote green on the revisor bill.
Any further discussion and/or questions for Representative Scott? Seeing none, Representative Scott.
That's a monster.
Please vote green.
The clerk will take the roll.
One more to go.
The Chief Clerk will call the names of the members voting remotely.
Allen.
Allen votes aye.
Allen votes aye. Burkle.
Burkle, go.
Votes aye.
Burkle votes aye. Franzen. Franzen.
Right now? Yeah. Branson votes yes.
Franzen votes aye. Kozlowski.
Kozlowski votes aye.
Kozlowski votes aye. McDonald.
McDonald, aye.
McDonald votes aye. Momani Hilsley.
Momani Hilsley, aye.
Momani Hilsley votes aye. Wolgamott.
Wolgamott, aye.
Wolgamott votes aye.
The clerk will close the roll. There being 133 yeas and 0 nays, the bill is passed and its title agreed to. Members, the last bill on the calendar for the day is Senate File 3637. The Chief Clerk will report the bill.
Senate File number 3637, an act relating to transportation, clarifying that an optometrist may prescribe certain window glazing materials.
There are no amendments at the desk. The Chief Clerk will give the bill its third reading.
Third reading, Senate File number 3637.
I recognize the member from Scott, Representative Tabke.
Thank you. Vote green.
I recognize the member from Clay, Representative Joy.
Vote green. No, this is a great bill. This is just a fix from last year and adding optometrists to be able to write a prescription. And I encourage everybody to vote green. Thank you.
I see Representative Gander.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I've been prescribing window tints for about 40 years. That bill we did last year, we decided some of these conditions are chronic. They'll never go away. So therefore, you do not have to reapply. That's all we did. And then we forgot to put optometrists back in. Just for the record, it came up at supper last night. 3 of my colleagues and now 4 have said, dude, I need one of those prescriptions for window tint in my car. Now, unless you happen to have ocular inflammation, including severe photophobia, iritis, keratitis, retinitis, or post-concussion syndrome, you would not qualify. It's a good bill. It's a clean-up bill. Vote green. Thanks.
There being no further discussion, the clerk will take the roll. The clerk will call the names of the members voting remotely.
Allen.
There you go. Allen votes yes.
Allen votes aye. Burkle.
Still ringing. There, go, Burkle.
Burkle votes aye.
Burkle votes aye. Franson.
Yeah, Franson votes aye.
Franson votes aye. Kozlowski.
Go ahead.
Kozlowski votes aye.
Kozlowski votes aye. McDonald.
Joe.
McDonald, aye.
McDonald votes aye. Momani Hilsley.
Momani Hilsley, aye.
Momani Hilsley votes aye. Wolgamott.
Wolgamott, aye.
Wolgamott votes aye.
The clerk will close the roll.
Yep. No, message from them. I'll read it, and then I'll read the motion, and then
There being 133 yeas and 0 nays, the bill is passed and its title agreed to. Messages from the Senate.
From the Senate, Madam Speaker, I hereby announce the passage by the Senate of the following House file, herewith returned as amended by the Senate, in which amendments the concurrence of the House is respectfully requested. House File Number 4502, an act relating to financial institutions. The message is signed Thomas S. Boddern, Secretary of the Senate. Perryman moves that the House concur in the Senate amendments to House File Number 4502 and that the bill be repassed as amended by the Senate.
I recognize the member from Stearns, Representative Perryman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It's pretty self-explanatory. I'm not keeping you guys here much longer, but please concur with the Senate amendment for House File 4502. It passed 134 to 0 in this House, and it's just a few words that changed that does not even change the what the bill is doing. I ask for your vote or concur.
I recognize a member from Minoka, Representative Koegel.
Ditto.
Seeing no further discussion, the clerk will take the roll.
We got to vote on the motion.
Motion to concur, never mind. All those in favor to concur to the motion, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed say nay. The motion prevails.
Third reading.
Third reading.
Third reading, Senate File Number, House File Number 4502, as amended by the Senate.
Third reading. Now we can go to discussion, final discussion. Seeing none, the clerk will take the roll. The clerk will call the names of the members voting remotely.
Allen.
Here you go.
Allen votes aye.
Allen votes aye. Burkle. Burkle. Franzen. Franzen. Kozlowski.
Go ahead.
Kozlowski votes aye.
Kozlowski votes aye. McDonald.
McDonald.
McDonald, aye.
McDonald votes aye. Momani Hilsley.
Samanya Hilsley, aye.
Momani Hilsley votes aye. Wolgamott.
Wolgamott votes aye.
Wolgamott votes aye. Burkle.
We need one more aye.
Burkle.
Go.
Burkle votes aye.
Burkle votes aye.
The clerk will close the roll. There being 132 yeas and 0 nays, the bill is repassed and its title agreed to. Message from the Senate.
Message from the Senate. Madam Speaker, I hereby announce the passage by the Senate of the following House file, herewith returned as amended by the Senate, in which amendments to concurrence of the House is respectfully requested. House file number 4188, an act relating to commerce. Koegel moves that the House refuse to concur in the Senate amendments to House file number 4188, that the Speaker appoint a conference committee of 4 members of the House, and that the Senate requests that a like committee be appointed by the Senate to confer on the disagreeing votes of the 2 houses.
I recognize the member from Anoka, Representative Koegel.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. That is my motion.
All those in favor of the motion, please signify by saying aye. Any opposed, say nay. The motion prevails. Announcement by the Speaker.
Announcement by the Speaker. The Speaker announced the appointment of the following members of the House to a conference committee on House File number 4188. Koegel, Elkins, O'Driscoll, and Perryman.
Motions and resolutions. Members, there are copies of the non-controversial motions at the House desk and online. If there is no objection, we'll take action on these motions first. Hearing no objections, the motions prevail. Motions and resolutions.
Lee Kay and others introduced House Resolution number 10, a House resolution reaffirming the commitment of the Minnesota House of Representatives to strengthening and deepening sister ties between the state of Minnesota and Taiwan. The resolution is being referred to the Committee on Rules and Legislative Administration.
Announcements.
That's it.
I recognize the member from Blue Earth, Representative Frederick.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As I'm sure everyone is aware, please join me and Representative Olson at the I-90 party that's hosted by Greater Mankato Growth and Green Team. It's at CHS Field, and I just got a text back saying that there is plenty of food left for us, that the other chamber didn't eat it all. So hope to see everybody there.
Further announcements. I recognize the member from Anoka, Representative Niska.
I move that when the House adjourns today, it adjourns until 1 p.m. Thursday, May 7th, 2026.
Representative Niska moves that when the House adjourns today, it adjourns until 1 p.m. Thursday, May 7th, 2026. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed say nay. The motion prevails. Representative Niska.
I move that the House do now adjourn.
Representative Niska moves that the House do now adjourn. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed say nay. The motion prevails. The House stands adjourned until 1 p.m. Thursday, May 7th, 2026.